What's up, Mets fans, and welcome back to Talking Mets and Rob. How's everybody doing? Welcome back to another live stream during the Mets game tonight. Mets versus Diamondbacks game 2 of the series. A very interesting game yesterday. The Mets got lucky to win that game, but we'll talk about that in a little bit. But once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. And if you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat, guys. Do not be shy and hit on that subscribe button, everybody. Welcome back again to Talking Mets and Rob. If you're new to the channel, if this is your first time hanging out with us during a watch party during a Mets game, this is how it goes down before we get into the Mets pregame for the next hour until Mets versus Diamondbacks at 8:10. So the first thing that happens here, we go through the pregame, we talk about the prior game, we talk about the pitching matchup, we talk about the lineups, and then all through that, I will answer your questions. And don't forget, guys, there will be a lot of people in the chat. So if I don't get to your comment, please, the only way that I can see it sometimes is if you send a super chat, which is no obligation, just letting you know that if I'm passing up your comment, it doesn't mean I want to. It's that people are going fast and furious in the comments section of the chat, and I don't want to miss anybody, especially if you guys have a lot of good questions or comments or opinions. I want to shout you guys out. And sometimes I do miss some comments, and I hate missing comments during the chat. So, guys, here we are, Mets pregame live. Our 11-4 New York Mets, first place in the NL East, played a very interesting game yesterday. During the majority of the game up until the seventh inning, it was like a relaxing 5-1 win. We felt like it was going to be a nice and easy win. I'm a little shocked that David Peterson was taken out of the game as early as he was, but it's not the end of the world. He took Shreve, Smith, May, Lugo, and Diaz, and that's something that, especially when you know you were kind of having a bullpen game today, was my biggest problem about certain things. Not trying to be negative about yesterday, but when you talk about yesterday, it could affect today's game because you had to use so many pitches, and David Peterson didn't even have over 60 pitches when he got taken out in the fifth inning with 2 outs. It really did not make sense to take him out at that moment when he was basically rolling, and that double he gave up was kind of a fluke of a double. It wasn't even hit hard. It was basically a pop-up that just found a hole. That's something that I think Buck Showalter, we noticed it throughout the first 14 games so far, or 15 games, is that sometimes he does take the starter out a little too early, and I expected Peterson to be in there. You know, it's not like he didn't get his pitch count up over the last couple of starts. He has. He could have at least went to 75, 80 pitches, maybe got one more inning in him, and you could have used less bullpen arms, especially with our starter on the mound and Trevor Williams, who's making a spot start, who is probably at max, is probably going 3 innings. I saw in the poll, if you haven't voted as of yet, how many innings Trevor Williams would go today. I think minimum he has to go 2, max 3. I don't think he's going more than that. He hasn't really pitched a lot, and when he did, it's maybe 2 innings at max. And today's a day where the Mets have to score runs because it is really important for the Mets to get ahead in this game because, as you've seen yesterday, there's a lot more players on this Diamondbacks lineup than we saw at Citi Field. A couple of guys, Nick Ahmed wasn't in there. There was a couple of other guys, Peralta, that wasn't in there most of the games either. So they have a whole different lineup, that an extra couple of guys in that lineup that can do damage. And we saw what Walker can do. We saw what Varsho can do. And we'll get into that in a little bit. So once again, guys, you're new to the channel, hit on that subscribe button, guys. Welcome to Talking Mets and Rob. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. It's so important to hit on that like button. The more likes this stream gets early on, the more it gets at the top of the list for any suggestion videos during a live stream. So more Met fans can find this stream and hang out during a watch party with Met fans, with fans of other teams, which is a lot of fun. I do want to congratulate Miguel Cabrera on getting his 3,000th hit today. That was really great to see. And great job by the Detroit fans giving him a standing ovation. And the players on the other side as well gave him a nice ovation, shook his hand. He saw his family on the field. Again, cherish this moment, guys, because this might be the last 3,000 hit player in a very, very long time. Because considering the next guy you can really think about that might be somewhat close, I know Robinson Cano is about 280 hits away. That's not happening. And on top of that, you got to look at Mike Trout, that I believe has around 1,400 hits, but he's 32 years old, can't stay healthy. So that's not an option. The only guy that I can think of that's young enough and has the potential to hit around 190 to 200 hits a year is probably Juan Soto. But cherish this moment, guys, because Miguel Cabrera might be the last guy you see in a very, very long time to get the 3,000 hits. And probably a guy that has 500 home runs, over 500 home runs, and 3,000 hits. So cherish this moment. It is history. He is a Hall of Famer, and it's great to see a guy who never got really known for about using steroids or got tested for using steroids or was partially rumored to be using steroids. That's very nice to see. And you could see in his later years, he gained weight. He wasn't the same fleet of foot player he was 15 years ago. Even in the last 5 years, he was just mostly a DH. And you know what? For a guy who people were shocked and went to Detroit, he played very well for them. I know they didn't have a lot of winning seasons. They weren't great a lot of the years. But it's always nice to see a guy who actually did it the right way, get 3,000 hits and 500 home runs. So congrats to Miguel Cabrera. So now what we got to talk about is the New York Mets. So here we go, guys. Yesterday's game. Now, James McCann hit a bomb of a shot, 450-plus feet home run. Nice manufacturing of runs, getting us to 5 runs in that game. 5-1 going through the middle of the innings. It was nice and easy. Everybody was happy. You put your feet up, maybe get a drink, relax, thinking this is going to be an easy game. You can even probably go to bed thinking that the Mets would just have an easy win. And then all of a sudden, Walker hits a 2-run homer off of May, which I'm not going to blame May in that situation because that was a great inside high fastball, and Walker just turned on it. There's nothing you can do about that except tipping your cap. But since May is prone to giving up the long ball, you're like, uh-oh, now it's 5-3. We got a 2-run lead? Okay, still not that bad. It's the 8th inning. A 5-4 lead. It's in the 8th inning. It's not too bad. All right, we don't have to worry about it too much. And then in the 9th inning, Diaz looks amazing with the first 2 hitters. The slider was sharp. Nobody could touch it. The fastball was blown by everybody. And here comes Varsho. 2 outs, 9th inning, and hits a ball barely over the right field wall. Marte misses it by maybe a foot and a half when he jumps the wall to try to get the ball. And guess what? Tie game. Edwin Diaz blows the save. His second opportunity of the year. He's 1 for 2 in save opportunities already. And where Diaz has shined is non-save situations, which is hilarious to me because he's a guy that usually is horrible in non-save situations. I'm not going to go crazy about that. It can happen to anybody. My problem is when it comes to Edwin Diaz, you cannot trust Edwin Diaz in big spots. Now, if it was Juan Soto, Bryce Harper, Kyle Schwarber, Matt Olson, Acuna, guys like that, where they could take any pitcher, no matter if he's great or bad, out of the ballpark, you tip the cat and go about your business. But he gave up the home run to Varsho. This is a situation where you should be wiping the floor with this team in the 9th inning and shouldn't even worry about it and be in the dugout and not have to worry about extra innings, which on top of that, we come back again for today's game. Knowing that Trevor Williams is probably not going to go more than 3 innings, you need Diaz to shut that down because now you used Lugo yesterday for an inning in a pressure situation with a man on second with the ghost runner in the 10th inning. So look at the pitches you used. Knowing that you took out Peterson with, 61 pitches in the 5th inning, he could have went 75 pitches. I don't care what anybody says. He's pitched in a couple of starts already. He's already went above 60 pitches in both of his starts, which is a situation, technically, when he came in for Walker, he pitched around 3 innings. He didn't get that much pitches. But again, you can get the guy 75 pitches. This is his 3rd start of the year. Give him 70 pitches, 75 pitches, especially knowing that you need your bullpen for the next day. And what's going to happen? You already know what's going to happen. We're going to use about 5, maybe 6 pitchers today, which is going to tax our bullpen for tomorrow and going into the Cardinals series where we have no days off. And you used all your best pitchers yesterday. You used Diaz, you used Smith, you used Shreve, you used Lugo. So that's the problem that I have today. And granted, everything can work out great today. Williams can somehow go 4 or 5 innings, and we don't have that much of a problem. But the problem is going to come tomorrow. The problem is going to come during the Cardinals series. Yes, we got Max Scherzer going. Yes, we got Chris Bassett going. These guys can go 7, 8 innings with probably no problem. And then it'll save our bullpen. But again, not thinking negatively here. I'm just trying to think of future games where you knew you were going to be having mostly a bullpen game today, which was somewhat of an issue. And I hate questioning Buck Showalter because he's the freaking man. We all know that. Smirking when Alonso made that diving catch down the line. Smirking, just making the right calls 9 out of 10 times. He's still putting Robbie Cano in the lineup, which baffles my mind. But again, Connor's not in the lineup today. We'll look at that in a little bit. But once again, guys, if this was the Mets last year, Diaz blowing a save in the 9th, they would have probably lost this game. Like, this is the 2021 Mets, but the 2022 Mets find a way to win. And this is what I love about this team. Not only a ground ball to third base, Marte hustles down the first base line. God forbid, in years past, when a guy doesn't bust down the line and makes it easy out, and the Mets don't score in the top of the 10th with a runner, with the ghost runner. Marte hustles, beats the throw. It was basically a tie. Goes to the runner. They overturn the call. Mets take the lead. Lugo comes in, does an excellent job. Mets get the win. Very scary. But we're 11-4 now. And now we talk about today. So, for our pitching matchup as of today, it is going to be Trevor Williams, as I just said, against Humberto Castellanos. We did see him before at Citi Field. The Mets seem to do okay with him, but he's been pretty good over less than a 3 ERA. So Trevor Williams, I don't expect him to go more than 3 innings unless somehow he finds it and is a guy that all of a sudden is mowing down the Diamondbacks lineup, which, you know what? The Diamondbacks is not a great team. They got an okay lineup. So I could see Trevor Williams at best go 3 innings, and that would be great for us. That would be something I'm looking for. But if he goes less than that, now we got to tax our bullpen even more. So that is your pitching matchup for today. Next up, and don't forget, guys, I'm going to put the lineup on the bottom of your screen. It's going to be scrolling up there right now along with the pitching matchup. So when it comes to the lineup today for the Mets and the Diamondbacks, it looks like this. For the Mets, Brandon Nimmo leading off playing center field, batting first. Starlin Marte batting second, playing right field. Francisco Lindor batting third, playing shortstop. Pete Alonso playing first base, cleaning up. Eduardo Escobar batting fifth, playing third base. Dominic Smith is the DH today, batting sixth. Robinson Cano batting seventh, playing second base. Jeff McNeil batting eighth, playing left field. And Tomas Nido catching, batting ninth. Now, this is the other issue that I have. James McCann finally shown some life yesterday with his bomb of a 2-run homer. I would have put him in today, but he did catch 10 innings yesterday. So I'm not going to go crazy about that, but I like a guy who hit a bomb yesterday. He's probably feeling good at the plate. Put him in today. And then on Sunday, on the day game, you put Nido in. But okay, I'm not going to go crazy about that. The lineup I like, could instead of Robinson Cano, I'd rather see anybody else. Besides, I'd rather see Guillaume in there, but it is what it is at this point. You know, the Mets are still finding ways to win, even when they don't have great offensive production days, like certain days. But yesterday, the Mets found the clutch hit, and that's what they've been doing all year. So I'm going to go with the Buck Showalter lineup and think positive about the lineup, because why the hell not? There's not that much negativity to go around with this team, except that the bullpen can occasionally give up 4-run leads. But that's besides the point. So when it comes to the Arizona lineup for today against Trevor Williams, Dalton Varsho, center field, batting first. Ketel Marte playing second, batting second. David Peralta batting third, playing left field. Christian Walker cleaning up, playing first. Seth Beer, the best name in all of baseball, batting fifth at DH. Pavin Smith batting sixth, playing right field. Kelly Carson catching, batting seventh. Sergio Alcantara batting eighth, playing third base. And Geraldo Perdomo playing shortstop, batting ninth. So those are your lineups for the Mets and the Diamondbacks. And your pitching matchup is Trevor Williams and Humberto Castellanos. So, guys, this is what we have for today. So, once again, guys, let's hope that the 4-run lead that should have been an easy win without using a lot of guys in your bullpen doesn't hurt us today or tomorrow or going forward in the Cardinals series, even though you got Scherzer and Bassett pitching in that matchup against the Cardinals, which you expect them to go 6, 7, 8 innings, should help the bullpen a little bit. But let's hope that it doesn't hurt us going forward in the next couple of days by taxing our bullpen by blowing a 4-run lead, which you should not do with a team like the Arizona Diamondbacks. You know, a team like the Giants, fine. Team like the Dodgers, fine. Team like the Cardinals, fine. But you can't give up leads like that to a team that you should be easily winning games when you have a 4-run lead. You shouldn't blow games like that. Once again, the Walker home run against May, inside high fastball, the guy turned on it, pulled his arms in, and hit it over the wall. Can't do nothing about that except tipping your cat and going about your business. The Diaz home run, you got to shut Varsho down. You got to wipe him with the floor in that ninth inning. You can't let that happen. Second opportunity to save a game, and you blow one. That's not something you want to see from Diaz. But going forward, I like the way Diaz has been pitching. His slider has been sharp. You know, he left the fastball over the plate. Every pitcher does it. But he's got to not have situations where you blow games like this. So once again, guys, 50 in the live stream right now. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to Talking Mets with Rob. Mets pregame live, going right into Mets versus Diamondbacks. So what do we always do, guys? I'm going to say what up to everybody in the chat right now. So, guys, if you're hanging in here listening, if you're able to say what's up in the chat, I will shout you out. So here we go, guys. So don't forget, guys, the lineup and the pitcher matchup is scrolling on the bottom. So here we go with everybody in the chat. John, Plaxi, Paul, Lane, John, Grant, Subaru, Daniel, Rocky, Sean, a member of Talking Mets with Rob, Grant, a member of Talking Mets with Rob, Robert, thank you about the background, Mauricio, Christian, a member of Talking Mets with Rob, Timothy, Brad, Nomadi Gassi, I believe that's what I'm saying, right? PJC, Underwater, Steven, JD, 2 JDs. All right, guys, so I got to everybody. Once again, guys, don't be shy. Say what's up in the chat. This is a free forum right here, guys. Anything goes in this stream. I don't block people unless you're racist or sexist. You can root for your team, and even if you're not a Mets fan, just keep it clean. So John says, why are we throwing Trevor Williams? Well, because of the rain out on Monday and the doubleheader on Tuesday against the Giants where we had to use Tyler McGill and Max Scherzer. They had to go on the same day. So what it did, pushed everybody back a little bit, and it leaves a spot open as for today to put Trevor Williams in. So they knew that for the last couple of days, as long as the Mets didn't have to use Trevor Williams in a couple of innings during the last couple of games, he might have not pitched today. But because the Mets didn't have to do that, he's going to be starting today as a spot starter, which is more considered a bullpen game. Plaxi, how are we feeling about Trevor Williams? Like I said, I don't expect him to be brilliant, but you know what? We need him to go 3 innings. That's what I'm expecting 2 innings, but we need him to go 3. We got to get every possible inning out of him, considering what happened yesterday. We're using all those bullpen arms when we probably only had to use 2 instead of 5. So let's hope he can go 3. I expect him to go 2, but hoping for 3. Yeah, Paul, unfortunately, that was the way it happened. Like I said, if there was no rain out in the Giants series at Citi Field, then it would have been fine. You would have probably had Scherzer today, or I'm sorry, excuse me, Tyler McGill today. You would have had Scherzer tomorrow, and you would have had Carrasco going in the St. Louis series. So it's kind of a a losing situation and a winning situation because you do get Scherzer starting off the Cardinals series, which is not a bad thing. And also you lose it because you could have Tyler McGill and Scherzer in the Diamondback series where you expect to win those games. So, but again, it's not the end of the world. It's not the Mets are giving away a game here. They just fell into a little bit of a spot where they really didn't have anybody else. And that's the way baseball goes sometimes, and you have to deal with it. John, yo, what's up? Grant, what's up, buddy? Subaru, let's go Mets. And Daniel, yeah, you know what's funny about the whole pointing with Edwin Diaz? He kind of like half pointed, thinking he's like, yeah, let me put my arm back down because that ball's probably gone. So he didn't fully do it, but he did that famous Hansel Robles half point when Varsho hit that ball. Rocky, how you doing? Rocky, he doesn't need to be traded. He just, again, if you go around the league, closes blow games all the time. This is no, there's no Mariano Rivera's over here. And that's the thing that we have to look at as well. So, again, your closer is going to blow games. There's, unless you're Josh Hader, you're probably, he even blows games as well. But the thing with that is just you have, in situation when you play in the Diamondbacks, you got to shut them down. Again, like I said about 10 minutes ago, if it's Bryce Harper, if it's Schwarber, if it's Olsen, if it's Soto, if it's Nelson Cruz, I get it. Those guys hit home runs off to everybody. But you can't let Varsho beat you in that spot. You just can't. Especially when you mow down the first two guys where they had no chance. And you just can't let that happen. But, again, the 2022 Mets find a way to win as we currently seen over the first 15 games of the season. The Mets have not been blown out in any games. We have not been shut out this year. The Mets have been in every game, even the games they lost. They were leading, I think, in 2 games of the 4 we lost. But we were always in a game. We always had a chance in the 9th inning. The Saturday game at Citi Field against the Diamondbacks, we had a chance. Against the Phillies, we had a chance. So every game we've been in, and that's all you can ask for as a fan, is to be in every game. And the Mets haven't got shut out this year either. When you see teams around the league been getting shut out, you've seen the Yankees been shut out 3 times this year. A lot of good teams have at least been shut out at least once. The Mets have not. So that's good to see as well. All right, Grant says, I'm a happy dude right now. I just had one of my regulars at my bar give me his season tickets to Mets versus Astros. Oh, nice. Oh, and behind the Mets dugout. Well, I guess I got to be looking for you, that's for sure. That's a thing where I would have to live stream, and I got to send you the link so I can actually put you on the stream while you're at what is it still Minute Maid Park? At Minute Maid Park in Houston. So that's awesome, man. Robert, thank you. This is actually a beach towel. From the 7-Line Army. I just, I'm in a different area today of the house, so I had to set things up. Usually I'm in the room, and I have my jerseys all over the place and everything like that. The setup's a little different. So, I moved in a different room, so I didn't have all my jerseys around or hats or whatever. So I just had to, make something up really quick. So thank you for that. Digging at the background's kind of cool. All right, let's see what else we got. Yep, no McGill today because he pitched on Tuesday as well. Pushed him back a little bit, so he pitches tomorrow, which is not a bad thing. We could be going for the sweep tomorrow, or we could be playing a rubber game, depending on what happens today. Yeah, Rocky, they were 13-2, but let's be honest about that team. They were an extremely flawed team. Like, can you remember who was basically our cleanup hitter? In 2018? It was Todd Frazier. So, I know Todd Frazier was decent for us that year, but again, it was just fool's gold. It's not the same team. we basically didn't really have a real closer at that moment either. You know, we just didn't. This team was just winning in odd ways. They weren't. They were flawed, and you could see it. How they won those games, I have no idea. But you know what? We also had a manager that didn't know how to use a bullpen, took out starters way too early, didn't know how to double switch. At the time, there was no DH, so he didn't know how to double switch. It was terrible. Pitching in bad spots. It was just when you have a manager that had no clue on top of a team that was winning on a flawed way, that's what's going to happen. And you know what? I guarantee if we had Buck Showalter, certain things probably would have been different, considering the fact that pitching changes would have been different, double switches would have been different, and you already seen Buck Showalter outsmart a lot of managers already with double switch, with defensive replacements, and changing DHs and pinch hitting defensive replacements, and he had Kepler looking lost in the Giants series when he was making those switches. So I don't like to look at a year, and let's be honest, guys, during that year when we were 13-2, it was the Wilpons. So I'm not going to go crazy about that. It was Mickey Callaway who had no idea what he was doing as a manager. So I don't like going into prior years. I like to look at the season now when it comes to, what flaws do the Mets have? And let's be honest, guys, we know what the flaws are with this team. It's the bullpen for the most part. They had 17 straight innings without allowing a run. That's pretty good. Especially when you went through the Giants series and you got through it mostly unscathed. You can't, it happens. But, with the Arizona DiamondBacks, you got to shut them down. But again, I don't look at prior years because this team is totally different. They have so many more professional lineups, professional ball players on this team, where I don't expect a choke job in a situation like that. I guarantee if you had these players here this year where we had last year when we had 100 days plus in first place, I don't think we would have fell apart as much as we would have, which we did last year. Yeah, no, I understand that. Peterson didn't go 7 innings. I'm not asking him to go 7 innings. But at least he could have done is finish the 5th or at least come out for the 6th. Because that's exactly what happened. You put Shreve in. You put Drew Smith in. You put May in. And that was even before you got to the 9th inning. And now you're like, okay, Diaz is here in the 9th. Fine. All right, it should be done. But you already used 4 pitches in that game for no reason. I could see if Peterson was, got into a big jam and his pitch count was low. All right, he just lost it. But he gave up a lousy pop-up double with 2 outs, and you took him out. I just, that didn't make sense to me. Now, again, Peterson has been healthy. He's fine. But we're worrying about July and August when, again, people are like, oh, well, it's only April. Okay, fine. But it's September when you miss the playoffs or you miss the division by 1 game. You're going to go back to that stupid game in April where you lost to the Diamondbacks because you decided to take out Peterson for no apparent reason to use almost 6 pitchers in a game when you should have only happened to use 2, maybe 3, knowing you were having a bullpen game tomorrow. Mauricio, absolutely. The performance is absolutely amazing. We need them to stay healthy. At the moment, they're staying healthy, which is nice. Buck Showalter is giving guys off. You see Connors already out of the lineup getting a day off. He's been back, 3 days already? So he's out of the lineup. You see Dominic Smith as the DH today. So he's giving guys days off at right times, which I like. Sometimes I like consistency, but again, in this day and age, you never see them line up every day, which is fine. But I think the way Buck Showalter is putting these guys in, not making them stay cold on the bench for a week, and that's how guys get hurt. So he's been using them a lot, and that's what I like. So I think they're going to stay healthy. Obviously you got to worry about the starters. Scherzer's up there in age. Carrasco is up there in age. Peterson's young. We got to see what Walker is when he comes back. He's already injured, was injured already. So Bassett has been fine. We expect him to be healthy. But if these guys remain healthy, they're going to be very hard to beat. We're not going to have extended losing streaks because of the rotation that we have. Yeah, I mean, you could say that this is where we miss Castro, but no matter if you're the third pitcher, if you were May, if you were Drew Smith or Diaz, you still got to get the job done. And for all we know, you could have put Castro in May's spot and he would have still gave up a home run. We're making Castro out to be the best reliever in the game here. I mean, let's be honest. That's a guy that, he'll pitch well 2 games and then he can't find the plate in the next game. So I'm not going to go crazy. Oh, Castro should have been in that situation. Sure, of course. But at the end of the day, I don't think that Castro would have made the difference in a game here. May made a great pitch. The guy turned on it and he hit a 2-run homer. So Castro could have done the same thing. May and Castro throw about the same speed, 97, 98 miles an hour. If a guy turns on it, he turns on it. Yeah, he came. Yeah, okay, that's fine. He threw out. He struck out the next batter. Well, guess what? He should have. He should have struck out Varsho, or he should have got the guy out. It's not about crying. It's just the fact that those blown saves makes you lose Lugo, who could have been not pitching yesterday, who you could have used today. He'll probably be in the game today, depending on where the Mets are. If they're in a lead or in a tie game. Now, instead of using Lugo 2 innings, you're only going to have to use him 1 or can use him at 1. That's the problem that I'm going to have. Because what you're going to do with this bullpen is that with this bullpen game, with yesterday using 5 pitchers, you're probably going to use at least 5 today. Now, going into tomorrow, you hope McGill can give you 7 innings, and you hope Scherzer on Monday can give you 7 innings because you want to give your bullpen guys a little bit of a rest going into a tough Cardinals matchup in the beginning of next week. That's the only thing I'm worried about. It's not crying. It's stating the facts here. I'm not going to give Diaz credit for blowing a game and striking out the next batter because you would be the same guy if he gave up back-to-back home runs and the Mets lost, killing Diaz. So it's not about crying. It's about stating the facts, why that blown save is hurting the bullpen going forward, especially in a bullpen game today. Yeah, underwater, man. I know, man. I know 20 runs. I mean, geez. I mean, the Pirates are 500. They look decent this year, but I mean, getting beat by that much. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. The Mets done that a couple of years ago against the Nationals. They beat the hell out of us. It happens. Steven, the game time is 8:10 today. JD, yeah, the lineup is fine. I'm not worried. I'm not too worried about, again, seeing Cano in the lineup again is just driving me nuts. But again, he got a hit yesterday. Again, I'm not going to go crazy about it because I think you could easily put McNeil at second base, put Kana in left. But, Kana did have COVID. Maybe he just needs a breather. It's possible. We've heard, what COVID can do to certain people, with their breathing regiments and everything like that. It might have took a toll on his lungs a little bit. Maybe he just needs a day. JD, I know this is my favorite snap. Oh, actually, it's a fitted, buddy. It's one of my fitted ones. I don't have a lot of fitted hats. I got the on-game Mets cap that's fitted. A couple of fitted caps. But, yeah, this is a 7-line exclusive right here. Lane, I don't know if they're going to call Lee. They got to drop 2 players by May 1st. So it really depends. Jankowski is one of the names that might go as well. But, again, we'll see. I still think they should cut Cano and just get rid of him. But I don't know if they're going to do that. Get rid of him, get rid of Sean Reed Foley, and there's your 2 guys to drop it down to 26. But we have to wait and see. All right, just looking at the comments. Rocky, I don't think a no-hit is going to happen today, honestly. Yanzi Diaz, well, we brought somebody up today. Let me see. I forgot who it was. I saw it really quickly. Let me just check really quick. I forgot who it was. The Mets called up Adonis Medina to put in the bullpen, and David Peterson got sent down because he pitched yesterday. So Adonis Medina is going to be in the bullpen. He's a guy that can probably go a couple of innings if needed. So we got that extra arm in the bullpen just in case, if Trevor Williams kind of messes up here, we have a guy to fill the spot so you don't completely tax your bullpen tomorrow. So that's a good thing. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. We got about a half hour until the game starts, so bring in all your questions. Trying to get to everybody's comments before we go into the game. Again, when during the game, even in between innings, it's hard to get to everybody's comments because the commercials are so quick. But we'll do our best. Yeah, Mauricio, they've been winning on the pressure. Like I said, last year, the Mets blowing a save in the ninth. They usually lose that game. The Mets, I felt confidence they were going to win that game after Diaz blew the game. As long as he got out of the inning without blowing the game or giving up the winning run, I felt like the Mets were going to come back. I felt confident. I was driving to work and having the radio on in the car because I left around 12 o'clock to go to work, and that's when Diaz gave up the home run to tie the game. So at least we know the Mets can do that. And that I actually had confidence the Mets were going to win that ball game yesterday. Robert, they have to stop playing Cano. Look, I'm hoping the reason why they put him in so much in April is to see where he's at so they can make a decision by May 1st when they have to go from 28 to 26 on the roster. Lane, it would be Scherzer, Bassett, and Carrasco. So that's pretty good. And I'm assuming Walker might actually be able to be ready to go. So he might get the third game in St. Louis. We'll see. But definitely Bassett and Scherzer. So it's a good pitching matchup for us going into a tough Cardinal series. Angel, a member of Talking Metro Rob, what's up? Angel, yeah, I know. He needs some AARP, Robinson, Cade Sports, what's up? Cade, he's starting tonight because the doubleheader on Tuesday with the Mets and the Giants, Scherzer and McGill pitched, which pushed everybody back. So just lead an opening on what's today? Saturday, for a spot where you had to just put somebody in that was available that can go a couple of innings like a Trevor Williams. BB, I am streaming the whole game, right through from pregame all the way until the end of the game. Whenever it ends, I'll be here. So hopefully you stick around, BB. Thank you for tuning in. Yeah, it's not even the shift that is killing Cano. What's killing Cano is that he can't turn on a 95 miles an hour fastball. Like the balls that he hits, he's late on. That's why he's hitting the ball the other way. You could see he's late on these pitches. He cannot catch up to a ball. He's terrible on breaking balls now. He's swinging everything in the dirt. Look, he just doesn't have it. Unfortunately, he just doesn't have it. And, I just hope he's gone by May 1st. Riley says Mets win 5-2. That would be nice. The Phillies did lose 5-3. BBIM streaming the game. I can't show the game live, but I will have game day up with the radio call. The only things I can do, because if I show the game, which I'd love to do, but it's copyrighted and they would throw me off the stream. So that would suck for me and it would suck for you. Just checking if any. I saw an update about the Mets, but I did not. Cade, I agree. The Mets do have to put up runs tonight. Absolutely. Like I said, this is probably going to be a high-scoring game. Yesterday was a high-scoring game. It was 6-5. So, it's 11 runs scored in the game. I'm expecting the same amount of runs. I'm expecting, a 7-6 game, 7-5 game, something like that, because I don't expect Trevor Williams not to give up runs. I don't expect 3 or 4 guys in his Mets bullpen to not give up runs. I expect that today. The Mets got to put up runs. That's why, sometimes in these situations when you have a bullpen game or just in general, I love going to Citi Field. I like being the home team, but I love being the first at bat in road games. You get to set the table. You get to score runs early, put pressure on the other team. That's why I love the Mets coming up quickly and scoring some runs in the first inning. So giving a little bit of breathing room from Trevor Williams and putting some pressure on the Diamondbacks to score some runs. Yeah, the Mets owe 2 more years, $20 million apiece for the next 2 years. So, they can release him, they can cut him. They're not going to trade him. The only way you can trade Cano is if you give one of your best prospects to somebody to take the money. And at this point, you got the richest owners in baseball. You're not going to, get rid of $20 million and get rid of a top prospect to get rid of Cano. At this point, the money's already spent. You're giving Cano $40 million over the next 2 years, no matter if he plays well or not. So you might as well just cut him, say goodbye, give him the money, and if he gets picked up by somebody else, great. If not, whatever. Honestly, I hope Cano gets knocked for steroids again so we don't have to pay him at all and he's off the roster. It'll save us a lot of trouble. Angel, when DeGrom is coming back, well, he has a MRI scheduled for Monday, and that's going to tell us a lot. If the scapula, I think it was the scapula, was the thing that had a stress fracture in it. If that healed, because that's the type of bone that heals on its own, can't have surgery with that. It's just rest. If it's healed, or at least better than what it was 3 weeks ago, and he's okay and he can start throwing sometime this week or next week, later in the week. And he'll probably have to take about 3 to 4 weeks to get his arm in shape, his pitch count up. So, because you don't want DeGrom, come into the big leagues and only pitching 3 innings. So I'd rather you just take our time. The team's playing well. There's no need to rush him. But if everything goes well, he's healthy, I could see him being back by the 1st or 2nd week of June. But let's hope. They brought him down because they just wanted to bring an extra pitcher in the bullpen for today's bullpen game. That's the reason why. And Peterson can't start for another 5 days anyway. And at that moment, Walker's probably going to be ready, and Walker's going to be taking Peterson's spot. So Peterson is expendable at this point, and he has options. That's the reason why. What's the best pizza in New York? It really depends. There's a lot of good places in New York. It's very hard not to find a good place in New York. It's not like we're in Colorado somewhere or Boston where it's like, you can deal without eating pizza. It's hard to find a good pizza. Florida, it's hard to find good pizza. BB, you're welcome. Thank you for tuning in. Adventures, you're back. Yeah, I wasn't going to bring it up, but why not, right? About the Yankee fans. Your team gets a walk-off win. Gleyber Torres gets a nice big hit to win the game, and the idiot Yankee fans start throwing beer cans and all types of stuff at the Cleveland players. Come on. They do it during losses. They do it during – this is not the first time. This is like, if memory serves correct, the 5th time, it might be even more, that Yankee fans have done this during wins and losses. You had to have your Yankees players on the field stop celebrating so they can run to the outfield to wave off and tell the fans to stop throwing stuff at the Cleveland players. And Shaw, the guy on the Guardians, the outfielder, has a couple of cuts on his faces because whatever they threw at him hit him in the face a couple of times. So he had a couple of cuts on his lip and his mouth. Come on. Again, it's always a certain few that makes it look bad for everybody else, but it's constant at Yankee Stadium. When I go to the Mets-Yankee games, they're throwing stuff at me and my friends while we're at the game. I don't know what's wrong with them, but they do it. It's a classless move. It's stupid. And I do hope they catch the guys or the men and women who did it and ban them for life. Yeah, he's got that veteran rule where he just can't. Let's see. Yeah, Adam, I know you're a Yankee fan, buddy. Like I said, it's certain people make it bad for everybody. It's a certain few that makes all the fans look bad in that situation. And it's not all the fans. I know a lot of Yankee fans that, cheer for your team. They talk smack, but they don't throw stuff on the field. They don't throw stuff at fans or players or anything like that. It sucks because it's a bad look because, 10 people can make it look bad for 40,000. It's sad. It's a joke. And I hope those fans at Yankee Stadium get banned for the rest of their life. Throughout baseball, not just Yankee Stadium. Because even Mercado said in his interview, he said, I was having fun with the fans. They were talking smack to me. I was smirking. I was putting thumbs up, going back and forth with them. He goes, that's fine. That's great with baseball. But when you're starting to throw stuff and you can cause an injury and you get violent, that's when there's a problem. And I give a lot of praise. I even tweeted to Mercado on Twitter. I said, you have a fan for life. The way he spoke in that interview, in the press conference after the game, he spoke it with dignity, with respect, still showing the fans that were doing the right thing respect and saying they were doing well. We were having fun talking smack back and forth. He goes, but when it gets violent and when people get hurt or possibly get hurt, that's when things happen, and that's the problem. So I give a lot of credit. I said he has a fan for life in me because the way he spoke up. And, he's not a 10-year veteran, and he spoke up with dignity and protected his teammate and did the right thing during a press conference. That's how you speak in a press conference, and that's good for him. All right, guys, so we got about 15 minutes until game time. I am trying to get to everybody's comment. Christian, let's see, what are you saying? Did you hear under the new CBA, a player with options can only be sent down 5 times during the season? They can no longer be sent down and called up. Yeah, I did see it. You brought it up and then it rang the bell. Yeah. Again, it's rare that a guy will get called up and sent down, more than 5 times. But I mean, it could hurt a team at times, but I mean, it doesn't happen enough, but it could be a problem going forward for any team for that matter. Yeah, John, I don't honestly think Met fans are bad. I think Met fans talk a lot of crap. Don't get me wrong. I've been to many road games, and specifically Philadelphia last year, where we weren't throwing stuff. We weren't, saying, racist or sexist comments towards people. We were cheering on our team. We were extremely loud, and we were extremely annoying at the Phillies game last year with me and I think 9 other of my friends. We were really annoying, but we did it respectfully for cheering on our team, chanting Phillies suck a few times, chanting let's go Mets, stuff like that. But we're not bad fans. We don't throw crap onto the field. Again, there's always one that might be an idiot. But this has been a trend in Yankee Stadium over the last couple of years. We saw it in 2017 with the 2017. We saw it in 2018, 2019. We saw it in 2021 when the Astros came back to Yankee Stadium. They were throwing stuff on the field as well. And speaking of the Yankees, they better shut their mouth because that letter that spoke about talks about them cheating almost the same way that the Astros were cheating prior to 2017, what the Astros did. The Yankees are going to have some problems because Cashman was bitching and moaning about the Astros basically taking the World Series away from them, championship away from them, when the Yankees were doing nearly almost the same thing while they had players in the replay room and giving the signs to players on second, the runners on second base, to give it to the batter. So that is also cheating with technology. And who knows what else is in that letter. And that actually came out, which I'm going to do a video about it probably Monday, regarding that Yankee stuff because there was I forgot who wrote it, but it was a news writer who wrote about it, about specifically most of the stuff that's in that letter. Not everything, but most of it. So they better be careful with that. Yeah, you know what, Marcus? They might. I mean, I don't know what they're gonna do. Like, it can go either way. I'm not gonna be happy with that because Jankowski has been good for us, but we'll see. We'll see. All right, I'm trying to get to everybody's comment. All right, I'm trying to get to everybody's comments really quick. All right, so I'm almost catching up there. The fans that throw stuff are subhuman. Give me a break. Yeah, I agree. They're a joke. You just can't do that. I'm sorry. You want to heckle the guy in the outfield, chant his name, call him an ass, all right, probably cursing a little bit. That's still fine. I wouldn't curse at him, but again, it's still words, sticks and stones, right? But to have people throw stuff at a player who sometimes fans think these guys are robots and they don't got feelings, or they can't get injured or get hurt. Like, I think sometimes we think they're robotic, but then they're human beings like us, and it's unfortunate. Yeah, I was waiting for somebody to say that the full-blown season collapse. Yep, the Dodgers did the exact same thing as well. Oh, that's interesting. I would have preferred to have both of those separate because they're both huge things for baseball, and one specifically for the Mets. I think Jackie Robinson should have been a standalone day because of the such greater importance of the 75th anniversary of breaking the color barrier. And just think, it's only been 75 years that baseball finally allowed minorities in baseball. Like, it's only 75 years. It seems like a long time if you think about it, but it's really not. And it's sad, and that's such a huge milestone in baseball. Like, just think, all the guys, if that never happened 75 years ago, the amount of players great players, Hall of Famers that might have not been in the game, the Hank Aarons of the world, Roberto Clementes, I can go on and on. I can name guys all day. Like, it should have been separate, but it kind of was like more of a coming together moment. I felt when I was at opening day at Citi Field, it just felt like everything came together well. And the Mets did a great job with everything. Representing Tom Seaver, which they should, the franchise, and Jackie Robinson, his family, his wife, everything in between, everything that they had to do, they did. And they did it very well, which they could have easily messed up, considering that they were trying to honor two of the biggest things in baseball, specifically one with the Mets and one in baseball as a whole. Look, I'm sorry. I don't want to hear you're from New York, you're from Philly. It doesn't matter. You don't throw stuff on the field, the ice, the football field, the basketball court. You don't do it. You just don't. You want to talk crap to the players. You want to annoy the hell out of the players. You want to heckle the players. Fine. I do that. If I'm in the outfield or if I'm close enough where a player can hear me, and I'll give you an example. In Washington, it was 2019. Juan Soto was playing right field. I was in the right field. I was in the first row right by the foul pole. I wasn't cursing because I'm not the type of guy to curse. I might curse on my own team sometimes, but I'll never curse directly at a player. I was heckling. I was like, Juan, you're going to drop a ball today. Juan, you suck. This just being annoying just to try to get him off his game, which it didn't work, obviously. But I was just heckling him. and in a respectful fan type of way that you should be doing it. You know, I was like, Soto. I was doing that type of stuff. And he gave me a thumbs up. He laughed a couple of times, but I had a can of beer, I had a bottle of soda, I had food tray. I could have easily thrown something at him and I could have probably hit him. Why would I do that? For what? What is that? First, I get ejected from the game. I'm probably banned not only from that stadium, but I'd probably be banned from all Major League ballparks, which I would probably cry because that's what I love baseball, and I'd be pissed. And it would be my fault. I just don't understand. I don't care where you're from. Act like an adult. That's what you have to do. Yeah, Ploxy, but they're not all kids. If you look at the video, if you watch the game, I was watching the game, and when they showed a close-up of it, those guys, okay, kids, what, 21 years old? You're not a kid. You're an adult, all right? You're an adult. I'm sorry. I don't care if you're 17, 16, 18, you should know better to not throw stuff onto a field. It just doesn't make sense. I don't care if you're a kid. You know, it wasn't a 7-year-old kid that threw something. Then you're like, all right, it's a child. But these guys, they were at least 25, 26, 27 years old. And you know what? If they're 17 or 18 years old, there should be somebody next to him that's an adult that says, hey, what the hell are you doing? But there was a lot of stuff on that field that was thrown. So I can guarantee you it wasn't all kids. And guess what, guys? That's in the same area where the bleacher creatures are as well. So before anybody talks about, right, those are supposed to be the Yankee fans that always go to the games, that always show up, that always support their team. That was in the same area of the bleacher creatures. That's right behind those rows. And there was stuff flying from everywhere in that section. So I don't want to care about kids, adults, minors. Those are mostly adults. You know what? There's an adult next to you that could have said something and they didn't. They were probably going along with the stupidity. Yes, especially, but again, early 20s. I was, in the early parts of my 20s as well. But guess what? I went to games too. I was frustrated. The team won walk-off and you're throwing stuff. Maybe I could have been like, okay, they lost a bad game. They were pissed. Maybe I could have had a little bit of an excuse that they throw stuff onto the field. But they won the game. You know what? Perfect example. When the Mets won on opening day, right? Blowing out the Diamondbacks. Lindor hitting 2 home runs. People were throwing beer up in the air, not the cans, just the beer up in the air, spraying all over the place. That's different. Now, some people might be pissed because they don't want to get splashed with beer. Fine. But they weren't throwing it at the players. Like, you can have fun and do stuff like that, but it's like, what the hell are you doing? Like, I just don't understand it. And being in the early 20s, I've been to games when the Mets, okay, put it this way. When the Mets lost that big lead, the 6-run lead in Washington that year, I was in the left field bleachers. You don't think I wanted to throw something? You don't think I wanted to punch a Washington National fan in the face who was in my face going, ugh? No, I'm not doing that. Early 20s, you're an adult. Guess what? You kill somebody in your 20s, you're going to jail for life. You're an adult. I'm sorry. I don't give no excuse for nonsense like that. It's stupid. All right, guys, so we're a couple of minutes away from the Mets game to start. So what I'm going to do right now, guys, is I'm going to set up the radio for us as we normally do. I put up the Mets radio call, put up game day, and I will see you in between innings. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. We got nearly 100 people in the stream right now. 100 people before the game. Let's get it to 200 today, and let's get that likes over 100 today, possibly 150. Let's get that going, guys. That is all up to you, and it's all on you guys. So I really appreciate everybody tuning in today for Mets versus Diamondbacks, starting at 8:10. The Mets intro is coming on right now it's not on SNY today, guys. It's on Pix 11 if you're in the New York market. I'm not sure if it's on MLB Network. I can't tell you. if you're not in Arizona or if you're not in the area, you might be able to watch it on MLB.com. We'll see. Or MLB.tv. We'll see. All right, let's see what else we got. Oh, PJC, I'm sorry. I don't know if there's any good. Look, PJC, I'm going to Colorado in May when the Mets face the Rockies. So if you're going to any of those games, I'll be there. Oh, okay. That's cool, PJC. I'm trying to get to everybody's comments really quick. I'm sorry about that. There you go. Silver Fox. If anybody wants to know, I shouldn't be probably promoting this, but MLB 66. Watch every game for free. Silver Fox, thank you. Yeah, I go to games a lot. Like I said, because I work overnight, it's very hard for me to go to night games at Citi Field. It's hard because I would just have to go. I'll do it occasionally. I'm probably going to do it a lot in May because, well, I like to go to games. I got season tickets. But, it's hard sometimes. I need some sleep sometimes. So, again, in May, I'm going to Colorado. In June, I'm probably going to California. So I'll be going to Philly. I'll be going to Washington during the year as well. I will be going to a lot of games at Citi Field May 3rd. I'm going to the doubleheader against the Braves. Probably going the end of April as well when we're coming back home. I'll be going to games. Don't worry. But again, with work and everything like that, I work overnight, and sometimes I get called in early. So if I'm at a game, I hate leaving the game early. So sometimes I'll get called in at 10 o'clock at night. Usually the Met game starts at 7. It's not going to end at 10 o'clock at night, and I hate leaving the game early. So I like going to a game knowing that I can stay the whole game. If I have to go to work at 1 a.m., 2 a.m., I'll stay up. I don't care about that. But, doing it on an everyday basis on a straight homestand is kind of tough. Yeah, Robert. Like I said, look, the Mets could have easily lost 3 out of 4. But you know what? I'm telling you, the Mets are, everybody going into that series, especially a lot of the Giant fans. Robert, you were there in the opening game when I did the live stream. There was a lot of Giant fans saying the Mets suck. The Giants are going to beat us 3 out of 4. We're going to get swept. And guess what? The Mets are a very good team. And I think some fans, including some Giant fans, were like, whoa, this Mets team's not that bad. And, the Giants are a good team. There's no doubt about that. But the Mets are also a good team. Andrew, it really depends. I have to look at the schedule. I don't have nothing set up yet or booked to go to Atlanta. I haven't been to Atlanta in a couple of years. I like to go back there. Like I said, I try to go to a lot of stadiums outside of New York just because it's fun. I'd like to go to Atlanta. If my schedule works out, I can probably do it. But we'll see. I would like to go to Atlanta, but at the moment, I don't have nothing booked. Yeah, the Cardinals are tough. The Cardinals haven't been playing a lot of people either. They've been beating up on Pittsburgh and the Reds a lot, but the Cardinals are a good team. There's no doubt about that. Goldschmidt, Arenado, they're dangerous. But the Mets do have Chris Bassett and Scherzer going in that series. So the Mets kind of have an advantage going, or at least having a good chance of taking 2 out of 3, but it's not going to be easy. That's for sure. All right, guys, so we've got about 5 minutes until game time, so I'm going to set up the radio call and put up game day right now so we can get ready for the Mets versus Diamondbacks. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button so we can have a lot of fun today during the watch party, and I'll be with you every step of the way throughout the innings going over the prior half inning. All righty, there we go. So MLB Game Day is all set up for you guys. Obviously, Brendan Nimmo is leading off. Once again, guys, scrolling on the bottom is the pitching matchup and also the Mets lineup for tonight's game. So, again, I'm going to try to do my best to get to your comments during the game. But again, the quick commercials could actually make me not go into because I want to put back the game. So I'm going to start the radio call. It should be starting any minute just now. Let me just put some do not disturb so you guys don't go crazy hearing all types of stuff. Alrighty. So let me get the radio call. Just give me a second, guys, so I can set it up for you guys. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button so we can spend the whole time talking smack all game, and let's hope that the bullpen game today works out.
Against the right-hander Humberto Castellanos, so the Diamondbacks side, he's got a 257 ERA.
All right, guys, so the radio call is on, and we'll be ready to go.
Castellanos has 4 walks and 3 strikeouts through 4 scoreless innings against the Mets last week at Citi Field. That's our starting pitching matchup. Lineups are next. Then first pitch on the WCBS Mets Radio Network, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers. Don't become another victim. Protect your...
All right, guys, so that's the radio call right there. As soon as it starts, I will put it back up for you guys. I just want to make sure that it's loud enough everybody can hear it. Again, I'm in a different setup today for everybody. Oops. Of course. So it's a little bit different today, so I just want to make sure everything's ready to go and on point. All right, there we go. Just give me a second, guys. Just want to make sure everything's ready to go. Alrighty. Frankie Baseball, what's up, buddy? All right, Ethan, I know you're watching your Braves.
Who's finishing up his warm-up tosses? Mets have a chance for another series win. Would be a 5th consecutive series win to begin the season. They can do that with a win tonight. Now for tonight's play-by-play, here's Wayne Randazzo.
All right, Jake, thank you very much. As Brandon Nimmo will start things off for the Mets tonight, facing the right-hander Humberto Castellanos. The Mets wearing their traveling gray jerseys again, with the gray pants, blue piping on those.
Sorry, guys.
For the Mets. Blue New York and print across the front line in orange. Blue numbers and letters on the backs of the jerseys with blue caps and bills. And the orange NY on the front of the cap. Mets are hoping to wear the black jerseys on the road at some point. They have not put that together just yet. The right-hander Humberto Castellanos working from the stretch. First pitch. Nimmo looks at a fastball outside, ball one at 5:10 local time here in Arizona. Called by the home plate umpire, Will Little. First base umpire is crew chief Greg Gibson, Nick Marley at second, and Rob Drake, the umpire, at third. 1-0 pitch. Nimmo looks at a fastball outside again, ball two. Quick note on the Mets lineup, by the way. The Mets earlier had a lineup that was sent out that had Pete Alonso as the DH and Dom Smith at first. That is not the case. Alonso is the first baseman, and Smith is the designated hitter. Buck Showalter highlighted that before the game. 2-0. Upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes on Nimmo.
Good start for Nimmo.
Basically said whatever is being electronically put out through MLB.com for some reason has not been entirely accurate. And when they've set the lineups out.
Let's go Mets.
3-0 pitch. Nimmo looks at his strike, 3-1. The plan all along today was to have Pete play first and Dom DH. And that's the way they had it. For whatever reason, it was spit out a different way when it was revealed this afternoon. 3 balls, 1 strike on Brandon Nimmo. Castellanos works and deals. Nimmo check swing on a pitch that was up in the zone. He hit it foul behind home plate. Just a little excuse me swing. Probably would have been ball 4. And Nimmo let that go. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Brandon just wanted to get a full count. Wanted a real-life Nimmo to start the game. As the count is full, 3-2 on the Mets leadoff batter. 3 infielders on the right for Arizona. Outfield shades to left. The payoff pitch. Nimmo shoots one foul toward the left side, slicing out of play, and it's still 3-2. Arizona's wearing their home white jerseys with white pants. Black Dbacks in print across the front, outlined in red. Black numbers and letters on the backs, red caps, black bills, and the Arizona A logo on the front of the cap, a long way from the purple and teal when Buck Showalter was the manager here. 3-2 pitch. Nimmo swats another one foul behind home plate. Still 3 balls.
All right, Nimmo making it work. 7 pitches so far for Castellanos. Nice to see. Mets been working pitches all year so far, Frankie. Nimmo is battling in the first at-bat of the game. You got to love it. Making him throw all his pitches here. Nimmo got a 325 average so far this year.
Count 3 balls, 2 strikes. Pitch. Nimmo, it's a pop-up foul to the left out of play, and it's still 3-2. Found it interesting after the game last night when Starling Marte legged out that go-ahead infield hit in the top of the 10th inning. He really gave some credit to Nimmo. He said Brandon set the tone by hustling throughout the game. There were a couple of moments where Nimmo was hustling on the bases, and Starling felt motivated by seeing Brandon Nimmo hustle the way that he was, so he knew he had to do it. 3-2. Nimmo takes ball 4, just a little bit low. That one was close.
That was a very close pitch. I thought it was a strike, but the umpire didn't call it. So we got a leadoff walk. Starling Marte up at the plate. Nobody out, first inning.
So here's Marte, who had that infield hit at the top of the 10th inning yesterday that gave the Mets the lead. He was called out at first. Replay review revealed that he was indeed safe. StatCast sprint speed had Marte locked in at 30.2 feet per second, which is considered elite speed. First pitch. Marte takes a strike on the outer half, 0-1. It's the fastest any Met has been clocked on the bases this year. So Starling Marte found another gear right when the Mets needed it. On that bouncing ball, he hit the third last night, giving the Mets 6-5 lead, subsequent victory. A 1 pitch. Wave and a miss. Good breaking ball there by Castellanos. A slow curve that moved down and away from Marte. 4 balls, 2 strikes on the former Diamondback. Starling Marte briefly in Arizona a few years ago. No balls and 2 strikes on Marte here. Nimmo leads from first pitch. Breaking ball is in there. Strike 3 called. This one at the top of the zone. Now Marte doesn't like the calls of the home plate umpire Will Little, so Will Little finding himself angry.
All right, so that was a quick at-bat by Marte.
First 2 batters of this game. As Nimmo walked.
Yep, Bumgarner, he's pitched well this year, Bumgarner. Mets have had problems with lefties this year.
Lindor switch hitter bats left against the right-hander Castellanos.
All right, so the very hot Francisco Lindor is coming up at 304, 4 home runs, 11 RBIs, and a 992 OPS this year. 4 for 13 against Arizona, 2 home runs, 4 RBIs. pretty good start for Francisco Lindor for April. See if he can continue it. 1 out in the first.
10 minutes for all the kids, and there are a lot of Mets fans that are here this weekend in Arizona. The ball's at 1 strike on Lindor. Nimmo's at first with 1 out. No score in the first inning. Pitch. Lindor fouls another one off to the left. In and out of the hands of a fan who lets it drop into the section below him. It bounced out of that section and into the ground level section here.
All right, Frankie got an 0-2 count. Let's go, Frankie. See if we can get some runs early in the game for Trevor Williams.
Bring a glove. You don't always need the glove. 2 hands. The ball's 2 strikes on Lindor. Baseball's been here a long time now. 1998, first year of the Diamondbacks. This is their 25th season. 24 years in existence. 0-2 pitch. It's another one foul to the left side near that same spot. This one out of play. No balls, 2 strikes still on Lindor. Baseball has a rich history in the state of Arizona. Spring training's been played here since the 40s. No balls and 2 strikes on Lindor. Pitch. Swing and a foul into the glove of Carson Kelly.
All right, so 2 strikeouts in a row after the Nimmo walk. So, all right, not looking good so far in the first inning, but 2 down. Here comes Pete Alonso.
James McCann singled. Castellanos walked 3 in that game, but gave up no runs in his 4 innings of work. Pete Alonso goes to work here. Early season sample sizes. Seen Pete boost his average about 60 points over the last 3 games. It's like 276 now on the year with a team leading 16 runs batted in. Castellanos, a belt tie set, first pitch.
Oh, PJC, I'm going on that Saturday too in Colorado. The 7-Line Army is going to be there. So we're going to have about 1,000 fans there. Or 1,000 from the 7-Line, at the very least. So make sure you hit me up. My email's on my channel page. So if you want to email me, let me know where you're sitting. I'll let you know where I'm sitting. Maybe we can meet up, have a beer.
The Diamondbacks have Peralta in left, Varsho in center, and Pavin Smith at right. Contra is at third. Perdomo's the shortstop tonight. Ketel Marte at second. He's pretty much standing at short right now with Alonso up. Walker's at first, all by himself on the right side of the infield, and Carson Kelly catching.
All right, so top of the first, Nimmo with a leadoff walk. Marte and Lindor struck out. 1-2 count to Pete Alonso. See if Pete can do some damage in the top first. Real Deal Prime. Hello from Canada. That's cool, man.
In the first inning, he's ahead of Alonso. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Castellanos working on back-to-back strikeouts. This will be his 20th pitch of the inning. He's ahead of Alonso, 1-2. Beltai set the pitch. Fastball hit in the air, left center, shallow. Marte goes out. Peralta comes racing in, calls everybody off, and makes a 2-handed catch. He comes to a stop right underneath the baseball to end the inning. Alonso flies outside, retired. Leadoff walk goes to waste. Nothing for the Mets.
All right, guys. So Mets didn't do nothing in the top of the first. Trevor Williams is ready to pitch for the Mets. Let's see if he can hopefully do something to avoid giving up some runs in his first inning at the very least. But the Mets went down with no runs in the top of the first. Waiting for the bottom of the first for Arizona to come up and see what Trevor Williams can do for the New York Mets. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. I thought the Mets were going to do some damage in the first. Nimmo with a leadoff walk, but you know what? You can't always get what you want sometimes. But that's okay. It is what it is at this point. I expect the Mets to score some runs in this game. I expect Trevor Williams to give up runs in this game. The Mets didn't do nothing in the top of the first, but it's early. Let's see what Trevor Williams can do. You know, Trevor Williams got decent stuff. Sometimes he can't locate his fastball, which gets him in trouble. So let's hope that Trevor Williams can actually locate that fastball, and then he can work in those breaking pitches and off-speed pitches that he has. Again, he's not a great pitcher, but like I said, I expect 2 from him. I'm hoping for 3 innings for Trevor Williams. All right, so the game's back on Pix 11. Just waiting for the radio call to come back to put it back on. All right, here we go. All right.
Bottom of the first inning, Trevor Williams is on the mound for the Mets. Williams will face left-handed batting Dalton Varsho to begin the bottom of the first. Varsho had a big blow last night.
Give me 1 second, guys.
2 out, game time.
I'll have it up.
In the bottom of the ninth inning, equaling the game at 5. Williams' first pitch. Varsho looks at the fastball strike outside corner. It's 0-1. Varsho leads the Diamondbacks with his 4 homers. He had 10 in the second half last year. His bat started to come around, and that's why Arizona tries to find a spot for him. The 0-1. Check swing on a changeup in the dirt. Varsho could not hold his swing. He went too far. It's 0-2. Varsho, a catcher by trade. The Diamondbacks want to get as much as they can out of his athleticism, so they've moved him to the outfield primarily this year. 0-2. Varsho, it's a hard hit ground ball past a diving Cano in the right field, and a base hit for Dalton Varsho to start tonight's game against Trevor Williams. With speed on the bases as well for Arizona. Number 4. Del Marte will be the batter. Marte switch hitter, bats left against the righty Williams. Come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Williams has done a nice job since joining the Mets. Go back to last July when Williams got picked up from the Cubs. He has a 2.91 ERA in 34 innings with the Mets.
Come on, Trevor, let's go.
With Javier Baez for Pete Crow Armstrong. Chastain set. First pitch from Williams. Fastball strike on the outer half. And it's 0-1. Williams with shaggy, long brown hair out the back of his cap. He's heavily tattooed over his arms and legs. Balls and 1 strike on Ketel Marte. Williams pitch in the dirt. Nito popped out of his crouch to look down to first to see if Varsho was taking any extra steps. Nito will throw it down there to first every now and then. We count 1 ball, 1 strike on Ketel Marte. That's infield is overshifted for Marte. It's a great hitter from both sides of the plate, but especially the right side, not quite as much on the left. Right side is his natural side. 1-1. Marte, it's a high fly toward the left field line. Long run, McNeil chasing after. He's there. Makes a one-handed catch in fair territory. Advancing back to first is Dalton Varsho.
All right, 1 out.
Ketel Marte flies out. Another good job by Jeff McNeil. Gets a good read off the bat. Good jump. Mets have been very satisfied with the way that McNeil's played left. One out, 1 on. David Peralta will be the batter. We saw Peralta briefly as a pinch hitter yesterday. He's the longest tenured Diamondback. This guy's been around a while here in Arizona. 34-year-old left-handed hitter. They've named him the Freight Train. First pitch. Fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. It's a pitcher originally in the Cardinals organization. He got let go. He had a couple of labrum surgeries. Just didn't cut it as a pitcher, so he went into independent ball and revamped himself as an outfielder when Arizona signed him in 2013.
I agree.
0-1.
Yankee fans, that 2 stuff need to be banned. All right, we got 1 out, 1-1 count. Man on first, bottom of the first. Trevor Williams got 8 pitches in the first.
Game. Torey Lovello promised that he could, as long as he didn't throw as hard as he could, and as long as he didn't throw any breaking ball. So those were the parameters for Peralta to be allowed to pitch in a big league game. 1-1. Foul straight back. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Did he listen?
I imagine so. It was a fair trade from Torey Lovello. And, you can pitch if you follow these rules.
Well, maybe no breaking balls, but you got to think he let a few rip.
No. I'm curious to see if J.D. Davis ever gets a chance to pitch, because we know J.D.'s probably got the strongest arm of any of the Mets position players, and he wants to pitch. Let's see if he lets some rip. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Williams with a throw to first. Varsho dives back. Mets defensive alignment sponsored by Orland and Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain, we've got specialists for that. Mets have McNeil, Nimmo, and Marte in the outfield left to right. Escobar's at third, Lindor the shortstop, Cano's at second with Alonso at first. And Tomas Nido is catching. Ball 2 strikes. Pitch. Swing on a fastball up. No swing, says Rob Drake at third. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Peralta. Like many of these Diamondbacks, a slow start with the bat, hitting .227. Although .227 on the Diamondbacks right now is the 3rd highest average on the team. Only Pavin Smith and Seth Beer are better. Those are the only 3 guys hitting above .200. Very quiet bats so far. The 2-2. Breaking ball in the dirt from Williams and a full count on Peralta, 3-2. Let's see if Varsho's running here. Imagine so. Varsho has a stolen base this year, and he has good speed. See if he's on the move. 3 balls, 2 strikes. 1 out, 1 on. First inning, no score here in Arizona. The sun is still shining. Nothing but blue skies above and in the background here at Chase Field. Another delightful day. 3-2, Varsho running. Pitch is ripped toward first, past Alonso, a base hit. Varsho takes off for third. He'll make it there easily. David Peralta smashed that ball right by Pete. Diving effort by Alonso, but he came up empty. Now the Diamondbacks. Runners on first and third, only 1 out here in the first inning.
Well, Alonso might have had a better shot if he was playing a little bit deeper and had more time before that ball got to him. But because he was holding on Varsho and had to leap away from the bag, it was kind of playing in on the grass a little bit.
All right, guys, so we got first and third. 1 out for the Diamondbacks. Trevor Williams already has 12 pitches in the first.
Here in the first. In Arizona, runners on the corners, 1 out. Threatening to score early in this one. Christian Walker.
Nice double play would be nice here.
Is the batter here? The bottom of the first. That ball 109 miles an hour off the bat of Peralta, by the way. Pretty well struck. First pitch. Swing and a miss. Good pitch there by Williams. Best slider we've seen so far from him. Awkward swing from Walker. No balls, 1 strike. Good double play target here. Walker has not hit into one this year, but he's not fast. So if Williams gets a ground ball, good chance the Mets can turn 2. Cano's to the left.
Mets entering tonight. Starters 8-1 record.
On the infield.
2.07 ERA, lowest in Major League Baseball. That's the stat they just put up on Pixel 11.
On Walker. Scoreboard update brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. Tampa Bay bullpenning with its finest effort, as they have used 6 pitchers to no-hit the Red Sox through 8 innings today. No score, though. Bottom of the 8th in Tampa Bay. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Good slider again. And it's 1-2. The Red Sox, by the way, have allowed only 1 hit. Quite a duel between many pitchers in that Rays-Red Sox game. Boston's used 3 and Tampa Bay's used 6. One ball, 2 strikes on Christian Walker. Williams pitch. That's in the dirt. Picked out by Nido. That's 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Yep, doing with a lot of pitchers, too.
It seems like we're getting closer and closer.
Super nuclear.
Pitcher.
What's the odds on that right there? What would you win if it all happens?
Well, I hope that's not the case.
Sure.
I hope that we still get – the Mets rely heavily on starting pitching. Some teams do and some teams don't.
All right, we got a full count, 1 out, first and third.
Starting pitchers to be back in some ways.
Going to see if the runner on first is going to run. They'll try to stay out of the double play here.
One is to limit the number of pitchers on a roster. They are. 13 is the number, though. It's hardly a limit that's going to change anything. But if you get that number down to 10 or 11, then all of a sudden you are going to have to rely on pitchers to pitch deeper into games.
Mets have gotten that so far this year.
I know Buck Showalter's a big fan of
really nice to get a double play
down.
Trevor Williams got 18 pitches so
3-2.
far.
Walker fouls one off to the right, still 3-2. Reminded that this Red Sox-Rays game combined 1 hit. And Sandy Koufax's perfect game against the Cubs. A lot of people don't remember that the Cubs starter that night, Bob Henley, only allowed 1 hit.
Double play ball.
So it was a perfect game on one side and a 1-hitter on the other.
Oh.
Dodgers beat the Cubs that night 1-0 behind Koufax's perfection. 3-2. Swinging a bouncing ball to short. Lindor's got it. Throw to second one. Cano to first. It is not in time. Alonso dropped the ball anyway, and a run scores.
Gotta
Dalton
catch that
Varsho
ball,
comes
Pete.
home, and the Diamondbacks take a 1-0 lead on an RBI fielder's
He might have been
choice
safe
off the bat
anyway.
of Christian Walker.
It's going to be really close at first, even if Alonso holds on to it. Cano's turn at second base, he kind of flicked it over to first. Didn't get a ton on it, and maybe if he had a little bit more behind it, there's a chance the Mets can turn two and end the inning, but
1-0 D-backs.
it was in and out of Alonso's mitt anyway. Even if he squeezes it, looks like Walker might have been safe.
Really a
It looked like Walker would have beat that out anyway, but
that ball was hit toward the hole at short. Lindor waited back for it.
Yeah, he would have beat the ball anyway. So he would have been safe if he had caught it.
Timing a bit. Set Beer the
but I'll take one run for just that out. Get out of the inning with just one run. I'll take
for Arizona.
20 pitches for Trevor Williams so far in the first.
Looking at the replay again, definitely Walker would have been safe. And Alonso caught that ball. Arizona scores first tonight. Now Walker at first with 2 outs. Seth Beer, the count 0-1. Williams pitch. Fastball down and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. For Trevor Williams, this is the Mets' 16th game, and he's only pitched in 2 of them, entering tonight for a total of an inning and 2/3.
Because it's not on SNY tonight.
He's probably the one guy.
These.
Wish he could have gotten a little.
They're on Pix 11, that's why.
Up to this point. 1 ball, 1 strike on Beer. Pitch. Round ball into the shift on the right side. Cano has it from the outfield grass. Sidearm toss to Alonso on target to win the inning. 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 left. An inning complete in Arizona. The Mets trail the Diamondbacks 1-0 on the WCBS Mets Radio Network, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
All right, guys, so we're going to the top of the second. Arizona did get only 1 run. It could have been a lot worse. Trevor Williams did get out of that with just 1 run, but he has over 20-something pitches already. He has 22 already, 23 already. So like I said, I expect 2 innings, hoping for 3. Pix 11 doesn't have an app to stream, I don't believe. I'm not 100% sure of these, but I don't think so. But the reason why you can't stream it on the SNY app is because it's not on SNY, unfortunately. So the Mets are coming up, trailing 1-0. You got Eduardo Escobar, Dominic Smith, and Robinson Cano, the hitters coming up for the Mets. So it could have been a lot worse. Trevor Williams did technically get out of a jam, so to speak. But again, his pitch count over 20 already. I don't think he's going to throw more than 50 pitches because he only pitched twice, as you heard Howie say, twice in the first 15 games of the year. So he hasn't pitched a lot. He basically came out of the bullpen. So 50, 55 pitches maybe for Trevor Williams. So that's why I expect 2 innings. I'm hoping for 3. Inebriation, I don't know if they stream. I guess you could probably find if they have an app, but I don't think so. I don't have the app, so I'm not 100% sure on that. No, I'm streaming. I have the cable, so I'm watching it on Pix 11. All right, so the game is back, guys. Sorry, I'll get back to you guys.
Top of the second, Eduardo's got some family here as well, up from Venezuela. See the Diamondbacks and the Mets here at Chase Field this weekend. Escobar was the Diamondbacks All-Star representative last year. First pitch. Look to the fastball strike of the outside corner from Humberto Castellanos. 1-0 Arizona has the lead. Top of the second, Escobar. Switch hitter, bats left, off to a good start this year, hitting .292. 0-1. It's lifted toward the left field line. Peralta's after it. Former Gold Glove winner Peralta right along the foul line makes a 2-handed catch in fair territory. And Eduardo Escobar is retired. 1 out. Second inning, 1-0 Arizona. Customize your season with a Mets 60th anniversary flex pack. Select the games and rewards that you want. Visit Mets.com/flex for more information. Batter now is Dominic Smith. Smith is the DH today, not playing first. Pete Alonso's at first. It's this back and forth that the Mets have between trying to keep everybody happy and field the best team. First pitch, Smith takes high and outside, ball one. And right now, that includes having Alonso at first base more often than Dominic Smith. Certainly could see that flip-flopping at some point. 1 ball, no strikes, the pitch. Smith, it's ground ball sharply right side. Walker down to his knee with a backhand stop. Flip to Castellanos covering first. And Dom is retired. 2 up, 2 down. One thing that will help flip it for Dominic Smith is that he has to start hitting. Right now, just 4 for 25 to start the year. He has not had an extra base hit yet this season.
That's not good
2
for
quick outs for Castellanos. Speaking of a guy who Mets would like to see start to turn things around, it's Robinson Cano batting 194 so far. You may have read in the New York Post or the New York Daily News that Cano's roster spot could possibly be in jeopardy. First pitch, fastball inside, ball one. We've been racking our brains up here trying to figure out who the Mets might cut when they have to make the roster trimmed from 28 to 26 on May 2nd. And Cano's name, at least in the newspapers, has come up. 1-0. Cano flips one foul toward the left out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike. I think that's a little far-fetched.
See if Cano can keep this inning alive here.
Mets want to field their 26 best players. It's hard to say that Luis Guillorme and Travis Jankowski have been less valuable to this point, and perhaps in the future, than Robinson Cano. 1 ball, 1 strike, the pitch. Cano looks at a fastball strike on the outer half. It's 1-2.
At least something in Guillorme's favor. He's got a little bit more versatility.
And another terrible at bat by Robinson Cano.
It's only at second.
I think Guillorme's the backup shortstop. And the Mets don't really have another true shortstop behind Lindor outside of Guillorme. The 1-2. Change-up, swing and a miss, strike 3.
Well, that was a quick inning by the Mets. Terrible at bat by Cano once again. I mean, he's just useless at this point. The Mets go down in order, 1, 2, 3, and go to the bottom of the second. Diamondbacks lead 1-0. Just a terrible at bat. Once again, Robinson Cano, slider bounces in the dirt, swings at it. He's done this all year. I mean, he's batting less than 200 under the Mendoza line. I mean, it's a joke. This guy's got to be off the team by May. I cannot keep on looking at freaking Robinson Cano, where you could have played Connor today. You could have played McNeil at second. Robinson Cano should be playing once a week, if that. I just don't understand. I just don't understand it. I really don't. It's frustrating. That's all he does. He was late on an 86 miles an hour fastball in that last at bat, swinging at sliders that are absolutely not even close to being a strike, that are just is nearly hitting his feet, and he's swinging away at it, not even close. It's a joke. If they don't cut Robinson Cano by May 1st, then it's clearly a situation where they don't want to cut him and pay him the money, or Buck Showalter still has a big say and still wants Cano on his team. And I don't care what anybody says about, oh, he's good in the clubhouse. He has a lot of friends in the clubhouse. I don't care. If you're not producing on the field, you're taking somebody's spot in the batting order and on the field in this situation. Honestly, J.D. Davis sucks, but I'd rather see J.D. Davis get a shot than Robinson freaking Cano. At least J.D. Davis can at least try to hit a ball over the fence. So we're going to the bottom of the second. Diamondbacks lead 1-0.
It's the home half of the second at Chase Field in Arizona. Left-handed batting Pavin Smith leads off against Trevor Williams. Carson Kelly and Sergio Alcantara follow. First pitch, breaking ball strike, lands in neatly from Williams. And it's 0-1. Couple of hits and a run for Arizona in the first. RBI for Christian Walker. Mets have not had a hit yet against Humberto Castellanos. 0-1. Ripped foul past first. Dave McKay, the veteran first base coach, slipped out of the way. Dave McKay has been around a long time. Back around the LaRussa, Dave Duncan gang for many of his years
going into the second inning
Major League Baseball.
So
the ball's 2 strikes. Williams deals. Pounded in. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Dave McKay was not around much last year. Had a fall in the Arizona dugout last season that sidelined him for many months. He's all good now. The 1-2. Pavin Smith takes outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Smith named after the golfer Corey Pavin. His father was an agent for Corey Pavin and Gary Player. I guess Player Smith didn't work. 2-2. Foul toward the left side, out of play. Still 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Maybe a little on the nose or a little too generic.
Maybe. Maybe he's got a brother named Player Smith. Maybe there's another ode to one of the golfers that his dad represented. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Williams hands overhead, wind up his pitch. Smith reaches out. It's a fly ball to left, pretty deep, but not carrying. McNeil now in a step. Makes a one-handed catch,
I don't think the Mets are
shoulder
going to get forward.
to retire Pavin
I
Smith.
don't think
1
so.
out. Carson Kelly will bat. When it comes to heating
You know,
efficiency,
if you get rid of
peerless
Cano,
boilers and
you lose
Pavilion
an
Takers
infielder.
water heaters
So you
are in a
would
league
have
of
to
their
think
own.
you would want another infielder to take that spot,
More
not
info.
another outfielder.
And remember,
We have enough
Peerless
outfielders.
America's best-built
We
boiler.
got Jankowski. Dominic Smith can play
Carson
left field.
Kelly
You got Jeff
is
McNeil that can play second.
really trying to
left
find a
field
hit.
as
He
well.
is 2 for 32.
So you would think you need another
One of
infielder
those
to
hits
replace
you may
Robinson
recall
Cano.
was a
You know,
ball
what about
that
Mark
Starling
Vientos?
Marte
Bring him
lost
up.
in the sun
Give him a shot.
at Citi
He
Field
raked
last
last
week.
year.
First pitch.
He's not having a really
Kelly
good year
takes a
this year in the
fastball.
minors, but it's only like 10
This
games.
is outside.
But I
1
bring
ball, no
Vientos up.
strikes.
At least I could see
These
him
hits have been tough to come by.
given
for
a chance
Carson Kelly.
and possibly hitting balls
Right-handed
over the
batting
wall and putting
catcher,
the bat
1-0
on the
from
ball.
Williams.
Cano was just an
Fastball
automatic
fouled
out
back,
at this
1
point.
ball, 1 strike.
They've been tough to come by for pretty much anybody in that Arizona dugout. The team, they're still batting under 200.
As I said before, only 3 guys on their roster
Come on, Trevor.
hitting
31
above
pitches
200.
for Trevor in the second. Come on.
Alta, Smith, and Beer. 1-1.
Be extremely
Kelly
excited
fouls
if Trevor
one off
Williams
to the
can
right. It's
go
1-2.
3
Our salute to
innings,
service is
possibly
presented
4
by
innings.
our
I'll take
partners,
that
the
to help
Tunnel
out
Towers
his bullpen a little
Foundation,
bit
who,
here.
along with the Mets Radio Network, extend heartfelt thanks to Special Operations Navy SEAL Bo Reichenbach. You can help heroes like Bo at T2T.org.
I don't know, no man. I don't know. They might do it. You
1-2
know, they
pitch.
might. You know, you can't hold up a
Away
roster
again to the
spot
right off the end
for
of
a guy
Kelly's
who's
bat.
basically useless. You
Still
just
1
can't.
ball and 2 strikes.
Especially for a team that
Corey
has
Pavin's dad worked
a
with
chance
golfers.
have division
Sure, Carson Kelly's dad worked
aspirations, winning
with
the
some
division,
golfers too in the
playoffs,
golf
World
division
Series.
at Nike.
You just can't.
Carson grew up in Portland because his dad worked for Nike. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Line toward left. That's a base hit. McNeil running to his right to pick it up and keep Carson Kelly at first. Good throw in from McNeil as well. So Carson Kelly smacks a
Tony
one-out
Watson
single.
retired, Michael.
It's his 3rd hit.
I mean, sorry,
in
Lynn.
33 at bats, and now Sergio Alcantara will be the bat.
Yeah, got it right off the end of the bat. Didn't hit it all that hard, but right over Lindor.
Trevor Williams is not putting batters out.
Slider
He had a
from
couple
Williams.
of batters on 2 strikes.
Stayed
It
up
just
enough.
can't shut him down.
Carson Kelly to reach down.
That's not a good
Whack
sign.
it to left field. So he's on, 1 out. 2nd inning, 1-0 Diamondbacks, and Alcantara bats, left-handed hitter against the righty Williams.
I don't know if Williams is going to go 5 innings. I doubt it.
The door playing up the middle.
He already got 34 pitches. I'd be
First
surprised if he goes past
Small
60
strike,
pitches.
dots the inside corner. It's 0-1. Alcantara spent some time with the Cubs last year, former Tiger. Good day to be a Detroit Tiger today. Miguel Cabrera eclipsing 3,000 career hits. What an accomplishment that is. 0-1. Check swing and a ball low and away, and it's a strike, according to Rob Drake.
All
Third
right,
counts
0-2
0-2.
count on
33rd
Alcantara. Let's see
member
if
of
Trevor Williams can either
3,000
get a double
club.
play to get out of the inning
Just the
or a nice
7th
strikeout here.
to have both 3,000 hits and 500 homers, and only the 3rd, along with Henry Aaron and Willie Mays, to have 3,000 hits, 500 homers, and a 300-plus lifetime average. 0-2. Outside, 1 ball, 2 strikes.
It's just awe-inspiring what Miguel Cabrera has done. You think about Henry Aaron and Willie Mays, somewhat contemporaries in the 60s and 70s, but Miguel Cabrera has done it in this generation of baseball.
1 ball, 2 strikes on Alcantara, the pitch. Fastball line to right. That's a base hit.
Another
Carson Kelly
1-2
will go
count
second and
where
hold there.
he
Starling
didn't
Marte
get a
fires
batter
it.
out.
It's 4 hits allowed by Williams. Back-to-back 1-out singles here in the 2nd. And Geraldo Perdomo
Jesus.
will be the batter
What's
down.
up, Michael?
Shortstop, number 2, Geraldo Perdomo.
Miguel Cabrera getting his
He's had a couple
3,000th
of
hit
batters
against
now
the
on 2
Rockies
strikes. You
today.
can't put him
Clean
away.
base hit to right.
He's giving up hits
Jose
here.
Iglesias, who
On
used to
one,
play for the
on
Tigers,
2
now
strike pitches.
with the Rockies, was basically
You
the
got to
first
get some guys
person
out here.
to hug Cabrera today. Iglesias from Venezuela as well. He jumped into Miggy's arms after Miguel Cabrera hit number 3,000 today. It's going to be a while before another guy gets close to 3,000 hits. Looking at the list of active players today, figure Cano could have gotten there had the suspensions and pandemic not taken basically 2 full years away from his career. It's doubtful now. First pitch. Perdomo looks at a fastball spike in the knees. It's 0-1. Jose Altuve, maybe if he plays long enough. Freddie Freeman, maybe if he plays long enough. The guy who's most likely out of the active players to get 3,000 hits is Manny Machado. He's about halfway there, and he's not even 30 yet. He's about 50 hits away from 1,500. So if Manny keeps going and plays long enough to about 40, figure Manny Machado might get to 3,000 hits, but that's 10 years from now. It's going to be a long time. Even if Altuve or Freeman get there, it'll be another 8 or 9 years. 0-1. Perdomo shows bunt, pulls the bat back, and takes low. 1 ball, 1 strike.
And Cano's the closest, and he's over 300 hits away.
And again, you go back to full year suspension last year, a half season when he was with Seattle, plus the shortened year in the pandemic, and probably about 300 hits lost right there for Robbie. Probably be right on it this year. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Perdomo bunts third base side. Escobar charges, gloves, runs into Williams, throws to first, too late. Trevor Williams in front of Escobar. As Eduardo fielded that ball, Williams also tried to go after
Not
it.
looking good.
Ended up bumping Escobar, so Escobar's timing on the throw was off, and Perdomo gets a bunt base hit.
And Williams went after it, even though he's falling off of the first base side. He broke over to the third base side, basically just got in Escobar's way and tried to get out of the way as best he could, but there was nothing he could really do. But that's Escobar's ball all the way, especially the way that he was charging
All right, bases loaded, 1 out for Varsho.
That play cleanly.
Trevor Williams already got 40 pitches in the second.
Not sure if Escobar is calling for that in that situation or not. He probably should have. Maybe Williams didn't hear him. Williams standing in the way of his own fielder. What should have been an out at first. Bases loaded now. Pitch to Varsho. Swing and a miss.
Well, that wasn't Escobar's fault.
Fastball up in the
Williams
zone.
got in
It's
Escobar's
0-1.
way. Just ran into
3
it.
straight singles from the
I
bottom
think
of
Escobar would have
Arizona's
made that
order.
play if Williams wasn't there.
Bunt base hit for Perdomo. Diamondbacks threatening, already leading 1-0. Bases full with 1 out. 1 strike on Varsho. Alonso in at first. Everybody else back on the infield. 0-1. Changeup is low and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. On the left-handed batting, Dalton Varsho.
Let's go, Trevor. Come on. Nice ground ball here.
Runner at third, Kelly, not very fast. He's a catcher. Alcantara, better speed at second. Perdomo at first. Best arm in the Mets outfield. One of the best arms in baseball.
I know, Ken. It's not looking good so far. But he hasn't blown it up yet.
1 strike on Varsho as Williams steps off. It's like Nito is flashing the traditional signs today. Some of the Mets pitchers like the pitch calm and some don't. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch. Outside to Varsho, ball 2. Been a bit of a battle here for Williams. He's only recorded 4 outs. He's thrown 43 pitches. He's allowed 5 hits, all singles. So far, just 1 run.
No errors, just base hits.
Change pretty quickly here. 2 balls, 1 strike. Pitch.
Michael, you can't take him out this early. Not right now.
Straight back.
You got to make him work through it. You have to. You can't destroy the bullpen and then use all your bullpen arms, and then you screw the next couple of days.
Has gone to extra innings. So Boston's going to get a free guy out there at second base. It's possible. I think I would find it somewhat hilarious if the Red Sox win that game, thanks to the extra innings rule without a hit. 2-2. Swinging a liner towards second. Cano leaps, and it's off his glove. into right center field. Kelly scores. Alcantara held at third as Marte gets it in. Marte skips the ball past the cutoff man, but Williams there to back it up near the home plate area. It's an RBI single for Dalton Varsho. It's 2-0 Arizona. It seemed like a ball off the bat that Robinson Cano was going to catch.
He either mistimed his jump or he just didn't have the hops. He went full extension up in the air.
That's them old legs right there. It's a line drive, but your infield's got to catch that ball.
If he didn't have a play on that ball and it was clearly going to evade him, then Diamondbacks maybe score 2 instead of just the 1.
Now Jeremy Hefner is on the mound with a meeting involving the entire Mets infield. That ball was not.
Yeah, Michael, I didn't think he was going to go 5 at all. I was expecting 2, praying for 3.
Not even looking at the game cast on StatCast. It said it was only 73 miles an hour, so maybe Cano had time to even back up the step.
The old legs of Cano couldn't get up a little bit more to get that ball.
To mistime his leap. Maybe he thought it was hit harder than it was. Now 4 straight singles. Diamondbacks have another run. They lead 2-0 in Arizona. The bases loaded, still 1 out. One of the best hitters at the plate, Ketel Marte.
Williams had a 2-strike count on Varsho. Can't put him away. Sean Reed Foley is in the bullpen warming up.
Over below, ball 1. Marte has hit .311 in his career with the bases loaded. He's hit 3 grand slams. He's hoping to get an out here. Only 1 in the inning. Bases loaded. 2-0 Arizona. 1-0 pitch. It's in there for a strike on the outer half from Williams. The count evens on Ketel Marte. 1 ball, 1 strike. Marte been a Diamondback for a while, and he will be for an even longer while. He signed a contract extension recently. 1-1. Change up in the dirt. 2 balls and 1 strike.
I know, Ken. It's always my fault. I keep on saying, why is Cano playing every freaking game? Jesus Christ.
Aces loaded with 1 out, a run in. Diamondbacks with a 2-0 lead against the Mets.
Well, he's got to throw a strike here.
Balls in a strike to pitch. It's inside ball 3. Mets are getting their bullpen up.
I think some of this inning's just been some tough luck. Diamondbacks haven't hit the ball hard at all. There hasn't been a single batted ball over 100 miles an hour that's gone for a base hit. Hardest one was Alcantara's single to right.
3 balls, 1 strike pitch. Swinging a bouncer to first. Alonso has it. Turns and throws to second base 1. Lindor will hold it there. That's the only play the Mets have. A run scores as Alcantara comes home. So Arizona kicks their lead up to 3-0. It's an RBI for Ketel Marte. His 5th this year. Runners on the corners for David Peralta. Perdomo advancing to third on the play. Varsho forced out at second. It probably should have been out of the inning.
All right. Keep it to only 2 runs.
Escobar
3-run
fielded,
lead.
but Williams bumped into him before Escobar could throw, helping Perdomo get a base hit. Pitch to Peralta.
Come on, Trevor. Keep it at 3
strike.
runs.
Over the inner half at the knees, 0-1. Varsho's ball, too. Maybe he should have been caught by Cano.
Those are the types of plays that won't go into the scorebook as errors. They go in as hits, but when you look back at how everything kind of wound up, you can chalk them up as errors of a kind.
0-1 in the dirt. Nito knocks it down. 1 ball, 1 strike on Peralta. We saw the Mets' Chris Bassett have some issues with soft contact. The Giants scored a bunch of runs against Bassett earlier in the week. One ball, 1 strike on David Peralta. 2 out, 2 on the pitch. It's outside ball 2. Boston did break up that no-hitter in the top of the 10th. Bobby Dahlbeck with an RBI triple. Red Sox have a 2-0 lead in the game where they did not have a hit in the first 9 innings. 2 balls, 1 strike on Peralta. 3-0 Arizona in the second pitch. Swinging a high fly to center. Should be easy for Nimmo. Trotting over to his left. Nimmo's there. Makes a one-handed catch. The inning is over, but 2 more.
All right, guys. So it could have been a lot worse. Bases loaded, 1 out. Gave up only 2 runs. Again, I was expecting runs to be scored against Williams. He's probably not going to come out to the third. Again, like I said earlier, I expected 2 innings, hoping for 3. It's not even probably going to go 3. So the Diamondbacks lead 3-0. Going in the top of the third. Once again in this inning, he had a couple of batters, 2 strikes, could not get the batter out with 2 strikes. You can't pitch well if you're going to continue to have 2 strikes on batters and not get the job done. That's been the problem in Trevor Williams in the first 2 innings right here. And, he's not a guy that can overpower you. He throws 86, 87 miles an hour fastball. He's not locating the fastball where he needs to. He's just missing on the inside corner, which he's basically, when he has to come into the plate, he's leaving it right over the plate and the guys are hitting it. So, again, Robinson Cano should have caught that ball. I mean, anybody who has younger legs will probably be able to catch that ball, and maybe we would only gave up 1 run. But once again, guys, the Diamondbacks leading 3-0 going in the top of the third. The Mets have up 8-9-1, McNeil, Nito, Nimmo. So the Mets better start scoring some runs. It looks like Sean Reed Foley is going to be in for the third inning. But once again, guys, the problem with this game, and this is what I talked about earlier during the pregame, the biggest issue when it came to yesterday and why Buck took out Peterson so early in the 5th, using so many bullpen arms, knowing that there's a bullpen game tomorrow, meaning today, where you were going to have to at least use 3 or 4, maybe 5 relief pitches in this game. That's the biggest problem that we have right now, and that's the problem that we're already seeing. Williams can't get out of barely got out of the second inning. He's probably not pitching the third. Now you got to use Sean Reed Foley. Let's hope he pitches well enough so we can get maybe 2, maybe 3 innings out of him. If we only get 1 or 2 innings out of him, well, guess what? Now we got to go more into the bullpen. So here we go, guys. Third inning, Mets trail 3-0.
Ball is better when it's not indoors. Third inning, Mets down 3-0. Jeff McNeil leads off against Humberto Castellanos.
Get some runs.
Play-by-players, Jake.
Thank you very much, Wayne. Castellanos kicks and delivers. First pitch to McNeil, a little bit high. 1 ball, no strikes. Like you said, it's been beautiful. Watch the roof open before the game today, slowly but surely, like the seas parting to reveal the blue skies up above.
Yeah, but no music.
Yeah, still no music. The pitch. McNeil flicks it foul up and over the third base side netting. Now it's 1-1.
They have a particular song. It's actually called the Chase Field Roof Opening Song. They play every time they open the roof just before game time. It's a 4-minute song to match the 4 minutes it takes to open the roof. But with the cable problems they're having, it now takes 20 minutes to open the roof. So no song.
The 1-1. Another one sliced foul, third base side into the stands. 1-2. Well, they could just play the song 5 times.
Well, or play it, at a super slow speed so that it takes 20 minutes to play the song. I'm fine with either way. I'm down with hearing it 5 times. I love the Chase Field roof opening song.
I think you'd rather hear it 5 times in a row than it's super slow-mo once. Here's the pitch. McNeil hits it in the air, deep to left field, toward the corner. Peralta racing back onto the track, reaches out and makes the catch, crashing right into the left field corner. And he hung on for the out to begin the inning.
That's a great play by Peralta, who's won a Gold Glove. He knows what he's doing out there. He was able to make that catch just before bumping into the bottom of the fence, bottom of the foul pole out there at the 330 sign and left.
And right into that yellow line. So 1 up, 1 down for Humberto Castellanos. Now he faces Tomas Nido, the Mets' number 9 hitter. Mets down 3-0, top of the third. Bases empty, 1 out.
McNeil hit the hardest ball so far.
From first base side of the rubber, Castellanos delivers. First pitch hits the outside corner, bell tie for his strike, and it's 0-1.
That should play you the Chase Field roof opening song so that you can hear it. You have never heard it.
No. I'll have to load it onto some playlist at some point.
This might be a long game.
0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nito chased after a curveball that was up and away. Now it's 0-2. Mets are still looking for their first hit in this ball game. Castellanos threw 20 pitches in the first inning.
Well,
just
Michael,
8
the
pitches
long
in
man
the second inning.
is Trevor Williams.
Now he's ahead
He
of
just had a
Nito,
start today.
0-2.
Sean Foley can go 3
And he
innings
delivers.
if he's on.
Runs outside.
So
One
we
ball, 2
technically
strikes.
have long guys.
We're coming to you
But
live from the
they're
Bigelow
pitching
Tea
today,
broadcast
that's the problem.
booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly.
Mets offense is
Ball
struggling.
2 strikes
guys.
on Nito. 2 infielders on each side of second base.
So far.
Outfield straight up. And here's the pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. 3 straight curveballs from Roberto Castellanos. Nito chased after one, took another, and then chased after the third. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification on the WCBS Mets Radio Network, driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
All right, Brandon Nimmo coming out with 2 outs in the top of the third.
CBS and WCBS FM HD2
trail
New York.
3-0.
Back inside Chase Field, Mets trail 3-0, top of the third inning, and the top of the lineup in
Maybe
Brandon
Nimmo
Nimmo.
can sneak a home
Base
run
is
here.
empty and 2 outs.
Get us on the board here.
First pitch. And it's a strike, knee-high inside corner, 0-1. Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact a dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. 3 infielders on the right side against Nimmo. Drew a 9-pitch walk last time up.
I agree,
Castellanos
Jerry.
delivers and misses
Like I
inside.
said, I feel like it's going to be a
1-1.
high-scoring game.
I don't know what it is about Castellanos, but
Mets
Zach
might need more
Gallen's
than
one
5
thing.
runs.
This guy's another. Castellanos has never been particularly effective at the major league level, but in
That's interesting.
2 starts now
If
against
Before
the Mets, he
entire
has not
season,
given up
because
much.
he got hurt during his
just 1 hit.
practicing during the offseason. That's unfortunate for him.
Only gave up 1 hit when he started against the Mets last week. 4 scoreless innings. Walked 3, struck out 1. Tonight he's got 4 strikeouts and just the 1 walk. All 4 strikeouts have been on the curveball.
Well, that was quick.
Here's the 1-1 pitch. Nimmo hits it high in the air to left field. Playable for Peralta. Takes a couple of steps to his right. Reaches up. Makes a 2-hand catch. And that ends the inning. Mets go down in order 1, 2, 3 in the top of the third inning. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base.
All right, so the Mets don't have no hits so far. They're losing 3-0. Probably Trevor Williams is out of the game. Sean Foley is probably going to pitch. We'll see. Maybe Buck will keep him out there for 1 more inning just to save the bullpen the next inning. But I don't think Buck should let this game get away. You don't want Trevor Williams to go out there and give up a couple more runs, and now you got to fight back even further. But Mets trail 3-0 going into the bottom of the third. Mets have no hits so far. Offense is a little flat in the first couple of innings, but like I said, the Mets have to score runs today, score a lot of runs today to win this ball game. I felt that way going in. You know, I expected Williams to go 2 innings, hoping for 3. I don't even think he's going to get to 3. If Sean Foley comes in, let's hope he can give us 2 or 3 innings at the most or at the least. If he gives us 2 or 3 innings, that will help us get to the 5th or 6th inning. We don't have to continue to kill our bullpen. You know, this game could be a lost cause today. You know, if the Diamondbacks continue to score runs, maybe you just leave one of the guys out there like a Sean Foley just to take some innings in and save the bullpen. Maybe it's one of those days. But we're only down 3 runs. I agree, Michael. We're never out of a game. But, you know, sometimes games can just get away from you. You know, this game, you know, again, if the Diamondbacks start to score more runs, it's like a 6-7 run game. You know, maybe you'll keep a guy out there. You're not going to, you know, you try to come back, of course, but you're not going to go crazy. So Trevor Williams is still on the mound. So Buck is trying to save the bullpen.
Diamondbacks 3-0. Christian Walker leads
Bottom
off for
third.
Arizona.
3-0
Gets the
Arizona.
righty Trevor Williams back on the mound. Overhead windup, first pitch. Low and outside, 1 ball, no strikes. 3 infielders on the left side against Walker, who homered yesterday. Finally got something to show for the balls he's been hitting hard. The pitch. Low and inside, 2 balls, no strikes. The irony wasn't even one of the hardest hit balls he had yesterday. Pulled his hands in and yanked one down the left field line and tucked it right into the Diamondbacks bullpen. Here's the 2-0 pitch. Low and outside. 3 balls and no strikes. It's now 57 pitches for Trevor Williams. Through 22 in the first inning, 32 in the second inning. Now the 3-0. Walker pops it up, foul out of play. Back behind home plate, 3-1.
Mets had old Sergeant Slaughter, Sean Reed Foley, up in the bullpen last inning. Looks like he's still getting loose now.
We'll see how long Williams goes. Up near 60 pitches now. Here's number 59. And it's a fastball over the outside corner for a strike. That pitch came in at 90 miles an hour. Sponsored by Spectrum Mobile. Switch and save with Spectrum Mobile. Nationwide 5G included. Restrictions apply. Visit SpectrumMobile.com. It's now full on Walker. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
We'll see if he can get out of the third here, giving up no runs.
Sliced foul out of play off to the right. Do it again at 3-2.
Starting
at least
to
try to get back
Buck
into
a
this
little
ball
bit.
game, and then probably
Couple weeks
showing
into the
before they were
season,
coming in.
Ben
before.
Buck says after the game today that a lot of the blame for Williams having an uneven start here should be on Buck himself for not using Trevor a little bit more in the first 15 games.
Another 3-2. Another one fouled away. This one into the backstop screen. So we'll do it again.
Buck has said that at some point it becomes a situation where if you don't pitch or play a guy for a certain number of days and you expect him to go out there and do well when he does get his name called, that's the manager's fault, not necessarily the player's fault after a certain amount of time.
Williams is ready again. Another 3-2. And Walker cracks it through the left side. A base hit toward the left field corner. McNeil races after it. It gets by him all the way to the fence. And Walker jogs to second with a leadoff double.
Wow.
He hit that ball so hard that even McNeil, taking a decent angle at it toward the left field corner, couldn't cut it off before the warning track.
Well, Williams is out of the game. That was quick.
Walker hit that ball 110 miles an hour off the bat. And that's going to be it for Trevor Williams. Buck Showalter's come to take the baseball at the very beginning of the bottom of the third inning. So Williams gives up a leadoff double in the bottom of the third inning and exits the game after 2+ tonight in Arizona. Mets trail 3-0. Runner on second, nobody out with a new pitcher coming in. This pitching change is sponsored
All right,
by
so Sean Foley's coming into the game. Like I said before the game, in the pregame show, I said 2 innings I expect, 3 innings I was hoping. He didn't get through 3 innings. He only got through 2. And he already left the runner on second base with nobody out with Sean Foley coming in. So, again, this is the reason why I go back to yesterday's game and why there was no reason to take out Peterson in the 5th inning after that weak double that he gave up. He was cruising through the game, pitching well. He only had 60 pitches. You could have made him go an extra inning, save your bullpen a little bit, specifically for today's game when you knew you were going to use the bullpen for a lot of innings. Now, Sean Foley, you pray that he can give you 2 or 3 innings, get you to the 5th or the 6th. So, because if he struggles, now you got to find another guy which you're going to have to look for to pitch a couple of innings. So you're just going to work on getting more and more bullpen arms in the game. Now, you got to hope that tomorrow Tyler McGill can give you innings tomorrow, 7 innings for sure. That's what you're hoping for. And, Max Scherzer and Bassett the next couple of days give you innings so you can help your bullpen out a little bit. But you know what? We need Foley to pitch a couple of innings today. Even if he doesn't pitch well, he's going to probably take the brunt of the innings today because it just seems that way. I mean, it's, I wasn't expecting much from Trevor Williams, honestly. I was expecting him to give enough runs, but you can't, but we got to score runs, but we got to keep it at a decent deficit. 3-4 runs, the Mets can come back for that. 6-7 runs, you never know. But again, it's only the 3rd inning. Mets haven't got any hits yet. Let's see if the Mets can find their offense. On top of that, see if Foley can pitch well. All right, guys, so we're going back to the game. Foley's in the game. 3-0 Arizona.
4 and 2/3
Man on
innings. He's
second,
given up
nobody
4
out,
runs on
bottom
2
third.
hits. He's struck out 5, but he's walked 4 overall. Small sample size, but an ERA up over 7.5. And he faces Seth Beer, left-handed hitting slugger to start his day. The runner on second and nobody out.
Stevie, I agree. Certain times, I agree.
So Reed Foley goes into his Craig Kimbrell-esque crouch on the first base side of the rubber. All on his haunches. Looks like a frog ready to jump away. Now he stands up straight. Blue glove set at the bell. First pitch to Beer. Swing and a miss. 0-1, 97-mile-an-hour fastball. 3 infielders on the right side. Cano's backed up into shallow right field. Lindor in his bright orange cleats, playing right behind the second base bag. Need sunglasses for those.
Come on, Sean, let's go.
Here's the 0-1. Fastball up and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Do you ever wear a pair of orange shoes like that?
Orange? No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't not wear those though. No, I'm fine with orange shoes.
They match very nicely. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. 1-2. Slider below the zone that Beer went after anyway.
I believe Taiwan Walker has been encouraging some of his teammates to wear the orange cleats. Tom Smith had them on earlier, and Taiwan seemed to approve. There's always one fashion expert on a team. I guess it's Walker.
1-2 pitch. Inside, 2-2.
Good news about Taiwan Walker as well. His bullpen session went great yesterday. And part of the reason why David Peterson was sent to AAA today is because Mets are ready to put Walker back in the rotation maybe as soon as Friday. It's not all bad news for Peterson because he's going to pitch one of those doubleheader games against Atlanta.
2-2. Just a little bit low. 3 balls, 2 strikes.
All right,
Mets
come on,
want
Sean.
to
You
keep
got to throw some
Peterson
strikes
stretched
here. Come
out.
on.
I think once Walker is back in the rotation, my guess is that Peterson will remain at AAA and be ready to come back whenever the Mets would need another starting pitcher.
3 balls, 2 strikes on Beer. And Reed Foley fires. Check swing from Beer. He held up. Pitch was a little bit high and outside, and that's ball 4. So Beer draws a walk. That puts runners on first and second with nobody out for Pavin Smith. That's infield, stays in the ship to the right side. You know, Peterson, it's not for lack of a performance. He pitched really well yesterday. 5 2/3 innings. Only allowed 1 run. 1 run he's allowed all season.
They gave up 2 runs in the 10th.
And for the Mets, good to know that they have that kind of depth in the starting rotation.
I don't know, maybe.
If and when need be. Another lefty against Reed Foley. First pitch. Lands for a strike. 0-1.
And that really was the message from Buck Showalter that, first of all, you're going to be back. And second of all, this has got nothing to do with anything that you've done wrong.
Here's the pitch. Hit on the ground, sharply down the third base line. Fair ball skittering toward the corner. Walker jogs around third. He comes in to score standing. Beer hits the bag. He's held at third. And on at second, Pavin Smith with an RBI double. The Diamondbacks extend their lead. It's now 4-0 Arizona in the bottom of the third.
That ball was hit well and hitting a good spot just inside the bag down the third base line. So the Diamondbacks picking up with Reed Foley where they left off with Williams. The Mets now down by 4.
It's now 8 hits for the Diamondbacks in just 2 innings and change. They had 8 hits all game through 10 innings last night.
Again, this is another situation, guys, where
Carson Kelly
you're going to use a lot of your bullpen.
Singled and scored in the second inning.
You know, Foley might take the brunt of it
matchup.
Today. He might pitch a few innings and just take
the
beating.
1 ball, no strikes.
But again, this is a situation you put yourself into.
The base pad. Everyone's a couple of steps behind the grass. 3 on the left side. With Escobar standing pretty close to
Again, it's not the end of the world. You lose today, you come out tomorrow and take the series. You win another series throughout the season. 5 in
Here's
a
the
row.
pitch.
Can't complain about that.
Outside, 2 balls, no strikes. 2 doubles in this inning for the Diamondbacks. Their first 2 extra base hits of the game. It's 2 doubles and 6 singles. Death by paper cuts in the second inning. 2-0 pitch. Kelly lofts it into shallow center field. Nimmo froze for a moment, now darts in, makes the grab on the run. Beer fakes to tag from third. He draws the throw. Alonso lets it skip to the plate. Beer scrambles back to third. There's the first out of the inning. And now Sergio Alcantara comes
even
to
the
the plate,
worst
switch hitter
teams
batting left.
have days like this where they hit everything. Even the best team lose games.
Mets trail
The
4-0.
best team lose
Bottom
60
of the third
games.
inning.
The best team
Diamondbacks
wins
have
60
runners
games.
on second
It's
and
the other
third
42
with 1
that
out.
matter, guys. This is one of the
Infield
games where it
stays
just gets away from you.
playing in
There's
the
nothing you
base
can do about
path,
it.
but now there are
But
3 on
the
the
Mets have
right
opportunity
side
tomorrow,
with Alcantara
if they
batting
don't come
lefty.
back in this game, to take the series anyway. And that's all you got to ask for.
Foley on the first
You're
base
not
side of the
always going
rope.
to sweep a bad team.
Kicks and delivers. First pitch slider curls over the outside
It looks
corner.
nasty,
Strike
but,
1.
you kind of expected this going into the game today, knowing that Trevor Williams is pitching for
Now
you.
Lindor
And
shifts
it's going to
back
be a
to the left
bullpen game.
side. A little more of a normal alignment now. 0-1 pitch. Outside, 1 ball, 1 strike.
Yeah,
Alcantara was with the Cubs last year.
Journey, they can
Had a
come
good
back
chunk
for
of the
sure,
season
but
at the AAA level, and then
they
finished
gave
the
up
year
runs
in
in
the
every
big
game,
leagues.
every
After
inning
the
so
Cubs
far.
fire sale.
You're not going to come back if you're
Here's
going to
the
continue
pitch.
to give up runs like this.
Missed a little high. 2 balls, 1 strike. Part of that was the trade that
You can't give up runs every
brought
inning and
Javier
expect to
Baez
come
to the
back.
Mets,
Even if the Mets
vacating
do
an
score a
infield
couple
spot.
runs here. And they come in.
Trevor Williams over 2. Here's the pitch. Over the outside corner, a strike. 2-2. Another slider from Sean Reed Foley. On in relief in the third inning. Trevor Williams got 6 outs, gave up a leadoff double to Walker to begin the third. And then Buck took the baseball.
Yeah, definitely not over, but the Mets got
2-2.
to hold them here. You got to
Slash foul out of
continue
play
to go
off to the
5,
left
6,
into
7
the
runs
second deck.
and try to
2
come back in
balls and
this
2
game.
strikes.
Because then you start coming back in this game. Now you got to use your big guys in the bullpen to try to hold them a certain amount of runs to get back in the ball game.
Number 9 hitter Geraldo Perdomo waits on deck. There's no force at any base right now with runners on second and third. 2-2 again. Now Alcantara trickles it foul toward the first base on deck
NJ
circles.
Swamp, I have no idea. I said this from since the beginning of the team. Cano's not the player.
Remember, they do have
But again,
Adonis Medina
Cano is not the issue
available
right now.
in
The
bullpen
issue
tonight
is
as well.
you're doing a bullpen game here,
Plan
and
is
the
for
Mets are giving up
Tyler
runs here.
O'Neill
The
maybe
Mets are not
not
hitting at the
go
moment.
as deep into the game as he has been because Mets are
All right, nice
trying to
second
limit his
out
innings
here.
a little bit here at the beginning of the season.
2-2 again. Alcantara pops it up, shallow left field. Lindor races back from shortstop, backpedaling onto the outfield grass. He makes the catch.
All right, come on, keep it
Everyone
at
stays
4.
put.
Come on,
2 outs.
2 down. This is a situation here where you need Foley to get the third out without giving up any more
After getting
runs.
a lot of length,
Get your
starting
offense out
pitching,
there. Let's see if we can
Mets
get some going.
had the best starting
The
pitching
Mets
in
got
baseball
up 2,
at the
3,
beginning
4.
of the
Marte,
season.
Lindor, Alonso. You got to start
Because
scoring
Miguel
some runs.
might
You got to
not go
keep
as
it
deep, you're
at least to a
looking
reasonable
at
amount of runs,
back-to-back
a deficit.
games with a lot of innings from the bullpen. And that's after an extra inning game last night.
Yeah,
That's
Ron,
where
that's true.
Buck
But
Showalter
the
is
one
gonna
thing
have
you
to
don't
figure
want
out
to do is,
how to
have the Mets slowly coming
separate
back in
these
this
innings
game,
today.
creeping up
First pitch to
little by little.
Perdomo. It's over the
And now,
outside
it's a
corner.
1-2
Bell
run
tied
ball
for a
game. Mets
strike.
came
0-1.
back.
I'm sure they'll
Now you got to
ride
use
Foley
Luger.
as
Now you got to
long as
lose
they
Smith.
can, and I
Now you
think
got to
we'll
use
see the
possibly
newcomer Medina as
Tree.
well.
Now you're using your big guys. And now tomorrow you pray that McGill can give you 7 innings. Or then you're really in trouble
Infield
going
shaded to
into
the
that
right
Cardinal
side.
series.
Perdomo, a switch hitter batting left. The pitch. Half
All right, so
swing and a
0-2
miss.
count showing out right here. Let's
Cut
go.
over his slider.
Let's get out of this
0-2.
inning. Just giving up 1 run here. It's not too bad. I can take that.
Reed Foley entered with a runner on
Come on,
second. That was Christian Walker. He scored. But Reed Foley is a strike away from stranding the 2 that he allowed to reach. Mets down 4-0. Bottom of the third inning. Runners on second and third, 2 outs. 0-2 on Perdomo. And a pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Challenged him with a fastball and blew it right by him at 98
I'll
miles
take
an
that.
hour.
Giving up 1 run.
So Reed Foley limits.
All right, guys. So we're going to the top of the fourth. The Arizona Diamondbacks lead 4-0, but it's a nice performance by Foley trying to get out of that. Just for a run. I could deal with that. But the Mets got to start hitting right now. Got to start hitting. We got 2, 3, 4. Marte, Lindor, Alonso. Got to start scoring runs here. Sorry, guys. Just cleaning up my scorecard a little bit. All right, guys. So nice work by Sean Reed Foley, getting into himself a little bit of a pickle. We will definitely, 4 runs. We can come back for that. No doubt about it. Let's get a rally going. Get some runs. We don't have to get 4 back. Give us 2. Get us a little bit closer. Hopefully the bullpen could continue, or at least Foley can continue to get good pitching. Don't give up any more runs. The offense will come back in this ballgame. I feel that. You just can't give up 5 or 6 runs because it's going to be very hard to do that. So I know I'm a little bit behind a little bit on the stream a little bit. But don't worry, guys. I'm getting all the information I can. Oh, yeah. I got the fan on. It's a little warm in New York today. So I got the fan on a little bit because I'm in a different area of the house. And it's like extremely hot where I am in the area of the room. So I'm just have a little bit of a fan on. All right, so we're going to the top of the fourth. 2, 3, 4. Lindor, Alonso. Marte, Lindor, Alonso. Let's get some runs in this inning, guys. Let's go. Let's go Mets chant. Let's go. Real deal. I'm about 10 minutes away from Citi Field. All right, let's go, guys. Game's about to start.
Starling Marte leads off the top of the 4th inning. Mets trail the Diamondbacks 4-0. Thanks for joining us tonight. Alongside Wayne Randazzo, I'm Jake Eisenberg. Chris Petchkowski is making us sound good. First pitch. And Marte takes a strike over the inside edge. It's 0-1.
There we go.
4th inning is sponsored by Cars for Kids. That's Cars with a K to donate your car today. Castellanos is on the first base side of the rubber. He delivers again, and Marte smacks it right back up the middle of base hit into center field.
Here we go.
And the Mets have their first hit of the ball game.
Let's go.
Single from Marte in the top of the 4th.
Now, despite their hitting woes, Arizona has pitched pretty well this year, but still early in this game. It's only a 4-0 game, and the Mets have to feel like they can smack the Diamondbacks around and try to come back in this one. There's still plenty of time for it. And a leadoff single here in the 4th. It's a good start.
Well, last night, the Mets got all 6 of their runs and all 9 of their hits from the 4th inning on because they were no-hit through 3 innings last night, too.
Go.
Just like tonight. Now Francisco Lindor at the plate. First pitch. And he takes low and inside. 1 ball, no strikes. Castellanos has 4 strikeouts and 1 walk. He's now thrown 42 pitches.
But the Mets fans in Arizona
3 infielders on the right side with Lindor batting left-handed. And the 1-0 pitch. Outside. 2 balls, no strikes. Castellanos is in his 2nd season with the Diamondbacks. Started his career over in the Astros organization. Made his debut, though, at Chase Field with the Astros against the Diamondbacks back in 2020. 2-0 pitch. Lindor takes a strike. Bell tie over the outside corner. A slider, 2-1. Maybe a little foreshadowing for Castellanos to begin his career. Diamondbacks claimed him off waivers January of last year. And now he's reunited with his former pitching coach in Houston, Brent Strom. The pitch. Lindor rips it down the first base line. Just foul.
Damn it.
2-2.
That would have been at least 2nd and 3rd, maybe a run scored.
A little bit out in front of his slider.
All right, Frankie.
Now 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lindor's got bright orange batting gloves that match his bright orange cleats. And he's ready. Castellanos steps off and slings it over to first. Marte back standing. Marte's got great speed. And the Mets have used it. 11 steals through 15 games. Here's the pitch. Lindor trickles it foul behind the plate. Still 2-2.
Oh.
That's second in the majors. Marte and Lindor each have 3. They lead the team. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Francisco Lindor. Mets trail 4-0, top of the 4th inning. Runner on first, nobody out.
At the very
From
least,
the
you're
stretch,
making
the pitch.
Castellanos work a little bit here.
Lindor bounces it foul, hopping into the first base dugout, and then down the railing. Still 2-2. Well, Lindor's now fouled off 3 in a row. About to see the 7th pitch of this at bat. Castellanos delivers. Swing and a miss, strike 3.
That was a very good changeup by Castellanos.
Faded away from Lindor
Started
and got him
at
out
the
in
plate.
front. So Lindor struck
right
out twice
on the
tonight.
outside.
It's 5 Ks for Castellanos, and here comes Pete
And he struck
Alonso.
out 1 out. Ah. Damn it.
Infield, it was shifted to the right side. Now windshield wipers
Oh,
back to the left. 3 over there now with Pete Alonso at the plate. He's 0 for 1 with a fly out. That's down 4-0, top of the 4th. Runner on first with 1 out. Castellanos delivers. First pitch to Pete. It's hit high in the air to straightaway center field. Varsho sprints in. Now drifting forward a few more steps. He's under it, and he makes a one-hand catch. And Alonso's out on 1 pitch, 2 gone.
Third baseman, Eduardo Escobar.
Brings up Eduardo Escobar. Switch hitter batting left against the
All right,
righty,
come on, Eduardo.
Alberto
Let's go.
Castellanos.
Keep it over. 2 outs.
He's 0 for 1. But off to a great start this season overall. And Castellanos steps off, points to his chest. My bad. Calls for time. Can't see Wayne. You see Baxter around anywhere? Diamondbacks mascot? Hopping around, prowling around somewhere?
You never know where Baxter is.
Nimble feline. First pitch to Escobar. And it's a breaking ball that lands for a strike, 0-1.
As long as he's not in the car, that's...
Escobar is apparently afraid of cats, but had a great relationship with Baxter when he was a Diamondback. A 1 pitch. Escobar hits it in the air, a pop-up, right side of the infield. Christian Walker calls for it, arms outstretched, gives way to the second baseman Marte, who makes the catch right inside.
All right, guys. So the Mets didn't do nothing with that leadoff hit. Lindor struck out. Alonso and Escobar popped up. Going to the bottom of the 4th. Arizona leads 4-0. So, again, Alonso swinging at the first pitch after Lindor battled in that at-bat. It wasn't a bad pitch to not swing at. It's just he got under it and popped it up. It was a hanger. He just didn't do anything. So, again, the Mets got to start going. It's getting to the middle of the game now where, a couple of more runs here and there. The Mets are going to have a hard time coming back in this ball game. Again, it's not the end of the world. If we lose this game, we can come back tomorrow and win the series, but we got a couple of more innings to slowly get back in this ball game, but we have to avoid giving up some runs here. See if Sean Fall can continue to pitch. He pitched decent last inning. He only gave up 1 run. Let's see if he can just keep it to 0, and the Mets can come back up. But the Mets we only got 1 hit so far in 4 innings, so. The Mets got up the bottom of the order. You got Smith, Cano, McNeil in the top of the 5th. But we got to see if Sean Foley can just hold the scoring at 4 for Arizona, so the Mets can come back in this ball game or hope to come back in this ball game going forward in the next couple of innings. Yeah. Well, Lane, I mean, it's baseball. If it was easy, everybody would be doing it. Just because it's the Diamondbacks doesn't mean that the Mets should be scoring 12 runs a game. It happens. The Mets didn't have a real starting pitcher on the mound today. I was pretty sure Williams was going to give up some runs. Castellanos has pitched well this year. He's had under 3 ERA in his first couple of starts, so he's pitched well. I didn't expect the Mets to get only one hit, but all right, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the fourth. Arizona leads 4-0. Foley still on the mound.
Left-handed hitting Dalton Varsho against the righty Sean Reed
See if he
Foley,
can
who
hold it
stays
just to
on
4
after
runs
entering
here.
the game in the third. First pitch. Missed outside. 1 ball, no strikes. Starting to see a little bit of the shades of a sunset through those back panels that are open tonight at Chase Field. You can see a bit of a yellowish orange glow beneath the bright blue skies. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Over the inside corner for a strike, a 97-mile-an-hour fastball, and it's 1-1. They've got the stadium lights on here at Chase Field, but we don't need them yet. Still plenty of light. Maybe if the roof was closed, but it's open. The pitch. Sliced foul into the third base side netting. 1 ball, 2 strikes. No hint of a breeze either. Those 2 big flags above the big scoreboard in center field are pretty much still. A gentle wave, if anything. 1-2 pitch. Outside. Varsho checked his swing and held up. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Varsho was hitting 8th yesterday and hit the game-tying homer with 2 outs in the 9th. Now he's in the leadoff spot, and he's 2 for 2. Here's the pitch.
Come on.
Outside, 3 balls and 2 strikes. A couple of singles for Dalton Varsho. The Diamondbacks offense, which entered tonight hitting a .180 as a team. It's 4 runs on 8 hits through 3 innings. Payoff pitch. Varsho pops it up, back behind home plate. Nito sheds the mask right by the Diamondbacks logo. He makes a 2-hand catch on the warning track dirt. And Varsho's
Very
out,
nice
and
pitch,
there's 1 gone to begin the bottom of the 4th.
For Foley there.
Second baseman.
Brings up Ketel
Thank you,
Marte.
guys. Really appreciate it.
This scoreboard
Before
update is
3
brought to you
Travis,
by
I'm
the
doing
New York
pretty
Lottery.
well,
The new
unfortunately.
scratch-off games are on sale now. Try your luck today, and you could bring home a win. Jazz Chisholm is homered for the Miami Marlins. The Atlanta Braves have gotten homers from Ozzie Albies and Austin Riley. They're tied at 5, top of the 6th in Atlanta. First pitch to Marte. A little bit low, maybe a little outside, too. 1 ball, no strikes. Ansel Robles might have been pointing to the sky over in Tampa Bay. Here's the pitch. Hit hard in the air, deep to left center field. McNeil's back onto the track, measuring it up right in front of the wall. He makes a one-handed catch. And Marte
One more
is
out.
out.
Get you a
The
clean
second out
inning
of
here
the
for the
inning.
first time in the game.
Big ballpark.
That would be nice to see.
Big ballpark. 374 to left field, and McNeil was right in front of that 374 mark when he made the catch.
374 to the left center field alley, and then it really starts to elevate as you go towards center. There's that 413 pocket right before you get to straightaway center field. This is a lot of space in the outfield here.
2 up, 2 down for Sean Reed Foley.
Go,
David
Sean.
Peralta with the bases empty, 2 outs. That's down 4-0, bottom of the 4th inning. First pitch. Over for a strike, 0-1. Kevin Kiermaier had a game-winning homer off Hansel Robles. And the Tampa Bay Rays taking in 10 over the Red Sox, 3-2. Game of the Red Sox didn't have a hit until extras.
Ball got out so fast, not sure Hansel had time to point.
Here's the pitch.
Foley gets out of this inning with no runs.
Peralta's out in front of his
Now
slider,
we can see if we can do something in the top fifth.
Reed Foley in his crouch on the first base side of the rubber. Now he turns his body shoulder square toward third. 0-2 to Peralta. Sliced in the air, shallow left field. Lindor calls for it, ranging back, and he makes the grab.
All right, there we go, guys. That's a good inning by Foley. That's what we needed. A 1-2-3 inning. Nice to see. Now let's get some damn runs. In the top of the fifth, we got Smith, Cano, McNeil. Let's get it going. And YT, Scully, yes. McGill's going tomorrow for hopefully it can be, or at least if the Mets come back, could be the rubber game match where we would take the series there. So McGill is going tomorrow. So, again, we're going to need McGill, even if he doesn't pitch great, needing to probably go 6 or 7 innings to help out this bullpen a little bit. But we got to score some runs here. We got it. We kept them to 4 runs. The first inning, the Mets didn't give up a run in the game so far. So, slowly we can start creeping back here, get back into this ball game, but we got to start hitting. Only 1 hit through 4 so far. Got to do better than that. You ain't going to win a ball game with just 1 hit. So, we got to, get a couple of hits together here, see if the bottom of the lineup can do a little bit of damage. We really need Dominic Smith to start doing something here for the Mets. Got to start doing something. Smith has been struggling. He had 1 good game against the Giants. Other than that, he's been struggling a lot. Cano is absolute garbage, and Jeff McNeil has been pretty good this year. So we got to see if the bottom of the lineup can get it going a little bit and get it back around to the top of the order and see if we can do some damage here. Scully, we're going to need McGill to go 6 to 7 tomorrow, no doubt about it. Because if he struggles tomorrow and only goes 4 or 5, well, you're taxing your bullpen to the point where you got to pray that Bassett and Scherzer can go 7+ in St. Louis on Monday and Tuesday to give your bullpen somewhat of a rest. All right, guys, so we're going to the top of the 5th. Smith, Cano, McNeil. See if the Mets can score some runs here. They're down by 4.
2112 for complete offer details. This is Seth Lugo, and you're tuned into the flagship station for New York Mets baseball, WCBS News Radio 880.
Download the MLB app to get in-game video highlights, live pitch-by-pitch, breaking news, player updates, stat leaderboards, and more for your New York Mets. 5th inning in Arizona. Mets down 4-0. And here with the play-by-play, Wayne Randazzo.
Matt's just having a good old time tweeting up a storm tonight. First pitch to Dom Smith. Breaking ball, strike 0-1. We were on the TV broadcast. Were we? Yes, Gary was telling everybody your 10th inning harrowing tale last night when you were stuck waiting for some gates to open. 0-1. Smith fouled it back 0-2. You got stuck at the staircase. You had to take the elevator. You barely made it back for the 10th inning play-by-play yesterday. So Gary was recounting that, and somebody tweeted our picture, and Madge tweeted out, just thought I'd take the kids to a game.
That was an adventure last night.
Buck likes
the ball's 2 strikes on Dominic Smith. 5th inning. That's down
there
by
you go, Joe. I was waiting
pitch.
for that. Yeah, I know we'll end the lockout. Maybe the
5th
Mets
inning,
will
sponsored
come
by
back.
ELAC 825, building our bounce back.
Once
Smith,
again, guys,
Cano,
just
and
tuned in. Don't
McNeil,
forget to
2
hit
up
on
for the
that
Mets
like
here in
button,
the
guys.
5th. Mets
If
only
you
have
haven't
1
already.
hit, just like they did last Sunday against Humberto Castellanos. The Mets score a bunch of runs late against the Arizona bullpen and win 5-0. They're down 4-0 tonight. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Castellanos, or from Castellanos. The pitch is high. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Dominic Smith. PreGame orange cleats, but just standard boring white cleats right now for Dominic Smith. He ditched the orange. 4-0 Arizona has the lead. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Smith. Pitch. Swinging a chopper toward first. It's foul down the line. Still 2-2 as we come to you live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Well, Howie's not here, so somebody, I guess it's going to be me, is going to have to tell you that today is the 60th anniversary of the first game the Mets ever won. April 23rd, 1962. 2-2 pitch to Smith. Rounded sharply
There we
fair down
go.
the first base line. A base hit for
All
Dom.
right, Dom.
It rolls to
Lead
the
off
right
double.
field
That's what
corner.
we're talking
Pavin
about.
Smith
Let's
has
go.
some trouble with it. Dom
go.
will get to second and stop right there.
Go.
No reason
Come back.
to take any chances
I feel it.
in a game where the Mets are down by 4 to start an inning here. So Dominic Smith with his
Nice
first
double down
extra
the line
base
by
hit
Dom
of the
Smith.
season.
Hopefully
Well
this gets
struck
him
double
going.
down the first
And
base
here
line.
we had the
His
almighty
fifth hit overall. You were
Robinson
saying
Cano
earlier
with a
how
man in scoring
might
position.
see
What
more
will he
Dom
do?
Smith, Pete Alonso, depending on how the
Pretty good
season
chance
goes,
he
but
probably
a lot
gets
of
an
that
out here.
has to do with
But
how
we'll see.
Smith is going
You
to hit
never
the
know.
ball. Well, that's going to help.
There is miracles in
Robinson
baseball.
Cano will be the batter now.
See if
Mets
Cano can
trying
get
to
a
bounce
base hit
back
here to
against
drive home
Humberto
Dominic
Castellanos
Smith.
here in the fifth. Mets trying to win a game 60 years to the day of their
Yeah,
first
Scully, I
ever
don't
win.
think you
They
want to
beat
make it
Pittsburgh
to
Pirates
worry about going to tonight at that
9-1.
point.
Mets
Cano hits
0-9
one
to
down.
start
All right, he brings him
1962. The
to
Pirates
third.
are
It's
10-0
productive out, not a
to
great
start the
at bat.
1962 season.
One out for Jeff McNeil.
Cano bats here. First pitch.
I mean, you're down by
Ball
4
right
runs.
side.
You're already in
Walker
scoring
handles it with a
position.
nice
So,
slick backhanded
he
scoop.
could
Takes
have
it to
tried
the
for
bag
third, but
himself.
why?
Good play by
You're already in
Walker
scoring
on an
position
in-between
now.
hop. He retires Cano. Dom Smith goes to third. And there's one out.
Well, at
Here
least
in the
Cano,
fifth inning.
had a
Window of
productive out
opportunity
here.
for the
He hit
Mets
it
presented
decent.
by Window Rama. The
right
window
at the first
replacement
baseman,
experts
so-
let your project be their
So
passion
we got
from
one
start
out,
to
guy on
finish.
third. See if Jeff McNeil
So
can bring home
windowrama.com
Dominic
to
Smith
set
to get a
up
run on the
free
board here.
consultation.
Oh,
Pirates
yeah,
in
Joe, we're on 11.
1962, they were just coming off a year and a half removed from a World Series win in 1960. Bill Mazeroski's walk-off homer in Game 7 against the Yankees. McNeil bats here with Smith at third, one out. Pitch. Ripped toward the right side, foul down the line, 0-1. So a lot of those Pirates on the 62 team were still there from 1960. Roberto Clemente made the final out in the Mets' first ever win. Jay Hook went the distance. An article on MLB.com today. Jay Hook says it feels like yesterday, mostly because I've done so many interviews about being the first winning pitcher in Mets history.
As long as he didn't strike out,
This phone won't stop
he
ringing.
put the ball
People
in
want
play.
to
He
talk
moved the
about
runner
it.
over in
0-1.
scoring position with no
Going
outs.
into
So it's not
McNeil,
a terrible at bat.
We've seen Jay
It
Hook
would have been nice to got a single
City
there,
Field
but
recently with Jay
at least he was
Horwitz,
productive at that at bat.
bringing
It's
out
not anything
a lot of the Mets
positive.
alumni.
Just better than nothing. Better than a
Jay Hook will
strikeout. Put
always
it
have
that
a
way.
place in Mets history as the first winning pitcher they ever had.
Come on,
This
Jeff.
date,
Get that running.
1962.
Let's go. Sack fly. I'll take it.
1-1 strike on McNeil as Castellanos steps off. Only 39 more wins after that in 1962 for Casey's gang. Field is back on the right, overshifted as well. In close at third, Alcantara. Smith at third with one out, 1-1 pitch. Breaking ball lifted toward the left field line. Alcantara chasing it is a foul ball. And out of play off the front of the Diamondbacks
He
dugout.
might,
1
Ralph,
ball,
yeah,
2
you never know.
strikes on McNeil.
I don't think Cano's playing tomorrow.
Jay Hook actually had a couple of hits and a couple of runs scored in that first ever Mets win.
Kendrick, let's go.
And said he got a lot of help that spring swinging the bat thanks to Rogers Hornsby. Hall of
He was
Famer,
supposed to be in the
ranked
ball.
second baseman, triple
All right,
crown
Jeff. Come
winner.
on. 1-2 count to Jeff.
Smith
One out.
busting down the
Man
line,
on
got
third.
Castellanos' attention. Castellanos stepped off. A lot of surprised people in this ballpark.
Neil's putting
Dom
together
tries
a
to
nice
steal
at-bat
home,
here.
including the pitcher, including this broadcaster. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch. Neil fouls another one to the left. It's still 1-2.
And Dom's really toying with him. Going back and forth, bouncing down the line, and taking his time to get back to that third base back, too, because no one's paying any attention to him
Come on,
other
Jeff.
than Castellanos.
Those pictures from the early 60s with Rogers Hornsby in a Mets uniform, you feel like you have to rub your eyes out just to make sure you're seeing things right. It's a strange thing to see Rogers Hornsby in a Mets uniform. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch to McNeil. Ground ball
There we
toward
go,
first,
baby.
fair down
There's
the
a
line.
run.
Base hit. Dominic Smith scores. McNeil takes off for second. Pavin Smith has to dig the ball out of the corner. McNeil's going to try for third. Relay throw from Ketel Marte. Not even
RBI
close.
triple for Jeff
RBI
McNeil, baby.
triple
There we
for Jeff
go.
McNeil.
That's what I'm
The Mets
talking
are on the
about.
board. It's now a 4-1 Arizona lead.
There we go. Come back. Here we go, baby.
That's the second ball this inning that the Mets have shot down that first base line, and it's the second time in this inning that Pavin Smith has had trouble in that right field corner. That's what allowed Dom Smith to get a double.
Another man in scoring position with less than 1 out. All we need is a sac fly.
McNeil takes advantage and takes third
Cut
base
the
for a
lead in
triple.
half, baby. Let's go.
Soft fence in front of the Mets bullpen down in the right field corner.
Mets are liking that first base line today.
Pavin Smith thought the ball was
Dominic
going to
Smith
bounce
did
off
it.
the
Jeff
sidewalk
McNeil
and come
just
back
did it.
to him. But it kind of hit that chain link fence down there, and it just stuck right in that corner. So it gave McNeil some time to round the bases, and as he dove into third, he did his second belly flop of the series. McNeil belly flopped in the outfield yesterday after catching the final out.
Tomas Nido can get a nice,
and now once again,
nice little
like he was
RBI
trying to
sac
fill
fly
out
here.
one of those body outlines. Sprawled out over the third base bag after an RBI triple. As the Mets are on the board, now down by 3. We've got McNeil at third, 1 out. And Tomas Nido will bat. Brent Strom, the Arizona pitching coach, was just out for a quick chat. It looks like the Diamondbacks bullpen is starting to stir.
Definitely
Field
McNeil
is
is looking
back.
good so far this year.
Castellanos sets from
Nice
the
to
belt.
see.
First pitch. Nido swings through the breaking ball 0-1. Just a ground ball here will cut the Arizona lead in half. Diamondbacks got 4 runs in the first 3 innings.
Nido swinging at everything.
All
here.
charged to Trevor
And
Williams.
Arizona's infield is back, so
Did
ground
not have
ball
a
will
run in
probably
the first
score
4, but
McNeil.
they've finally broken through here in the 5th inning. 0-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Nido again waving at the curve, as he did his last time when he struck out. 4-1 Diamondbacks, 5th inning. That's trying to win another series. They took the opener in 10 innings yesterday. Trying to make it 5 for 5 in series wins to start the year. They'll have a chance either tonight or tomorrow. 0-2. Line toward the middle.
There we
Can't
go.
stop Marte. Bounce throw to first. It is not in time.
Nido beats it out
saved.
with an RBI
McNeil
single.
scores an infield single.
Here we go.
And the Mets have cut
Cut
the
it in
Diamondbacks
half,
lead to
baby.
2. It is 4-2 Arizona. I could tell Marte had nothing on that throw.
Let's go.
The ball hit well up the middle by Nido. Marte did a nice job to get to it.
Go.
And then he bounced it about 4 times to first base. As
Nido
Christian
with the
Walker
hustle.
scooped it out eventually.
And he
But
definitely
Tomas
beat it
Nido
out.
doesn't run well.
Let's go.
Hustling down the
4-2.
line, and Nido clearly beat it out. The Diamondbacks won't even challenge it. As the Mets have scored a pair now here in the 5th.
Let's go.
It's almost like Marte
go.
held onto the baseball.
Let's
just
get a
a
home
tick
run
too
by Nido,
long, and
tying the
that's
game.
why
Let's
when
go.
it came out of his hand, it went more down than out and bounced as many times as it did to Walker. And Jeff McNeil crossing home plate, he had his hands outstretched before Greg Gibson
Let's
did.
go, Mets.
Surprised looking at the
Let's
replay
go,
that Arizona
Mets.
didn't challenge. It was
Let's
pretty
go,
close.
Mets.
Brandon Nimmo's the batter. First pitch. Breaking ball down and in. 1 ball, no strikes.
Let's go, Brandon.
It's a tough call.
Only 1
with the
out,
ball
guys. Let's
skipping
go.
like that for an umpire. What is essentially a force play at first. The umpires do the look and listen routine over at first base. Watch for the foot and listen for the ball. It's hard to do that on a ball that's bouncing. 1-0. Breaking ball falls in for a strike. 1 ball, 1 strike on Nimmo. 2 runs, 3 hits in the inning. Listen why slowing down the replay now. I think Nido was safe, but it was very close.
Oh, Nido, what are you doing?
Good job by Tomas Nido to get down the line and make it an infield hit, scoring McNeil. 1 ball, 1 strike. Pitch. Nimmo lies toward the right side, caught by Marte, and Nido is off the bag. He gets doubled off to end the inning. That was a live drive to the right side of the infield. Perdomo, the shortstop over in the shift, caught it. And Tomas Nido was halfway to second.
All right, guys. So Nido, for some reason, decided to keep running on a line drive there. At least we got 2 runs. We're back in the ball game here. So that's a start, but we got to continue to pitch well and keep this game at a 2-run lead. So Mets scored 2 runs on a triple, RBI triple by Jeff McNeil. Started it off with Dominic Smith double. And then Tomas Nido beating it out at first base on a grounder to score McNeil to give the Mets 2 runs, and it's 4-2 Arizona. So Mets are right back in this ball game. Let's see if we can continue to pitch well to keep the deficit to 2, so we can try to come back in this ball game. But a nice inning. Not great, but nice. I'll take the 2 runs, but we got to keep it going. Keep that runner, keep the 4 runs on the board for Arizona, nothing more, so we can slowly come back in this ball game. It's only the 5th inning. Got a couple more innings to go to get back this lead. And, this would be a nice win for the Mets if they come back, especially with a game where you could easily get out of hand. They could easily be like, all right, we tried. We lost this game. Let's come out tomorrow and win the series. But Mets are slowly going to come back. We'll see what they can do. See if this bullpen can hold it down for the next couple of innings. I feel like the Mets offense is going to score some runs here. That's for sure. But going to the bottom of the 5th, Arizona has up Walker, Beer, and Smith in the bottom of the 5th inning. See if Foley can get another 1-2-3 inning like he did in the 4th. And that'd be nice. Get that offense right back out on the field at the plate for the Mets. The Mets would have Marte, Lindor, and Alonso. So let's see if Foley can get it done here. Going to the bottom of the 5th, Mets are losing 4-2. Cut the lead in half.
Security. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME or visit Slomans.com to find out how you can get a free home security system and professional installation. Christian Walker leads off the bottom of the 5th. That's getting a couple of runs in the top of the inning. Jeff McNeil, RBI triple. Tomas Nido, a run-scoring infield hit. Now Reed Foley against Walker. First pitch. Low and outside, ball 1 with a slider. Reed Foley's retired 6 in a row since Pavin Smith's RBI double in the 3rd. Mets have cut the Diamondbacks lead in half since then. 4-2 Arizona. As time is called. Christian Walker, slugging first baseman from Norristown, Pennsylvania. Thinking, I've heard of that town before. Probably have. 1 ball and no strikes. Pitch. Breaking ball strike on the outer half. 1 ball, 1 strike.
I'll be right back, guys.
It's the hometown of 3 of the greatest Italian Americans sports has ever seen. Tommy Lasorda, Mike Piazza, and Gino Auriemma. The 1-1. Walker swings and misses on a slider. It's 1-2. My cousin had it all wrong. They should have put the Hall of Fame in Norristown instead of in Chicago. 3 Italian-American greats right there. Lasorda, Piazza, and Auriemma, all from Christian Walker's hometown of Norristown, Pennsylvania. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Reed Foley, a belt tie set. Pitch. Swinging a pop-up. Shallow right. Starling Marte jogging in for it. Takes a step to his left. Makes a one-handed catch to retire Walker. And Sean Reed Foley has retired 7 in a row now. 1 out here in the 5th.
After those first couple of batters that he faced in the 3rd inning, when he walked Beer and gave up the RBI double to Smith, it's really given the Mets exactly what they were hoping for, exactly what they needed after the short start from Trevor Williams.
All right, good stop by Foley right now.
Seth Beer's the batter now. He walked his last time up, grounded out in the 1st inning. Gary and Ron are showing off all the donuts they've got on the TV. They got 12. They got a whole dozen donuts there. First pitch to Beer. Fouled straight back 0-1. What are they going to do with 12 donuts?
Foley seems to be settling in a little
They don't want
bit.
to share with Keith either.
Yeah, Keith's not even here. They've got to slide some of those donuts over here.
They're all yours.
Not going to eat any?
No. Unless they got a gluten-free donut over there.
Gluten, you have to.
I think McNeil can make the All-Star game if he continues what he's doing.
Can you lick the frosting off it?
Foley's looking good right
Cares
now,
about the
guys.
donut
That's what we like to see.
No balls and a strike on Beer. 4-2. Arizona's got the lead. Pitch. Swing and a miss. On a high fastball. No balls, 2 strikes on Beer. Seth Beer has 15 hits in his first 13 games entering tonight. He's driven in 8 runs.
Let's go, Sean.
Left-handed batter who's shown some potential in his rookie year for Arizona. Beer is not from Wisconsin. He's from Maryville, Illinois, which is towards St. Louis. No balls and 2 strikes on Seth Beer. Reed Foley, a belt tie set. Pitch. high, 1-2. I guess if you're not going to be from Wisconsin and your last name is Beer, growing up near St. Louis works. Anheuser-Busch. We'll see Busch Stadium in a couple of days. Mets in St. Louis, Monday,
So Foley
Tuesday, and
has
Wednesday.
40 pitches so
Scherzer
far.
will pitch Monday night.
Could be a possibility he might go one more
1-2
inning if he
pitch.
gets out of this 1-2-3.
Fouled away toward the left.
We'll see.
Still 1 ball, 2 strikes on Beer. Mets will have Scherzer, Bassett, and Carrasco for the 3 games against the Cardinals. Probably Taijuan Walker when the Mets get back home next Friday night against the Phillies. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Seth Beer. Pitch. It's over below. 2-2. Changeup missed. Haven Smith on deck. First 25,000 fans for the 7-10 game against the Phillies next Saturday, April 30th. We'll take home a Francisco Lindor Bobble Gnome, courtesy of New Balance. For tickets, Mets.com/tickets.
I got a 3-2 count to Beer right
2-2.
now.
Reed
See if
Foley's
Foley
pitch.
can get him out here.
High fastball. It's 3-2. Tomorrow, the finale of this series, it'll be a 4:10 first pitch, 1:10 here in Arizona. Tyler McGill will start that against veteran Madison Bumgarner, who's been able to work around some wildness so far in his first few starts. 3-2. Down and in, ball 4. Reed Foley tried to quick the
Foley
inside
lost that up
corner
out there.
with a slider. He just missed it a little bit low and a little bit inside. So Seth Beer is on base again. He's walked for the second time today. 1 out, 1 on. Pavin Smith, the batter. RBI double his last time up. Diamondbacks scored a run in the first, 2 in the second, 1 in the third.
I do agree with you guys about McNeil in the batting order. It seems like he's in no man's land in the 8th spot.
First
He
pitch.
should be in the 6th, 7th spot at the very least, right behind Escobar and Alonso.
About to get a visit from Jeremy Hefner. 44 pitches.
Ottavino is warming up in the
Looks
bullpen
like he's
right now.
starting to fatigue a little bit.
Hefner's on the. Hefner came out to talk to Foley, meeting on the mound
Adam
right now.
Ottavino
Give him a little bit of a breather.
warming up right now in the Mets bullpen.
Nice little double play here. Get him out of the inning would be really nice.
There's only one guy down there with a single-digit
Yeah,
number.
Foley hasn't pitched this many
That is
pitches so
true.
far this year.
Ottavino wears number
So-
0. The second Mets pitcher to ever wear that. Of course,
No.
Stroman wore it
Alvarez
last year.
has gotten a lot better defensively
Ottavino was the first
over the
pitcher
last
to
year
ever
and a
wear
half.
0 in a major league game.
Each and I will
Got
be
that
live
number.
tomorrow
Somebody asked
and
him once.
Monday.
He faced
So you're going to
Terrence
get a lot
Moore,
of me over the next couple of days,
both
guys.
wearing 0.
Oh, what a play by
Moore was
Pete.
batting against Ottavino, and somebody
But,
asked
he
Adam
didn't
about
get
it
it done.
after, and he said,
Yeah.
I don't care. 2 guys wearing a stupid number. 1 ball, no strikes. Pitch. Smith lines it toward first. Alonso grabs it, at least knocks it down on the short hop. Everybody's going to be safe, but Pete kept that ball from going into the outfield. And actually, they're going to say that the ball hit the runner.
Oh, the ball hit the runner.
So
So the runner's out.
Seth Beer on his way from first to
Oh, it
second
did hit
was
the runner.
apparently
So we
struck
got
by
lucky
that
there,
ball.
guys.
And as Alonso reached out for a diving attempt, it appears the ball hit the runner, and the runner will be
The runner,
out.
the ball
We get
did
the
hit the runner,
replay
so he's
now.
out.
Seth
The
Beer
runner is out.
moved over, and it certainly did hit him on the back of the heel. Torey Lovello went out for an explanation. I don't know. What's there to say? The ball clearly hit Seth Beer. It hit him right in the leg.
Yeah, hit him
And
right
I
on
think
his left
Foley
ankle.
got hurt there.
Torey Lovello is saying because the ball was past the fielder, in this case Pete Alonso. I don't know how that works though with the second baseman as well, kind of being in the neighborhood. And Torey Lovello is explaining his case to Greg Gibson, the crew chief, right now. On the other hand of this, as Beer is out going from first to second, Sean Reed Foley seemed to tweak his foot as he was trying to cover first base on play and run toward where the ball was.
All right, so Foley's
So
coming
Reed
out of the
Foley
game
is
with an
hobbling
apparent
around a little
injury.
bit. He's going to come out of this game, and I think this will be considered an injury replacement. So Ottavino will enter this game with as much time as he would like to get ready to go on the mound. There's a lot happening here. Torey Lovello now heads toward the Diamondbacks dugout. And Buck Showalter is going to have a chat of the umpiring crew, maybe to give Greg Gibson a pat on the back for helping the Mets out with that call. I think because Cano was at least in the neighborhood, the ball was maybe behind Alonso, but it was in front of Cano still, and I think that's where the umpire might have a case to say that the obstruction counts, as Seth Beer was called out going from first base to second on the play. Anyway, 2 out, a runner on first. It's 4-2 Arizona here in the 5th. And the Mets are making
So
a
2
pitching
outs
change.
for the Mets here.
Brought to you by the New York Lottery.
Let's see if the Mets get out of this. Ottavino's coming in. Foley did get hurt, which is not good.
Most people.
So we got 2 outs right here. And the ball did hit the runner. Again, the manager for the Diamondbacks are saying that there was no fielder in the area, that if the ball wouldn't have hit the runner, the fielder had no shot at getting the ball. So, but again, the umpires didn't agree with that. So the runner is out. The ball hit him. So 2 outs. Ottavino coming in. Foley did hurt himself trying to run the first base. The ball was hit to the right side, so his instinct was go to first. Seemed like it may be a little bit of a hamstring, maybe a calf tightness, but he is out of the game. So he pitched an inning and 2/3, and Ottavino is coming in to pitch to Carson Kelly. And the Mets still trail 4-2. The Mets can keep it to just 2 runs. Let's see if the Mets can get this done in a game where possibly you could have said the Mets could easily lose this game. The Mets can pull out a win here. Well, that's a big W to take already 2 out of 3 for the series, but we'll see. We've got a couple innings here. The Mets had a couple of chances last inning, got 2 runs. Could have had a bigger inning, but a double play. Nito just ran on a line drive from Nimmo, keeping the Arizona lead to 4-2, and we will see if the Mets can hold the Arizona Diamondbacks to just 4 runs, and the Mets can somehow come back in this ball game and win the game. Let's see. What did Foley pitch? Kind of missed something here. Hold on. 2 2/3. I see. That's what I did wrong. I knew I didn't have to add it up, right? I was like, wait a second. That doesn't add up to almost 5 innings. It's 2 2/3. That's my fault there. Live and learn. Make mistakes all the time. But Foley did do a nice job, guys. It was very nice. He could have easily blown up and could have been an 8-run lead. But it wasn't. Kept it to 4 runs. Now it's 2 runs. Let's see if Ottavino can come in and get it done and go to the next inning and go from there. So they're talking a lot over here about the base runner that the ball hit. The Diamondbacks are not happy about that, but we're going to 2 outs. Ottavino on the mound. Let's see if the Mets can get out of this, giving up no runs.
Pavin Smith at first. Dave McKay and Pavin Smith are chatting with the umpire. Wonder if Pavin would feel better if he's informed that he does indeed get a hit for that. Doesn't matter that the ball hit the runner. It's still a base hit for him. Sean Foley allowed 2 hits in 2 2/3 innings. Did a pretty nice job. He did allow an inherited runner to score. To this point, no runs of his own as Ottavino faces Kelly.
So I'm assuming Ottavino will probably pitch the 6th inning too if he gets out of this with no problem.
Multi-set from Ottavino. The New York City native deals first pitch. Slider low and away. Ball 1 to Kelly. 25,413 in attendance tonight. A bigger crowd than yesterday. This place is pretty large. 48,000 plus capacities. It takes a lot to fill up the upper decks, which are pretty steep here. 1-0 pitch on the way. Fastball strike on the outside corner. 1 ball, 1 strike. The lower bowl is filled up. The bleachers in left and right center. Somewhat
I'll
full.
take 5 for Mets win.
Looks like the pool's at capacity.
Well, the pool pretty much always is. 1 ball, 1 strike. Ottavino Beltai set his pitch. Kelly fouls it back, and it's 1-2. I know you tested it out earlier, brought your trunks, and hit the pool before the gates opened here today.
Yeah, can't dive in, though. It's only 4 feet 6 inches deep. A little dangerous to go head first.
I mean, it's a small pool. What do you think it was? An Olympic-sized pool over there? Not much of a space out there in right center. Little party deck in the pool area in right center field. 1 ball, 2 strikes the pitch. Fouled off again behind home plate. Still 1-2.
All right, I got a 1-2 count on Kelly.
Honestly, 4 feet 6 is probably deeper than I expected.
Pretty great area to watch a game.
Ground ball goes right
for a
through the
dive.
shift.
Swim around. Have a good time out there in right center field. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Ottavino's pitch. Runner goes, and Kelly, it's a bouncing ball through the right side. Pavin Smith makes sure to not get hit with it as the ball bounced by. Smith takes off for third, so a perfectly executed hit and run by Arizona. The inning continues. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Sergio Alcantara will bat now.
Third baseman.
Mets are down by just 2, and Ottavino trying to keep it that
There was
way.
no shift. That's a ground ball to the
Did a
second
little bit of a
baseman.
stutter
and
step
over.
about 3/4 of the way towards second base. Let the ball pass in front of him, and then he went on his way around second, going to third.
Now Alcantara batting left-handed against the righty Ottavino. A chance to help Arizona extend their lead. It's 4-2 Diamondbacks. Bottom half of the 5th inning. It's trying to win
Come on,
another.
Adam.
They are
give up a
11-4 to
run
start
here.
the year.
Got to get our offense back up there.
Trying to make it 3 straight wins overall. First 2 of this series. First pitch. Slider strike from Ottavino, and it's 0-1. Alcantara with a base hit and a run scored in the second.
Nice pitch by Ottavino.
This run charged to Trevor Williams. He's on the hook for all 4 so far in this one. First and third, 2 outs, no balls and 1 strike. Ottavino's pitch. Swing and a miss. Good slider there to the back foot of the lefty Alcantara. Adam Ottavino is ahead, no balls, 2 strikes. Veteran right-hander, he's been around, especially in the National League West. Ottavino spent many years with the Colorado Rockies. He's pitched a lot in this ballpark. No balls, 2 strikes on Alcantara. Pitch. Fastball outside, ball 1.
All right, 1-2
Three
count.
infielders are on the right here for Alcantara. Lindor up the middle, but a step or 2 to the right of second base. One ball, 2 strikes. Ottavino from the belt. His pitch. Swinging a foul toward the left out of play. Still 1-2. Must be a Howard Stern fan down there toward the field of play.
All right, 1-2 count. First and third, 2 outs. D-backs lead 4-2 in the bottom of the 5th.
Shouting Baba Booey at Adam Ottavino. One ball, 2 strikes on Sergio Alcantara. First and third, 2 outs. Ottavino's pitch. Swing and a miss,
Yeah,
strike
there
3.
you
Back
go.
foot slider. And
There we go.
Ottavino
Let's get our
strikes out
offense back out
Alcantara
there,
to win the
guys.
inning.
There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Nice pitching by Ottavino. After giving up that base hit. No runs, 2 hits, 2 left on. Mets still down by 2. It's Marte, Lindor, Alonso coming up for the Mets. This is the inning. I expect the Mets to tie the game or go ahead, guys. I feel it. Negative Rob is positive Rob right now. Got to do something in this inning right here, guys. I feel it. I feel it. Maybe a bloop and a blast to tie the game. I'll take that. But I like our chances in this spot. I saw Kenny just said that. I thought of that, and then you said it right before me. I like our chances right now, guys. I really do. This game looked like it was going to get away from us very easily today. Most of us were talking, hey, we lose today, we still can win the series tomorrow. And look what happens right away. Mets score 2 runs, keep it to 4 runs. Now we're right back in this ball game going to the top of the 6th. Got a couple innings here to score some runs. The meat of the order is up for the Mets. Got to do some damage here. Castellanos, his pitch count is getting up there. I don't know if they're going to keep on playing, playing him in, putting them in there. Maybe they'll put in the bullpen. We'll see. But you know what? We got to take advantage of it. We kept him the 4 runs. Got to win this ball game now. Ethan, I don't know if me being a great dude about my job. My job is kind of very quiet. I don't talk a lot at my job. I'm a forklift driver at Costco, so there's nothing special about that or interesting. I agree, Roberto. They have to do something in this inning, or it's going to be pretty hard in the bottom of this lineup. Even though the bottom of the order actually scored the runs last inning, you got to get it done here. You got to get the meat of the order here. You got to get at least a run here to get it going. So here we go, guys. Castellanos is out of the game. Marte is up.
But they scored twice against him in the 5th. So Castellanos got through 5. He's in line for the win. Starling Marte leads off the 6th against Noe Ramirez. First pitch. Fastball strike, 0-1. Saw Ramirez work a scoreless inning yesterday. Got a 2.84 ERA in 7 appearances so far. Diamondbacks pitching staff has been just fine the first couple of weeks this season. 0-1. Down and in, 1 ball, 1 strike. Castellanos did not allow a home run, so now that is 7 games in which the Diamondbacks starting pitchers have allowed just a total of 1 home run. 1 ball, 1 strike on Starling Marte leading off the 6th inning. Mets down by 2. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Ramirez pulled the string on Marte with a right-on-right changeup. That's 1 ball and 2 strikes. Noe Ramirez grew up in East L.A., rough neighborhood called Boyle Heights in the East L.A. area. 1 ball and 2 strikes on Starling Marte. Pitch. Slider low and away, 2-2. Because of how he grew up, he, like Dominic Smith, who grew up in a similar neighborhood in Los Angeles, tries to give back to the community. He runs a youth baseball camp at the local Boys and Girls Club in East L.A. Got a reward from the Los Angeles City Council a few years ago for his efforts. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Starling Marte. The pitch. Chopped foul behind home plate, 2-2. If you know Dom and his background in Southern California and all the work that he's put in with baseball generations and trying to get not only interest in baseball drummed up, but just to get those kids away from the violence and the parts of those neighborhoods that can be scary for kids. Get them on a baseball field. The 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Marte just took that
Not
ball
good at bat by Marte.
into the glove of the catcher, Carson
Right
Kelly.
to it,
Noe Ramirez strikes out the first batter that he faces. 1 out here in the 6th. As Francisco
I don't know about an
Lindor
international spy.
Shortstop, Francisco.
Thank you.
Lindor.
Seemed like Marte decided a little late that he wanted to swing at that. Kind of a flat-footed cut.
Marte strikes out. Now Lindor, he's punched out a couple of times today. Alonso follows him. It's 4-2 Arizona in the 6th inning. Time is called on the field. Diamondbacks third baseman Sergio Alcantara just got pitch comm device, I believe, and just handed it to Ketel Marte. So Marte is going to slip the audio into his cap so that he could hear the pitches that are being called by the catcher Carson
That
Kelly.
fan's really annoying.
4-2 Arizona. It's the 6th inning.
All right, Frankie, let's go. Get on base.
1 out, nobody on as Lindor stands in. First pitch. Breaking ball down and in. 1 ball, no strikes. Speed report brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line, the official freight carrier of the Mets Radio Network. Learn more at odfl.com. Old Dominion helping the world keep promises.
Morning Beer Podcast. LSGM.
Neal showed his wheels in the 5th inning with an RBI triple. 1-0. Down and in. A breaking ball to Lindor. It's 2-0. It's the Mets' 3rd triple this year. Nimmo and Escobar each have one, and now so does McNeil. Infield over, shifted to the right for Lindor. 2 balls and no strikes. The pitch. Fastball strike. Dots the outside corner, 2-1. Ramirez has the red stirrups on.
All right.
The real
Gotta
deal.
get some runs here, guys.
It's not the socks that wannabe stirrups. Phonies. He's got actual stirrups on. 2 balls and 1 strike on Lindor. The pitch. That's high, ball 3.
I like that look. High socks, too. Either one. But stirrups, it's cool.
3 balls, 1 strike on Lindor.
Morning Beer. Thank you, buddy.
Diamondbacks have Red Sox.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Showing with their pant legs pulled up. 3-1.
Not easy jobs where
Lindor
we
fouls
do,
it
man.
off
I can
toward
tell
the
you
left.
that.
3-2. No way, Ramirez kicking it old school. Former member of the Red Sox and the Angels. Ramirez now a Diamondback trying to hold a lead for them. 4-2 Arizona. It's the 6th inning. 1 out, nobody on. Full count on
Lindor's
Francisco
battling in
Lindor.
this at bat here. See if he can get on
Ramirez
here.
ready, a high set pitch. Swinging a foul toward the left. Lindor had to reach for that a little bit. 3-2, just trying to stay alive. Fought off that pitch away. Still 3 balls, 2 strikes on Lindor.
Very nice at bat by Lindor.
Ramirez sets on the first base side of the rubber. Comes to a shoulder high set. His payoff pitch. Down and in, ball 4.
right, Pete, let's
Francisco
go.
Lindor draws a
Looking
walk.
for a bomb here. Let's go.
Now Pete Alonso has a chance to tie this game. Pete represents the tying run. 4-2, the Diamondbacks have the lead. Alonso has been getting his base hits lately. They've
Alonso
all been
is due
singles.
for a home run there.
He's had 7 straight singles without an extra base hit. Ties the longest stretch in Alonso's career for the most consecutive singles without an extra base hit jumping in. But this is an extra base hit paradise. Huge outfield here.
Randall, I think we need it.
That's why you often see a Diamondback among the league leaders in triples. Tel Marte's led in triples here before. David Peralta has. First pitch to Pete. Breaking ball bounced foul. Third base side 0-1. Mets will take a double or a long one here from Alonso to tie this
Robert,
game.
I know that guy's
4-2
freaking
Arizona in
annoying.
the 6th inning.
Jesus, he's probably wasted.
Diamondbacks have left-hander Kyle Nelson warming up in their bullpen. Mets bullpen is quiet right now. Adam Ottavino got the last out in the 5th inning. Looks like he'll go back out to the bottom of the 6th. No balls, 1 strike on Pete. Ramirez ready. 0-1 pitch. Breaking ball falls low and in. 1 ball, 1 strike on Alonso. Too many guys in this day and age with the power to go to dead center in this ballpark where it's 407.
Pete's been very aggressive over the last couple of
20-foot high
games,
wall
for sure.
to get to the yellow line.
Swinging at early counts.
1 ball, 1 strike.
Been having a
Pitch.
problem with that.
Breaking
I don't know
ball
if you don't
outside,
trust
ball 2.
what he's doing right now. He's
Richie
a little out in
Sexton
front of
hitting a
himself.
bunch of
I don't know.
home runs
But
off that wall. And
he's having a little
deep
bit
center
better at bat
field.
here so far. I'll take a ball on the gap.
Sexton even hit one up to the video board here once. It's just a titanic shot. Alonso has the power to do it. Just doesn't play here often enough to really get it done on a regular basis. 2-1. Breaking ball low and away. Ball 3. So Ramirez, after walking Lindor, Has fallen
This might
behind
be the
Pete.
pitch to
3
hit here
balls,
for
1
Pete
strike.
Alonso.
But even if
Gotta
you don't
look
get
at your
it above
pitch right
that
here,
yellow
middle
line,
in.
you got those
If it ain't
two
your pitch,
columns
don't swing at it.
that are in dead center. You've got the railings on the platforms just to the right or the left. There's funky bounces out there, too.
That's another thing that helps.
God, that guy's so annoying.
Triples happen here at Chase Field. 3 balls and 1 strike on Alonso, the pitch. Breaking ball, strike at the knees.
That ball was right down the middle, but it was
So
a
it took
breaking
a step
ball.
or
I mean,
two
you're not looking
toward
for a breaking
first
ball
on
there.
that.
You're looking for a fastball
It was
middle
low
in.
enough to be
I mean,
ball
that
4.
was the pitch that
That
he
way
could have hit if
Ramirez
he was
gets
looking
the
for that.
call.
But
It's full
that's
count,
the pitch
3 and
right there.
2.
It's
Escobar on
hard
deck.
to hit that ball. All right, 3-2 count to Pete. There we go.
Seems like it's either Diamondback or a Royal that's got
Ah,
a league lead
Pete,
in
come
doubles,
on.
a major league lead,
Swinging
doubles
at
or
that
triples.
crap.
Upton Stadium is pretty big, too.
3 balls, 2 strikes. Ramirez a high set. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike
Not a good at bat.
Alonso really lunged and chased a 3-2 pitch that was not in the strike zone.
Not
It
a
was
good
change up from
Not a
Ramirez.
good at bat by Pete Alonso.
Alonso
Can't be
well
up
out in front of
3-1
it.
on
Definitely
the
would have
count
been
and
ball
not do
4.
anything there.
As that pitch started off the plate
Well,
away
let's
and
just
then
see if we can
dipped
get the veteran
down out
here
of the zone.
to knock in that run here.
Alonso expands his strike zone and punches out. Second of this inning, both strikeouts for Noe Ramirez. And now Eduardo Escobar. Escobar batting left-handed against the righty Noe Ramirez here in the 6th. Mets are behind 4-2.
All right,
Ramirez
top of
high
the
set,
6th.
first
Arizona
pitch.
leads 4-2.
A little bit
2 outs,
outside,
man
ball
on first.
1.
Escobar at the plate.
Escobar took advantage of this place when he was traded from the Twins to the Diamondbacks.
Ethan, I do
Middle of the
not.
2018
least
season.
not yet.
Target field. Plays pretty big in the outfield as well. Escobar hit 48 doubles that year between the 2 ballparks.
All right,
Well,
2-0 count to Escobar.
Outside ball 2 was actually the
See if
most
he's going
doubles
to look
by
for
a
a pitch
player
here to drive.
traded in the middle of a season since Ben Chapman in 1936. And then in his first year with the Diamondbacks, Escobar also was a league leader in triples. He had 10 in 2019.
Looks like he's trying to
playing
pitch around
every day for
Escobar here to
Arizona.
go after Smith.
He gets it. 2-0. Just outside again. Ball 3. Ramirez trying to hit that outside corner with the changeup. Missed the last 2. 3 balls, no strikes. Wonder if Eduardo might turn loose here on a 3-0 fastball that's in a hittable spot. Lindor at first. 2 outs, 6th inning. 4-2 Arizona. Ramirez ready. The count 3-0. The pitch. It's a high strike over the outside corner. Escobar thought that might have been ball 4. It's 3-1.
Yeah, it looked like it was a little bit up and a little bit away.
Check on the game cast when it comes up. It was definitely high and away.
All right, here's a big spot
3 balls and 1
for
strike.
Dominic Smith here.
Ramirez catches a break. Lindor's running. Pitches high, goes to the backstop. Lindor's rounding second. He's going to try for third. Now he goes back to second base.
All right,
It was
so
ball 4 to Escobar.
the big
he
spot
draws a walk.
for Dominic
Lindor
Smith here. First and second, 2
Around at
outs.
second base with Sergio Alcantara, the third
Last
baseman,
at bat,
playing
Dominic Smith got a double.
about halfway between second and
All right,
third.
so it looks like
Once
the pitcher,
Alcantara
the manager's coming out
was
to
able to
take out
cover
the
third.
pitcher. All right. So there we go, guys. We got first and second, 2 outs. Dominic Smith, who's been struggling this year, had a nice double down the line. His last at bat. Big spot for Dominic Smith here. It'd be really nice to see if he can continue what he did in his last at bat in this at bat here. He can base it here, scores at least a run. See if Dom can actually do something here. I think you gotta give Dom Angel. I know you're talking about Kana. I think you got to give Dom the chance here. Honestly, I think you do. You know, he got a double last at bat. I think you got to give him a chance here. I think they're bringing in the lefty. I don't know. I mean, he might do it. You never know. He might bring either Davis or Kana up, but I think you got to give Dom a chance in this spot. You got to give Smith a couple of at bats here. He hasn't been hitting well. He might be feeling good about himself right now. Yeah, it wasn't a good at bat by Pete Alonso. He had a 3-1 count. He took a get me over breaking pitch that was right down the middle. That if he was looking middle in, he should have crushed that ball. And then he swings at a terrible. It looked like a hard splitter in the dirt. It was just not a good at bat by Pete Alonso. Pete Alonso's prone to be swinging at those terrible pitches on down low and outside. He's just been like that. Yeah, Michael. I don't know about negative. I just say it how it is. It might come off as negative, but everybody's got to stay in reality. I might be negative. I feel like I'm fair with stuff like that, but I don't like to be positive when there's no reason to be positive. But here we go, guys. We're still in the top of the 6th. Mets are trailing 4-2. Dominic Smith, I believe, is still up. We'll see. The lefty Kyle Nelson is in the game for the Diamondbacks. And Dominic Smith is up and he flies a ball to center field. Son of a you-know-what. God damn it. First pitch. Sorry, guys. It came back quick.
Off the end of the bat.
We're going to commercial. All right, so Dom swung at the first pitch and didn't do anything. That was just a... that wasn't a good at-bat by Smith. That was just quick. It makes sense for Peterson because he's not going to pitch in the next 5 days anyway. You need a roster spot. Put an extra guy in your bullpen because of the bullpen game today. And the next time out, Peterson is not pitching. Walker's going to be taking that spot in Philadelphia, in Citi Field against Philly. So Peterson's not going to be pitching until the doubleheader against the Braves on May 3rd. So that's the reason why Peterson is down. It's no point keeping Peterson up and holding a roster spot when you can put a guy in the bullpen at this point. But that was just a bad inning by the Mets. Pete Alonso had a 3-1 count, could do some damage there, didn't do it. And then Dominic Smith swings at the first pitch. Buck trusted Smith in that situation since he got a double his last at bat. I'm okay with that. I don't think he had a pitch hit for him, but you can't swing at the first pitch. You just can't. Let the pitcher work. I still got hope in the game. It's 4-2. I'm not too worried about it. It is what if we lose. Look, guys, if we lose this game, we come out tomorrow and get the job done and win the 5th series of the year. And the Mets still haven't lost a series yet, so it's not over yet. But it was just 2 bad at bats by Alonso and Smith there. Damn. I felt like that inning was the inning we could have done some damage there. JD, thank you. So we are waiting for the bottom of the 6th. It looks like Ottavino is still in the game at this point. Again, they didn't show it yet, but I would think he would still be in the game. But we'll see. Yep, Ottavino's in the game. Bottom 6, guys. Mets still trail 4-2.
The minor league soon once Ahmed is ready to start playing every day again. Perdomo switch hitter batting left against the righty Ottavino. Diamondbacks believe the bat will eventually be pretty good for Perdomo at this level. Quite that year, not quite yet there. He's still pretty young. First pitch.
All right, see if we can keep it to 4 runs still. No strikes. Still got a couple innings to go here to score some runs.
Perdomo is 22 years old. The ball, no strikes. Ottavino ready. Comes home.
That's not good.
Perdomo Hits one in the air toward left, pretty deep. McNeil backing up near the wall. McNeil reaching up. It's off the wall. It bounces back toward the field of play. Perdomo's on his horse. He's headed for third. McNeil barehands the ball, throws it toward third. Not in time. It's a triple off the wall and left for Geraldo Perdomo. It's his first triple of the year. The ball was crushed the other way. McNeil tried to make the catch up against the wall, and instead the ball hit the wall and bounced away from Jeff. Perdomo showing off great speed. Ended up all the way at third. So Arizona with their leadoff man in scoring position.
Well,
now
this
the
is
batter,
usually what
Dalton
happens
Varsho.
when you don't score having a chance
It took a really
in the prior
hard
half
bounce
inning.
off the wall and just
And
kept
then this
running
team comes
away
back
from
and
McNeil.
gets a
I was
leadoff
trying to get
triple.
after it. And that's part of what allowed Perdomo to get a triple so easily.
Yeah, Angel.
Infield
That's
comes
the
in for the
problem right
Mets.
there.
Only a 2-run game. Varsho the batter.
But that's
First
also
pitch.
what happens when you have a
Slider
bullpen
for a
game
strike
today.
on the inner half. It's 0-1.
There, it's pretty good so far.
Varsho, the
You're
son
not
of
the Mets are
former
winning,
big leaguer
but
Gary
should be
Varsho,
worse. Infield is in for the Mets.
named after the late Phillies catcher Darren Dalton.
Well, Ottavino's got to be Houdini here,
One
trying to get out
strike
of
on
this inning.
Varsho. Runner at third, Perdomo with nobody out. 4-2 Arizona, 6th inning. Ottavino's pitch. Ripped foul toward first down the line. Skips toward
Still a very
ball
winnable game.
dudes down
man.
the right field
I mean,
line.
that's not a
Balls
breaking
for 2
news or
strikes.
anything like that. You guys know that, but see if Ottavino can get it done here and keep that
Similar to
runner
San
at third.
Francisco, where older person will be down the right field and left field lines to scoop up the balls instead of teenagers you see in some other places. No balls and 2 strikes on Varsho. Pitch. Way high, ball 1. Varsho has 2 hits tonight. Run scored in the first. Run batted in the second. Diamondbacks have not scored since the third. It's pulled a little bit closer since then with 2 in the 5th inning, but Ottavino's trying to keep it there after a leadoff triple. 1-2. Swing and a miss on a ball in the dirt. Strike 3. Perdomo took a step off
The
of
Mets are
third.
not getting
The
no
runner's
base
headed
here.
for first. Varsho will make it there.
It would have been a strikeout. Nito can't block the ball. Runner runs the first. Varsho runs the first base.
So Ottavino gets a strikeout, but a wild pitch puts Varsho at first. Perdomo held up at third, and really Perdomo bluffing as if he was going to get to the plate. Opened up first base for Varsho.
Perdomo broke immediately. Might have had a chance. And it's always a tricky play to make, trying to scramble after the ball and then make an accurate throw to a pitcher running
Nice
in
pitch
to cover home
by
plate.
Ottavino and just screws up.
But if nothing else, Perdomo
You know, it was a pitch in the
made,
third. It wasn't an easy block.
throw to home instead of even thinking about throwing to first.
All right, first and third, nobody
Lonzo
out.
came in toward the pitcher's
Marte
mound to
is
back
up.
up any throw that was coming toward Ottavino.
And the
so first
runner
base
steals
was
second base.
unoccupied.
So second and third, nobody
Varsho
out.
is there. So runners on the corners, nobody out. And the batter, Ketel Marte. Varsho's running. Pitch to Marte is low. Throw to second goes through, and it's not in time. Varsho is safe. Nito's throw pulled Lindor off the bag toward first. And Varsho whizzed right by. He gets a stolen base, his second. Now runners on second and third. Nobody out for Arizona.
You know, that throw kind of tailed away from that second base bag. And Lindor tried to reach behind him and get that swipe tag, but Varsho was already by him.
Oh,
The infield comes back in. Second and third, no outs. 1 ball, no strikes on Ketel Marte. 4-2 Arizona in the 6th inning. Pitch. High fastball, ball 2. Injury update brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Go to injurylawyer.com. Sean Reed Foley had some leg cramping going on, so he came out. 2-0 pitch. Marte has a chopper towards second. Cano's got it, looks the runners back, flips to first for the out.
all right, that's 1 out.
The runners have
Come
to
on.
hold at second and third, so the infield in for the Mets pays off. You can tell Marte bounces out, now 1 away. And the batter is David Peralta. If the Mets think about an intentional walk here, just to put a force at any base with Christian Walker, a right-handed batter on deck. But Showalter's talking to Eric Chavez right now, so apparently the intentional walk not in play with Peralta.
So it looks like a
bat.
sack
The
fly
infield
here.
will
If he's
stay
up in there, could throw him out.
Runners on second and third, one out. Mets down by 2. Ottavino, a belt tie stretch. First pitch. Swinging a fly ball toward the left field line. McNeil gets over, comes in, makes the catch. Runner tagging. McNeil throws toward the plate. The throw is off the line. Perdomo scores. Sacrifice fly for David Peralta. The Diamondbacks tack on a run.
Seems like it was inevitable they would sort of at least a run in this inning.
And McNeil ran around that and got it lined up, coming straight down the left field line, but the throw just wasn't on target. And frankly, even if it was, Perdomo got a great jump from the third base bag, and McNeil wasn't going to get it.
5-2 Diamondbacks.
Leadoff triple is cashed in. 2 outs. Varsho still at second base. Sac fly for David Peralta. RBI number 3 for him this year. Christian Walker has an RBI tonight on a fielder's choice. Also doubled and scored in the third. That's down by 3 again. It's 5-2. First pitch. Fouled back. That ball really in on Walker's hands as he hit it foul behind home plate. No balls, 1 strike.
Good.
Home half of the 6th inning. Sun is setting here in Arizona. The lights starting to take full effect here at Chase Field. A 1 pitch. Slider low and away, ball 1.
I understand, maybe.
This Phoenix metro area continues to expand and sprawl out over a lot of land that's still undeveloped around here. 1 ball, 1 strike coming to Walker. Fastball fouled behind home plate. 1 ball, 2 strikes. From about September through May, this is a pretty great place to be. June, July, and August, you're kind of on your own. This place turns into a microwave, but other than that, not too bad. 1 ball, 2 strikes to Walker, the pitch. Fastball low and away, ball 2. Temperatures in the low 80s today. It was
Cohen's having mic problems this year already.
Nice night.
16 games into the season.
A little bit of a warmer day here tomorrow for the finale of this series. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Walker. Ottavino's pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Walker.
All right, guys. So the Mets only gave up 1 run. Now they're down by 3 again. So, all right, guys. So we got 3 more innings to go here to make up these runs, but you can't keep on giving up runs. You're not going to come back and win this game. You know, the Mets had opportunity last inning. We got to keep it going now. So, but unfortunately, Ottavino couldn't get a clean inning here. Give the Mets at least a 2-run deficit. Now it's a 3-run deficit for the Mets. But the Mets got to start hitting here. We got to get in. You get into the bullpen for the Diamondbacks. The bullpen hasn't been terrible for them, but definitely got to get some runs here. Again, not the end of the world if the Mets lose this game. Come out tomorrow, win the series, everything's good. Be 15. You know, have a really good record right now. 11-4, no complaints. You come back 12-5, going into the St. Louis series, not too bad at all. But you know what? Even a bad team can beat a good team. It's just baseball. That's how it goes. Like I said before, most teams, 99% of the teams win 60 games and lose 60 games. It's the other 42 that always determines division leaders, playoff teams. It's just the way it goes. It's the way baseball goes. You might get 1 or 2 teams that actually might lose 100 games, 100-plus games. But you know what, Ken? Honestly, it's because I'm streaming the radio call. That's why. So it's a little bit behind actual TV call. All right, guys. So we're going to the top of the 7th. See, the Mets are down by 3. Let's see if they can score some runs here.
We hope our friends Steve Gelbs and Russ Ralkin are feeling better as they've been battling COVID over the last week. Diamondbacks TV announcers having a COVID issue. Steve Berthium and Bob Brenly not doing the games yesterday and today, so still out there. The Mets hoping for a comeback tonight against the Diamondbacks. 5-2 Arizona. Cano leads off the 7th. Here's Jake.
First pitch misses low, ball 1. That's just the second pitch that Kyle Nelson's thrown. He came on in the 6th inning, threw one pitch, and got Dom Smith to fly out to end the inning. So now it's another left-on-left matchup between Nelson and Cano, with a lefty Jeff McNeil waiting on deck.
I
Here's
think
the
so,
pitch,
Ken.
fouled straight back, and it's 1-1. Big news in baseball earlier today was Miguel Cabrera collecting his 3,000th career hit. Single through the right side. Become the 33rd player in Major League history to eclipse 3,000 hits. That is a very small group among the 20,000 or so major leaguers. Here's the 1-1. Breaking ball, slap foul
See if
down the
Cano
left
can get a
field line.
leadoff hit here.
Side netting. 1-2.
Might be shocking, but we'll see.
And Robinson had a really nice post on Instagram. Posted a picture of himself in a Mariners jersey. A little fist bump with Miggy. Tigers jersey, of course. Congratulating him on reaching 3,000 hits, saying that he'd always been an admirer of his career, thanking him for his friendship and for being a tremendous person on and off the field. It's the reputation that Miggy has. Here's the 1-2. Cano pokes it foul up and over the side netting third base side. Still a ball and 2 strikes. There are a lot of messages around baseball for Miguel Cabrera. The Tigers put together some videos from other members of the 3,000 Hits Club.
Whoa.
Molitor, Ron Carew,
Pitcher just threw the ball away. And
George Brett recorded messages
got,
on Albert Pujols.
well, it's an error, but
The 1-2 again.
Cano wasn't really
Cano
busting
trickles
out
it down the third base
down
line.
the
Nelson
line
hops off the bump,
Well,
picks it up
you
with his
got a
glove,
leadoff
throws wide
run
at
on.
first.
There
Walker
we
came
go.
off the bag to snare it, but Cano's safe. Would have been a close play at first. Could be an infield hit.
All right, so here we go.
See
Leadoff
Cano
man on.
get some base hits to
Jeff
the left
McNeil up.
side.
Here we
He's
go.
continued to be
Got
overshifted.
a nice little break
He's
there.
bounced the ball to the third base side. Kyle Nelson
The
was
pitcher
the only
had
one
time. I mean,
who
Cano
could
was
field
running,
it,
but
but
threw it
his
away.
throw pulled Walker well off the bag. It should be a base hit for
Nice
Cano.
way to start the inning. A little bit of a break there.
So it's a leadoff single for Robinson Cano, his 2,631st career hit. He's the next closest to 3,000, but well, he's a ways away.
Joely Rodriguez is warming up in the
There's only
bullpen.
2 other active players who even have more than 2,000 hits, let alone 3. First pitch to Jeff McNeil. It's a letter high strike over the inside corner, 0-1. It's Yadier Molina. The Mets will see later on this road trip in St. Louis. And Joey Votto is just over that 2,000
Yeah, I'm a
threshold.
little surprised they gave a base hit to Cano.
The 0-1.
But,
McNeil bounces it foul down the third base
there's
line.
no guarantee
Pass
that
Wayne
he would have been
Kirby.
out if it was a straight, good throw. He would have been.
Yes,
It looks like he would have been
Manny
out, but
Machado is
they gave him the hit.
the
Mr.
next
Scorer said it was a hit.
to get to 3,000. As I said earlier, he's about
Oh, wow.
halfway
Pitch.
there, and he's not even 30 yet.
Cano to second
Freeman
base.
and Altuve, you can kind of see possibly, but I don't know if they'll play long enough to get there.
Nair, I think.
0-2 pitch.
I hope I'm there.
Bounced in, kicks off Kelly, goes high in the air right
All right,
next
so
to
we
him
got
and
a man
lands
in
next to him.
scoring
Could
position here.
take second easily.
Nobody out.
That ball went straight off, looked like his shin guard, and went straight up, and he had no clue where it was.
It's tough for a catcher when the ball goes up. They expect it to be bouncing around somewhere after it goes in the dirt. But that pitch went straight in the air. And Carson Kelly didn't know it until it
All right,
literally
1-2 count to
bounced off
McNeil, runner in
and
scoring
came back
position.
down.
So Cano takes second base easily on the wild pitch. It's now 1-2 to McNeil.
I don't know if a base
That's
hit
trailing
can
5-2,
score
top
Cano,
of the
but
7th.
see if
Runner on
McNeil can
second,
get on
nobody
here
out.
or hit a
Nelson
ball in the gap
delivers.
down the line.
Breaking ball low and outside. McNeil checked his swing and held up. 2-2. And here's a question, Wayne. Joey Votto's, 38 years old? He's got 2,035 hits. Any shot. How long do you think he'd have to play?
1,000 hits. He probably need to play 6 or 7 more years at a high level. Take him well into his 40s.
2-2. McNeil pops it up, foul out of play, third base side. Still 2-2.
I thought Cano would get there. I thought he would get there as a Met. But that suspension
2-2
last
count to
year
Jeff.
pretty much finished off any chance he had, plus only a 60-game
Oh,
season in
God damn it.
2020. So those
The ball hit
2
Cano.
years when he really needed those years to happen
Oh, my God.
the right way for him to get to 3,000 hits, pretty much crushed his chances.
Nelson deals. McNeil pokes it in. It hits Cano in the base path between second and third. McNeil's safe at first, but Cano's out. It's the
Jesus.
second time tonight we've seen a batted ball hit a runner.
I mean, you honestly might not see that again this year. For it to happen twice in one game is extremely peculiar. As McNeil hit that ball
honestly,
to the left
though,
side of
it
second
would've been
base.
ground ball to the
Cano was actually
shortstop,
trying to go back to
and
the bag.
McNeil would have been out,
Avoid
but
the
now we lose
shortstop,
that runner in
Perdomo,
scoring
and the ball hit him in
position.
the foot.
So 1 out, McNeil at first. God damn it.
But when it happened
How
couple
rare is
innings
it?
ago.
Twice in a game it happens.
to Seth Beer, it nearly happened to Pavin Smith.
Wow.
When he was
That
going
just
from first to
sucks.
second, he held up to let the ball go past him. First pitch to Tomas Nido. Sliced foul out of play over the first base side, netting 0-1.
I mean, there's nothing
Discussed
Cano can do
earlier,
there. I mean,
it's
he
a
tried to get out of the
batter.
way. It's just the ball was hit
Runner
pretty
is
hard.
out.
I mean,
Put out going to the
Man,
fielder
Nito just
closest
hit-
to
oh,
shortstop,
error.
in this case, Perdomo.
error. We got first and second, 1 out.
This guy's got to
Sorry,
work
I
on
got
their
ahead of
matrix
myself, guys.
skill,
Sorry.
Apparently.
I tried to hold off
0-1
until the
pitch.
radio call, but I saw
Breaking
it on
ball hit on the
TV.
ground to the right side. Marte bobbles it on the edge of the
All
outfield
right.
grass.
Got another
Can't pick
break
it up
here,
cleanly.
guys.
Nito safe at first. McNeil scurries to second. Marte moved to his left, coming across the field from a little
Right.
bit of a shift to the left side,
That's the
and
second
just
break.
couldn't get it in his mid cleanly. Went right off
Second
the
break
side
of
of
the
it
inning
and
for the
trickled
Mets.
behind him.
Gotta take advantage of it
That
now.
is the
Top of the order.
15th error
Brandon Nimmo up.
committed by the
Tying
Diamondbacks
run
this
coming
year.
to the
They
plate.
lead the National League.
Let's
That's
go.
3 for Ketel Marte already. He fields that ball. Might be an inning-ending double play. They certainly get at least 1 out, if not 2. Now, 2 on with 1 out for the Mets. The tie run comes to the plate, and it's the top of the order.
2 breaks this inning.
So the Mets
One
have a
with the
chance
Cano.
here, trailing by
Grounder
3 at
with
the
a
top of
pitch
the
to it
7th,
away.
trailing 5-2.
Right now, Ketel
Runners on
Marte
first
made
and
an
second
error
and
on
1
the
out.
Nito ground ball. Should have been
We're coming to you live
in
from the
and then
Bigelow
double
T
play.
broadcast booth.
But now it's
Bigelow
1
T,
out.
grab a mug
First
and
and
see
second,
proudly.
Brandon Nimmo up.
Visit
Nimmo's
from the pitching
0 for 2
coach,
with a
Brett
walk
Strom.
today.
Now he's headed back to the dugout on the dirt now and down
Terry,
the steps.
100% agreed. The Mets have been getting chances.
Brandon Nimmo comes
Diamondbacks
to
are
the plate.
keeping them in the game here.
Twisting into the box. Another left-handed hitter against the lefty Kyle Nelson. Now 4 of the 5 hitters
I
that
agree,
Nelson's
Thomas.
faced have been lefties.
All right, Brandon, let's go.
Marcano's got batting gloves on in the dugout. First pitch to Nimmo, and he foul tips it back into Kelly's mitt. Strike 1.
Let's hope, Samuel.
Infield is back, shaded a little bit to the
God
right side.
damn it.
Alcantara is off the line at third. Nelson delivers. Breaking ball hit sharply towards shortstop. Goes past toward Perdomo. He steps on the second base bag, throws to first. It's a double play, and that
God damn it. Well, I mean, Nimmo hit it hard there, just right at the shortstop. I mean, you know you could do there. Mets had a golden opportunity, got 2 breaks in the inning, didn't score a run. It seems like it's not the Mets' night offensively. I mean, they had enough chances to do so in the last couple of innings and only scored 2 runs so far. So the Mets hit it hard. Nimmo hit it hard there, just in the wrong spot. Unfortunately, even if McNeil, that ball wouldn't have hit Cano, pretty good chance McNeil would have been out at first. If Nito would have hit that ball to second base, Marte would have bobbled it. It would have been first and third with nobody out, and then Nimmo hit into the double play anyway. So, again, just because Arizona is a bad team doesn't mean a team can't lose, I mean, Yankees lost to the Orioles, Braves lost to the Marlins, and Braves lost to the Nationals. Phillies lost to the Nationals. You lose games against bad teams. That's what baseball is. But Mets still down by 3 runs going to the bottom of the 7th. 2 more chances for the Mets offense to either come back in this game or win the game. It's not looking good at the moment, but there's still a shot. Look, they've been getting opportunities. Runners on base just haven't been executed with the runners on base. A couple of guys in scoring position in the last couple of innings, and Mets didn't do nothing. And again, Nimmo hit it hard, just right at the shortstop. Can't do nothing about that. You know the saying, hit him where it ain't. Well, Nimmo hit it exactly where the shortstop was. So, sucks. You know, the Mets had several chances to win. They'll get the tie game here, possibly go ahead. But you know what? The ball doesn't always go in. You know, doesn't always find the hole. It's just what happens. So Joely Rodriguez is in the game for the Mets in the bottom of the seventh. See if the bullpen can continue keep the lead at 3, or keep the deficit at 3, and see if the Mets get lucky here. You know, they have no problem getting base runners. They got to bring them in. So here we go, guys. Bottom of the 7th. 5-2 Diamondbacks.
Fourth pitcher of the night for the Mets. Trevor Williams got the start. Pitched 2 innings, didn't get an out in the third, gave up 4 runs on 7 hits. Sean Reed Foley came in. 2 2/3 scoreless from him. He exited the game with an injury. Ottavino entered. And now it's turned over to Rodriguez. So he's ready to face Seth Beer, who's walked a couple of times in this ball game, 0 for 1 overall. Rodriguez this season is making his 7th appearance. He's given up 5 runs on 3 hits, one of them a homer in 4 2/3 innings. 7 strikeouts and 2 walks. ERA a shade below 10 to begin the season. But he's one of 2 lefties in the Mets bullpen, and the other, Jason Shreve, pitched yesterday. And so it's Rodriguez in to face Beer and Smith, potentially Kelly. We'll see what happens after the 2 lefties. He's got to face Kelly at least. But it starts with Beer. First pitch, low and outside. It hangs off Nito's mid and trickles to the backstop. 1 ball, no strikes. Three infielders on the right side for the Mets, with Beer at the plate. Robinson, Canoes in shallow right. Escobar playing shortstop right now. Here's the pitch. Low and outside. 2 balls, no strikes. So there's a ton of space on the left side of the infield for Seth Beer. Here's the pitch. Over the low outside corner, a called strike. That makes it 2-1. Beer doesn't have a hit tonight, but he's got one in 8 of his last 10 games. 15 hits total. Ties him for the rookie lead. Stephen Kwan, Guardians, and Seiya Suzuki of the Cubs. Here's the pitch. Bounced in. 3 balls, 1 strike. Or rather, he's tied with Kwan. He's ahead of Suzuki, and is also ahead of Jeremy Pena in Houston.
And Stephen Kwan was injured during the game earlier today between the Guardians and the Yankees. Some Yankee fans yelled at Kwan and making fun of the fact that he got hurt. Miles Straw argued with some of the Yankee fans.
The pitch. Beer checks his swing, didn't go around, doesn't matter. It's a called strike 3-2.
After the game, the Yankees fans in right center field started throwing a bunch of trash and garbage at the Cleveland players. Pretty ugly scene at the end of that Yankee game today.
Yeah, that's unacceptable.
John Sterling called them hooligans.
Ooh, harsh words. Payoff pitch. Low and outside, skips away from Nito. It's ball 4. Beer takes his time. He's not going to try and go anywhere other than first base. Nito picks it up near the third base on deck circle. So Seth Beer has his 3rd walk of the game. Leadoff base runner for the Diamondbacks, and Peyton Smith comes to the plate. Mets down 5-2, bottom of the 7th. Runner on first, nobody out.
Well, John was right. It was pretty reprehensible behavior at Yankee Stadium today. It took Rizzo and Judge and Stanton to go out there and calm the crowd. Pretty ridiculous.
Good on them, though, for going out there and doing what they did. First
Yeah,
pitch to
what are you
Smith.
talking about?
Fastball knee-high, outer half, called strike one. But, yeah, that can't happen.
If you were here earlier, which you weren't,
Rodriguez set
I
at the
said
belt.
the
And he
biggest
delivers
problem
again.
with this team is the bullpen.
Over
That
the
is
outside edge,
obviously the
called
issue.
strike 0-2. Smith thought it was a little bit away,
But why would it cost us a playoff spot?
but Will Little
I mean,
pointed
most
to his
teams'
right for a
bullpens
strike. And after walking Seth Beer, Rodriguez is ahead 0-2.
And don't relate me to Wardy.
Here's the
please.
pitch.
I mean, I know a lot
Smith
more
hits it
stuff than
high
him.
and deep
I'll tell
down the
you
right
that.
field line toward the corner. Marte sprints over right by the line. He makes the catch. Smith's out, and
Nice
Beer
running
goes
catch
back
by
to
Marte
first.
down the line.
So there's the first out in the bottom of the seventh inning, and Carson Kelly comes to the plate, 2 for 3 tonight. This scoreboard update is brought to you by Food Bazaar, feeding your way of life. Visit foodbazaar.com for store locations. Mike Trout's hit a couple of homers for the Angels. They're tied with the Orioles at 2, bottom of the 6th inning in Anaheim. Meanwhile, for the Dodgers, Yu Darvish is 6 innings of one-hit ball. First pitch. Over the low inside corner, called strike one. The Dodgers offense hasn't helped out Yu Darvish. Or rather, they used to pitch for the Dodgers.
Two
not
down.
anymore. Anyway, Padres are up 2-0. Top of the 7th. Here's the pitch. Hit in the air to straightaway center field, tailing a little bit more toward right center. Nimmo to his left, gets underneath it, reaches up and makes a one-hand catch. Kelly's out, 2 gone. Brings up Sergio Alcantara.
I guess Nair forgets the fact that the bullpen
Batting right-handed for the
before
first time tonight against the lefty
yesterday,
Joely Rodriguez.
had a 17-inning scoreless
the
streak.
bullpen yesterday in the 8th inning when Seth Beer was due up. Rodriguez then sat down. The Mets elected to keep Trevor May in to face Beer. Buck Showalter said he was hoping to stay away from
Yeah,
Rodriguez
Roberto,
yesterday.
we all know that the
Here's
bullpen
the
is not
pitch.
that good.
And
It's all
down
right,
the middle
but
for
it's
a
not,
strike.
you know,
0-1.
this is not going to be the
Buck
bullpen we're
added
going
that
through
he
the entire
really
season with.
does not want to
The Mets
use
are gonna make
both
moves in the
lefties in the
bullpen.
same game. Mets only
But
have
you
two
can't
left-handers,
overreact
Shreve
to
and
an
Rodriguez.
April
Buck
or
says
May
best case scenario, he
bullpen
uses
blunders
one and not
when
the
just
other
that's
in a given game.
what happens, you know.
Here's the
Most
pitch.
teams
Felt
get
it back in Anito's
pieces
bid. That's
in
a
arms
strike 0-2.
during the trade deadline or during the season
Scott
early
Beretta
on to
broadcast
get
is
the
presented
bullpen
by
better.
the authority of the New York Mets and
You
may
gotta
not be
see who's good
reproduced
and
or
who's not. You have to
retransmitted
throw
in
'em
any
out there. You
form,
don't know
and the
until you
accounts
throw 'em
and
out there.
descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York
So look
Mets.
at that. Joely Rodriguez, you know, walked the first guy and got the
Balls,
next
2
three batters.
strikes
They're going to
on
the
Alcantara.
top of the 8th.
And the pitch. Sliced in the air to right field. Marte sprints in a little bit toward the line, reaches out and makes the chest tie on the run. And that ends the inning.
All right, guys. So that was a nice inning by Joely Rodriguez after the leadoff walk. Got the next 3 batters. That's exactly what you need. It's a good job. Still down by 3. The Mets got to score some runs here, you know. You know, if somebody told us before the game started, the Mets are going to give up 5 runs today, you're going to be like, okay, that's understandable considering it's going to be a bullpen game. You know, we all knew it was going to be a decent scoring game. You know, if you told me Arizona's only going to score 5 runs, I'm like, hey, the Mets got a shot to win this game. And they still do. They're only down 3 runs. The last couple of innings, we had runners on. We had opportunities to either tie the game or take the lead. We didn't do it. They got to hit with runners in scoring position, runners on base, or they're not going to win the game. It's clearly that simple. You know, it's not, you know, something that, you know, I'm making breaking news here. I mean, it's obvious. They had runners on the last couple of innings. They did hit the ball hard. It was just right at somebody. Nimmo, you know, if he hits that ball in the air, it's in the gap and 2 runs score. It is what it is. That's baseball. That's what happens. But once again, guys, the Mets are down 5-2, down by 3 runs, going to the top of the 8th. got 2 more times at bat to see if they can come back and get this game in their favor. Again, it's not the end of the world if we lose today, considering that the fact that we can still win the series tomorrow, and it still is a pretty good start to the road trip going to St. Louis for the 3-game set on Monday, starting on Monday. So, you can't win every game. Ian Kennedy is on the mound for the Diamondbacks. So we'll see if the Mets can do it against Kennedy. Starlin Marte's leading off. So it's 2-3-4 for the Mets in the 8th.
Inning in the 3rd, scoreless from Kyle Nelson. He now gives way to the right-hander Ian Kennedy. Diamondbacks have also made a defensive change. Jake McCarthy's into the game, replacing Haven Smith. Then now for the play-by-play in the top of the 8th, here's Wayne Randazzo.
All right, Jake, thank you very much. Starling Marte leads off the 8th against Ian Kennedy. Marte homered off him last weekend at Citi Field. It was a long home run, too, to deep left center. First pitch, Marte takes outside, ball 1. That's our power report, sponsored by the Tri-Acura dealers. Marte with 2 home runs against the Diamondbacks last week. One of those off the man he's facing right now, Ian Kennedy, trying to hold this lead down for Arizona. 5-2 in the 8th inning. 1-0 pitch to Marte. Outside corner, a strike. That's 1 ball, 1 strike. Mark Melanson is the Arizona closer. We saw him pitch an inning yesterday and get tagged with the loss after he allowed the ghost runner to score. An unearned run charged to Melanson. Pitch. Ground ball toward first. Walker gobbles it up, leads Kennedy to the bag with an underhand flip. And Starling Marte is retired. So 1 out, 8th inning. Diamondbacks 5, Mets 2. Mets scored twice in the 5th off Humberto Castellanos, but he's in line for the win right now. This is the 2nd tour of duty for Ian Kennedy.
So Adonis Medina, the guy that the Mets
the Arizona Diamondbacks,
brought up for the bullpen for the next couple of days and sending Peterson
Kennedy
down.
was a starter the first time around.
Lindor is up for 1 out in the top of the
Adonis
8th.
Medina, the newcomer in the Mets bullpen, is getting loose to make his Mets debut perhaps in just a little bit. Kennedy facing Lindor with 1 out, nobody on. First pitch. Fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Kennedy and Mark Melanson were actually drafted together by the Yankees in 2006. Both came up as Yankees around the same time, and Kennedy was involved in a big trade that brought him to the Arizona Diamondbacks. The ball's 1 strike, the pitch to Lindor. Upstairs, ball 1. It was the trade that included Max Scherzer and Curtis Granderson. It was a 3-team deal. Edwin Jackson was traded to the Diamondbacks along with Kennedy. Scherzer went to the Tigers, and Granderson went from the Tigers to the Yankees. 1-1. A little bit high, 2 balls and 1 strike. Trade that really altered some careers there and brought Max to Detroit, where he became a breakout for the Tigers. That's really where he started to turn to form and get his Hall of Fame mold on. The 2-1. Lindor fouls it off toward the left, 2-2. Scherzer won the first of his 3 Cy Young Awards with Detroit. Some may not even remember that Max Scherzer was developed and brought to the big leagues by the Arizona Diamondbacks. They made a lot of trades in those days, especially when Kevin Towers was around as their general manager.
Lindor is just
KT. He was
a
a
little
wheeler
bit
and
under
dealer.
some of these pitches here that he has been driving the last couple of days.
Balls at 2 strikes on Lindor. 1 out, nobody on the
But
pitch.
we do need some base runners here,
It's foul
obviously.
behind home plate over our heads and out of play. Still 2 balls and 2 strikes on Francisco Lindor, who's walked and struck out twice in this game. Arizona with a 5-2 lead. They've led pretty much all night since scoring a run in the first inning. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Kennedy ready his pitch. Swinging a line
There we
drive,
go.
right center, a base hit.
Nice at
McCarthy
bat
over
by
to cut it
Lindor.
off in the gap. Lindor's got a 1-out single. Now Pete
They were
Alonso will
shading in the
step up.
gap, so if he was playing normal right field,
Ball
that
was
that's
smoked
at
by
least a
Lindor,
double,
one of the
maybe a
hardest hit
triple.
balls we've seen
So
from
you
the
got a
Mets
guy on
tonight.
base Pete's got it. We need Pete to hit a home run here.
From Francisco
Pete's due to
Lindor.
hit a home run.
McCarthy doesn't get a good jump on it. That's going all the way to the wall. And like you mentioned earlier, with the expansive outfield here, Wayne, it could have wound up as a triple, not just a double. But McCarthy cut it off in time.
He can't be too anxious here. You got to take his time here.
Now Pete Alonso stands in. Lindor's at first. 1 out, 8th inning. It's trailed by 3. Kennedy has struggled so far this year. First pitch. Fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Kennedy had his best season in the big leagues as a Diamondback. 2011. He was 4th in the Cy Young vote. He won a career
right down
high
the middle in the outside
21
corner.
games that year. Led the National League in wins
Jeez.
in 2011. Now he's back as a setup man, the 0-1. Strike on the outside
Can't take
corner.
those 2 pitches down the middle there.
On the very edge of
It's
the
on the
plate.
outside corner, but you can't look at
Outside
him. You got to
corner's
swing the
been
bat.
Pretty wide at times. That one
You better not
seemed
swing
to
at
be
that
off
slider in the
plate.
dirt.
0-2
That's
on
for
Pete.
sure.
5-2 Arizona, 8th inning. 1 out. Runner at first base, Lindor. Kennedy ahead of Alonso, the 0-2. High fastball, 1 ball, 2 strikes. Pete's 0 for 3 tonight. He's flied out twice and struck out. On deck, Eduardo Escobar. Arizona's bullpen quiet for now. Kennedy is trying to bridge this game to Mark Melanson.
Oh,
1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. Swinging a high fly ball that's deep down the left field line toward the corner. Peralta moving into foul territory.
I thought that ball was way gone.
It is a foul
And
ball
it's a
out
foul
of
ball,
play.
and the
Peralta
outfielder
went back
dropped
as
it
far as
when
he
he
could
reached for
toward
it
the
out the
corner.
fence.
The ball did end up going into the Arizona bullpen.
It would have been a home run if it was fair.
Over the fence down the left field line.
Yeah.
David Peralta thought he had a play on that ball as he
Just
went as
missed.
far as he could up against the fence. And that ball hit off the top of the fence and went over in foul territory out of Peralta's reach. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Alonso.
Yeah, you could tell by Peralta's reaction afterwards that he thought that he should have maybe not made that catch, but at least gotten a little bit closer. Maybe had it off his mitt. It's about as close as you can get. Trying to rob a foul ball.
And Pete takes a fastball right down the outside corner.
Trying to get the out on a good hitter here in Alonso. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 1 out, 1 on. Kennedy's pitch. On the outside corner, strike 3 called. Alonso doesn't like it. He has some words for the home plate umpire, Will Little. Really, the strike 2 pitch was off the plate outside as well. And I think that one seemed to be 2.
Too close to take.
So 2 outs. It's pretty far off the plate away. Escobar will bat after station ID on the WCBS Mets Radio Network.
Jeez.
WCBS and WCBS FM HD2 New York.
First pitch, Eduardo Escobar hooks one deep and foul down the right field line. 4 balls and 1 strike.
I agree, Ken. You got to swing at one of
Strikes 2
those.
and 3
Them balls are right
fall
down the
to
middle.
Alonso.
All right, the last
Both
one may
seem
be a
to
little
off the
outside,
plate
but come on.
away.
Damn, Escobar hit 2 hard
Second
foul
out in
balls.
this 8th inning for Ian
God
Kennedy.
damn it.
5-2 Arizona. 1 out. 2 out now. 1 on. Pitch. Escobar hammers another one foul.
No,
That's
Joseph,
twice
it wasn't
in
a
row
strike,
now. He has
but
hit the ball
you know what?
hard but foul to the right.
When it's close like that, you
Now
got to
Ian
try to
Kennedy's
foul it
ahead
off.
of him. No balls,
Keep
2
the bat on your
strikes.
shoulders in that situation.
Kennedy had 30 saves.
I mean, Kennedy was throwing predominantly fastballs. You got to be looking
2019.
fastball in that
Became
situation.
just the 4th
He
pitcher.
hasn't been throwing a lot of breaking balls. He's throwing light
Saves became
fastballs.
an official stat in 1969 to have both a
I think he
20
threw
win
1 breaking
season
ball so far
and
in
a
this
30
inning.
save season. Dennis Eckersley, John Smoltz, Derek Lowe, the others. 2-strike pitch. Upstairs, ball 1. 2 of those guys, of course, Hall of Famers, Eckersley and Smoltz.
Yeah, Joseph, you
Kennedy
can
has
say that,
found
but
a second
again,
life as a big league reliever.
you're a batter at
Trying
the
to get through
plate.
the
You're
8th inning here.
You
1
see
ball,
the
2
pitcher's been
strikes on
throwing
Escobar. The pitch.
fastballs through your entire
Slide
at
ball
bat.
2.
He hasn't been throwing any breaking balls. You know, a
Continues.
pitch that
Dominic
close,
Smith will get a chance.
you got to try to foul it off. Take the bat off the shoulder. I mean, I don't
Almost 2
understand what he's
strikes on
looking for there.
Escobar.
You know, you're looking for a fastball in that spot. I mean, he hasn't
Doors at
thrown
first
anything
with
else.
2 down.
Again, that's all he's throwing is fastballs to Escobar as well.
Going to be a long look in as Carson Kelly is behind the plate. Flash of the signs, 2-2 pitch. Swinging a foul back, still 2-2.
Exactly. Man.
Bangs off the top of the press box and back down below.
It's one of those where it hits right above us, and then everyone kind of leans over to see where it fell.
Counts 2-2 on Eduardo Escobar. Pitch. Inside, it hit the bat. Into the catcher's glove for strike 3. Escobar tried to lean away from it. It nicked the bat right into Kelly's glove.
Well, again, chance to do some damage here. Alonso just missed a home run foul that did go over the wall, but it was foul by a little bit. Escobar hit a couple of shots down the line foul, and then the ball foul tipped, hit the knob of the bat, and then it was caught by the catcher. So, again, the Mets had opportunities again, didn't get it done here. Not a really good offensive performance by the Mets today. Numerous opportunities to score some runs here. I mean, if I'm not mistaken, I think they left 11 men left on base, 4 in scoring position. You're not going to win games that way, especially you keeping this team to 5 runs in a bullpen game. You got to score more runs, and that wasn't a great at bat by Escobar. I mean, the ball was really tight in there. You should have maybe moved the bat out of the way, but that happens too. But Mets still down 5-2 going to the bottom of the 8th. Mets are struggling to score runs today in this game. I mean, it happens. They weren't getting the big hits. Well, I'm telling you guys now with Dominic Smith, he better start hitting because he's gonna be losing a lot of playing time. He's gonna lose them starts because he's not hitting. He's a really good defender at first base, but if you're not hitting, it's basically pointless. All right, Rafael, have a good night. So we're going to the bottom of the 8th. It looks like Medina, the guy that the Mets brought up and sent Peterson down for, he's going to get his first start of the season, or first bullpen appearance. See how he is. He's from AAA. He played in 2 games, 4 innings, 3 hits, no walks, 5 strikeouts, no home runs allowed, no earned runs allowed. So see how Medina does here. Bottom of the 8th, Mets trailing 5-2.
Uniform for Medina, did not pitch in a big league game for them. He did pitch a little bit for the Phillies. He was a starter throughout his minor league career. Ranked as a prospect a couple of times, but now he's trying to make an impression with a new team. His Mets debut tonight, hands overhead, wind up first pitch. Perdomo looks at a breaking ball strike, good curve from Medina. It's 0-1, 5-2. Arizona has the lead, bottom of the 8th. No balls, 1 strike. Medina downhill. Fouled off the foot of Perdomo. No balls and 2 strikes. Curveball and a changeup start the night for Medina. Well, apparently Mark Melanson's not available in the Arizona bullpen tonight. Joe Mantiply, left-hander, is warming up.
Jitsu, you know what? The bottom of the order is the only way they got the 2 runs.
Fouled back,
earlier,
still 0-2. In the 9th inning, the Mets will have all lefties due up, so I would imagine we'll see J.D. Davis. And probably see James McCann as well in the 9th inning off the bench for the Mets. Pitch. Breaking ball down and in. 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Oh.
McCann available from the right side, as is Davis. That will cut into Joe Mantiply a little bit. Mark Canha's available too off the bench tonight. Forgot about him. 1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch. It's hit in the air deep down the right field line, looking foul and out of play. Just like Hall of Fame broadcaster Ken Harrelson would say, right size, wrong shape on that drive down the right field line. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Perdomo. Medina from the windup, his pitch. Change up is low, and it's 2-2. Infield overshifted with 3 to the right. Perdomo's had a good night. 2 hits, a triple, and a run scored. Bottom of the 8th inning, 5-2 Arizona. 2-2 pitch. Swinging a foul.
Put him in and put an extra bullpen arm
throws
in the
hard,
bullpen
95 miles an hour.
since we're doing a bullpen game today. Well, got his first strikeout. Nice pitch.
So that's secondary stuff. Some decent years in the minor leagues for the Phillies. It's 2-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. So Medina
Nice slider on the inside
strikes
corner.
out the first batter he faces as a Met. Perdomo punches out. There's 1 away. Here in the bottom of the 8th inning, Adonis Medina making it look easy, and following the speed limit can be easy too. Vision Zero reminds you that speeding ruins lives, so slow down. Dalton Varsho bats with 1 out. Varsho 2 hits, an RBI, and a run scored.
That's true. He is throwing strikes. He got a very nice
Only
slider.
down by 3, so first pitch on the way, swing and a miss. On the curveball, it's 0-1. No chance for the Diamondbacks to run up the score tonight, but saw where Gabe Kapler and the Giants got accused of running up the score on Washington yesterday in a game that was only 7-1. A 1 pitch. Outside ball 1. Tyro Estrada tried to steal with the Giants up 6. The Nationals got all upset. Alcides Escobar was looking for a fight. Davey Martinez not happy with Gabe Kapler. It's the second time the Giants have been accused of this running up the score business. 1-1. Ripped foul to the right, 1-2. Wonder if the Pirates made any claims about it against the Cubs today, because the Cubs beat Pittsburgh 21-0 at Wrigley. Now that's running up the score. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Varsho. In the dirt, 2-2. Said that the Chicago Bears have not won a game 21-0 since the playoffs in January of 1986, when the Bears beat the New York Giants 21-0 at Soldier Field. 2-2. Outside ball 3. But the Cubs did it today, 21-0 against Pittsburgh.
Wow, nice pitch by Medina.
Full
2
count on
strikeouts.
Varsho, 3 balls
so
and 2
far.
strikes.
Very nice
Ketel
pitch.
Marte on deck. Adonis Medina
Medina throws
from his
strikes,
windup.
that's for
Left
sure.
leg kick, the pitch. And it's in there. Strike 3 called. Fastball at the knees over the inner half. So Varsho goes down looking. Back-to-back strikeouts for Medina. There's 2 up, 2 down, as Ketel Marte will be the batter. Gabe Kapler, when he's confronted with this running up the score business, says, you're going to have to tell me when the rules change. Because the other team is still shifting. The other team is still trying to get our hitters out. First pitch to Marte. Strike on the inner half, 0-1. So what's the right score for when we're supposed to stop trying to score? You let me know the rules, I can play by them. The 0-1. Strike at the knees, 0-2. These unwritten rules sometimes create a fiasco, and Giants have been on the wrong end of it a couple of times. 0-2, Medina's pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt, ball 1.
When you've got another wild card team this year, and there's no game 163, and you've got tiebreakers that deal with how many runs you score, why not keep going?
1 ball, 2 strikes on Ketel Marte. 2 out, nobody on. Pitch. That's lifted foul toward the right. Still 1-2. That was actually an erroneous report about runs and run differential being a tiebreaker. That is not the case for potential tie in a playoff race this year. 1 ball, 2 strikes, the pitch. High ball 2. Really the point. It was a 6-run game. between the Giants and the Nationals. The Mets have seen Washington score a 7 spot in the bottom of the 9th inning to lose a game. It's not impossible. I think 7-1 is when you should stop playing. The 2-2, breaking ball in the dirt, ball 3. 21-0. Maybe if the Cubs are stealing bases at that point, that'd be a little ridiculous. But 7-1, I can't really understand why Washington would have any sort of grievance there. 3-2, the pitch. Swinging a chopper wide of first.
Yeah,
foul.
I like
Still 3
Medina's
balls,
stuff.
2 strikes.
Nice slider. Likes to hit the corners with his fastballs.
Donis Medina in his Mets debut has struck out the first 2.
Struck out the side.
He's got a full count on Ketel Marte. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Marte batting from the left side. Medina hands overhead, windup, 3-2 pitch. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Well, there's an impressive.
That's a very nice performance by Medina right there. 3 strikeouts in a row. He got a very nice slider that breaks late. Fastball, spotting the fastball where he needs it. Very nice performance. Maybe you should teach some of the Mets bullpen arms to do that. Yeah, you're right, Joseph. He should have been. I might have been more comfortable with that. So we're going to the top of the night. Last licks for the Mets, down by 3 runs. See if the Mets can tie the game and make it interesting, bring it to the bottom of the 9th, or the Mets lose their 5th game of the year, but still have a chance tomorrow to win the series, which is all you want to do in every series you play. You want to win every series. It's almost nearly impossible, but you got to win series. Especially, you can't lose a series to the Diamondbacks. You can't. Losing a game here or there, of course. It's baseball. It happens. So we'll see what will happen if the Mets can come back once again and make this game a new ball game. Tying the game here, starts right back at 0-0, and we're here a little bit longer. Who cares about Robert got to go to work, right? Nobody cares. Yeah, Nair, it's baseball. It doesn't matter. The Yankees lost 2 out of 3 against the Orioles, right? The Nationals can win a series. It's not impossible. All right, here we go, guys. So we are going to the top of the 9th. Dominic Smith is leading off. Bottom of the order for the Mets. The bottom of the order scored the 2 runs for the Mets to get the only 2 runs of the ball game. So we'll see if the Mets can, the bottom of the order can do some damage again with Dominic Smith, lefty Mantipoli on the mound to close out the game. Bro, it's baseball. They can't come back. Now, it's possible they can't. Happens.
Game. He flied
But
to
it's a
center.
3-run lead. It's not like it's a
Kyle
10-run
Nelson
lead.
his last time, 0-1.
So it's already
Breaking
1
ball,
out.
chopped
Ground
to the
ball,
left
Dominic
side.
Smith.
Almost surrounds it, grabs it, fires it to first in time. And Dom Smith is retired. 1 out, 9th inning.
Mark Connor's coming up to
5-2
pinch hit.
Arizona. And Mark Canha in the on-deck circle. J.D. Davis is moving
I agree,
toward the
Michael.
on-deck circle as well. So it looks like Davis will bat for McNeil. And Canha will bat right now in place of Robinson Cano. Joe Mantiply is looking for his first major
Nick,
league save.
Rodriguez
He's pitched
pitched
in
well.
73 big
He
league
didn't do anything
games,
wrong.
but he has not had a save yet. He's tossed 6 scoreless innings this year in his first 6 appearances. So Mantiply's done a nice
Mets got
job.
1
Really
out.
nothing
Mark
wrong with
Connor
this
pinch hitting.
Arizona pitching staff. The Diamondbacks
Jay
offense
Davis is
that
going
has
to be
held it
pinch hitting
back
for McNeil. He's
early
on
this
deck.
year. First pitch to Canha. Sinker for a strike over the inner half, and it's 0-1. Canna batting .333 in his first 9 games as a Met. He's driven in 6 runs. All of his hits have been singles. He's yet to get an extra base hit, but he's had some timely hits, certainly, for the Mets.
All right, Joe, check it out.
A 2-run single. It helped the Mets beat the Giants the other day. 0-1. Canna looks at a breaking ball inside. 1 ball, 1 strike. Davis on deck. 5-2 Arizona. Mets trying to drum something up late. It's the top of the 9th inning. Middle game of this series. Mets won the opener last night 6-5 in 10 innings, trying to avoid losing the middle game today. Final game of this series tomorrow. Pitch. Fouled back. 1 ball, 2 strikes. It'll be McGill against Bumgarner. 4:10. First pitch tomorrow afternoon Eastern time. Pre-game show will start at 3:30 tomorrow. Regardless of tonight's outcome, the Mets will still have a chance to make it 5 straight winning series to start the year to match a franchise record. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Canna. Mantiply's pitch. Breaking ball down and in. Check swing, but Canna didn't go. 2-2. Mantiply got into 57 games for Arizona last year. Had a .340 ERA. Former Tiger, former Yankee. Pitched briefly in the big leagues with both of those teams. Most of his big league time has come with Arizona.
Oof.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, base is clear. It's the 9th inning. Mets have not scored since the 5th. 2-2. On the inside corner, strike 3 called. Canna didn't like that one. Will Little has not made many friends tonight. Buck Showalter kind of chirping at him right now from the Mets first base side dugout. Buck shaking his head as Mark Canna goes down looking.
All right, Mets down to
2
the
up,
final
2 down here in the 9th.
There have been a bunch of pitches that have been a little bit off the plate on either side. Of those, that one is probably the closest, though. Doesn't make it okay.
It's not in Buck Showalter's opinion. J.D. Davis bats for McNeil. 2 out, nobody on. 9th inning, 5-2 Arizona. First pitch. Breaking ball high. Ball 1 to J.D. Davis just 4 for 19 to start the year. Buck Showalter said that he felt Davis was just about to come around. Same thing he said about McCann going into yesterday's game. And McCann ripped a long home run. We'll see McCann behind the plate tomorrow. 1-0. Davis, it's a high fly down the right field line. Long run for McCarthy. Moving toward foul territory, and it's out of play. 1 ball, 1 strike on J.D. Davis. Diamondbacks bullpen is quiet. It's up to Mantiply to finish this game. Arizona scored 4 in the first 3 innings. They've led all night. One ball, 1 strike on J.D. Davis. Just saw some news on Michael Conforto. We'll pass along here in a second. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss, 1-2. Real quick. According to John Heyman, Conforto underwent shoulder surgery last week with Dr. Elatrach in L.A., and Michael will not play this season.
Yeah.
He's expected to make a full recovery and return next spring. So Michael Conforto will not have a team in 2022. Somebody, I guess, signs him later in the year to get him in for next year. We'll see. The 1-2. Breaking ball inside, check swing. Davis held up, 2 balls, 2 strikes. But with that news, the Mets will definitely not get any sort of compensatory pick if Conforto signs somewhere. It would be after the draft. So that shoulder injury, a more serious one than
what a
we were led to
play.
believe. And Michael Conforto needed the surgery.
Wow.
Hopefully he'll recover and get back in the big leagues next year. 2-2. Swinging a roller down the third base line. Diving stop, Alcantara. Long throw across, a perfect strike to win the ball.
Wow, that was a hell of a play by Alcantara to end the game right there. That's a base hit. And he dove to a strike to first base to end the game. So the Mets lose 5-2. Had numerous opportunities to to score some runs in this game. Again, can't win every game. The Mets just didn't have their offense today. You know what? with a bullpen games, giving up 5 runs is probably what I expected. You know, I thought the Mets would score more runs, but they didn't. So Mets lose 5-2. Tomorrow, we got a chance to win a series. We have to win tomorrow's game. You don't lose a series to the Diamondbacks. It's just not what you want to do. Again, anything's possible. It's baseball. But the Mets had numerous opportunities. They had 7 hits and 2 runs. They had 13 men left on base, 5 in scoring position. You're not going to win games that way no matter who you face. The Mets are 11-5, still in a pretty good spot. You win tomorrow, you're 12-5, going to St. Louis. So Mets lose 5-2. Trevor Williams only pitched 2 innings, gave up 4 runs. That's why bullpen games are very tough because, well, guess what? That's what happens when you have bullpen games that don't play very well, that pitch very well. So, once again, guys, I really appreciate everybody tuning in to the stream today. Mets lose. They had opportunities, did not do the job. So, once again, guys, I really appreciate everybody tuning in today. I will see you tomorrow at 3 p.m. for the pregame, 4 o'clock for the game against the rubber game, Mets versus Dbacks. So, I'll see you tomorrow afternoon, guys. Have a good night. Let's go, Mets. Let's take the series tomorrow. Have a good night, guys.